your home of NRL.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Hundreds have rallied in Melbourne protesting the demolition of the city's public housing towers. Leanne Wong reports from the CBD.
Protesters gathered at the State Library of Victoria before marching to Atherton Gardens in Fitzroy, where multiple public housing towers are slated for demolition. In attendance was Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe, public housing residents and community housing organisations. But the government's pushing ahead with its plan to demolish all 44 of Melbourne's public housing towers by 2051, today announcing that construction has started on 248 new homes at the former Elgin Towers site in Carlton. Protesters say the plan will only push up rental and housing prices and provide huge profits for developers.
But Housing Minister Nick Stakos says it will greatly benefit residents.
This is about building new homes. It is about renewing public housing homes that were built in the 1960s. They weren't built to today's contemporary standards.
A man has been charged after shots were fired into a tobacco shop in Melbourne's southwest earlier this month. Police allege the shots were fired from a blue station wagon into the business on Borac Square in Altona North on the evening of the 12th of May. No one was injured during the incident. A 32-year-old man was arrested late yesterday afternoon. Police also searched a car allegedly linked to the man and found a sawn-off shotgun and high-caliber revolver. He's been charged with weapons offences and also in relation to an aggravated burglary and fire at a business in Tullamarine on the 4th of May. US President Donald Trump says the American naval blockade of Iran will be lifted as he met with his national security team to decide on the new terms of a truce deal with Tehran. Ali Crew reports.
Mr. Trump has taken to social media to again outline his conditions for a possible deal to end the war with Iran. He says Iran must never have a nuclear weapon and all of its enriched uranium must be handed over and destroyed in coordination with the International Atomic Energy Agency. He's also demanding the Strait of Hormuz be reopened for unrestricted shipping traffic. It comes after he held a White House Situation Room meeting where he said he would be making a final determination on an agreement. But Iranian officials are playing down the possibility of an imminent deal, saying no decision has been made in Tehran and dismissing Mr. Trump's remarks as a mixture of truths and lies.
US Secretary of Defence Pete Hegseth says America gives its allies strength through discipline and a confident leadership. Mr Hegseth is addressing the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, the Asia-Pacific region's premier defence forum. He says the United States wants to maintain the balance of power in the Pacific in a way that works for both America and its allies.
Our interests in the Pacific are significant, but they are also scoped and reasonable, defined by a favourable balance of power in which sovereignty is respected, commerce flows freely, and nations retain the freedom to make their own choices. This is the balance America upholds and will not allow others to overturn.
An Australian involved in the mission to rescue a group of men from a flooded cave in Laos says rain is hampering efforts. One man has been pulled from the cave after spending more than a week trapped underground, but 4 others remain trapped inside. Cave diver Josh Richards says the operation to retrieve the survivors is incredibly challenging.
This is an extremely small cave. It is very muddy. When you do finally reach the water, there is absolutely zero visibility because it's just essentially diving in coffee. It is pretty horrendous. So most of the passages are barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through.
Warm conditions are forecast in Australia this winter as ski resorts prepare to open on the June long weekend. The Weather Bureau is forecasting an unusually warm season with the possible El Niño developing. June to August modelling for alpine regions has also shown a 60 to 80% chance of below average rainfall. 3-time Olympic champion Jess Fox has made a successful return to international competition, winning a silver medal in the women's K1 finals at the Canoe Slalom World Cup in Slovenia. The 31-year-old has spent the last 9 months on the sidelines after undergoing surgery to remove a kidney tumour. Fox says it was the first time a silver medal has felt like winning gold. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the West Coast, Central Coast, Central Gippsland Coast and East Gippsland Coast. For the state, isolated showers in the north, scattered about the south, but remaining mostly dry in East Gippsland. Isolated thunderstorms in the northwest in the afternoon. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, the very high chance of showers, most likely in the afternoon and evening, with a top today of 18. Tomorrow, a possible shower and 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 17 degrees. ABC News.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmonpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are set to light up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
When ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Every game live and uninterrupted. Direct from England and Wales.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
It all starts Saturday, June 13 on ABC Listen. ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is AFL Saturday.
The Blue Baggers win a thriller under the Friday night lights. Is the top 10 now within reach for the Blues? And the Josh Fraser freight train gathers steam. Can he win the top job as Carlton announced their panel for their next senior coach? Meanwhile, Ollie Dempsey had a goal disallowed in the opening seconds of the game. The Arc powerless to overturn it. Will the AFL intervene again? And the Bombers very much in a tailspin after a dramatic week at Tullamarine. Brad Scott sacked. James Hird declares his hand and the field seemingly shrinks overnight. Do Essendon need to answer the James Hird question before all else? That is all to come today on the award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
It's McGovern, veers out to the right, drives it as long as he can in the direction of Cripps, who rises and comes down with a footy. What a mark from the captain. After Jack Henry goals at one end, Cripps puts the Blues back in front. Oh, captain, my captain.
Carlton are going to win. And the honeymoon phrase continues. Their caretaker coach, Josh Fraser, makes it 3-0. And it's 3 straight wins for the Baggers. Honeymoon phrase, get it like Josh Fraser? I know not everyone sort of was picking up what I was putting down. Most people thought I misspoke last night, but there was something in it as Josh Fraser was able to make it 3-0 in his time in charge as the caretaker coach. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. Luke Ball is in the house, the Premiership High. Hello, Ballie.
Corby, something in it, all right. Yeah, absolutely. Good call last night. Hello, listeners. And, yeah, where was this Carlton for the first 8 or 9 weeks of the season when you got the opportunity to set the season up, don't you? But as you mentioned, the top 10, all of a sudden, it's right there for them. So we'll chat about that soon. But terrific game last night, wasn't it? After a bit of a fizzer on the Thursday night.
Yep. No, we're pretty happy with what we got at the MCG last night, and we're pretty happy to have this man. How's the timing on this? He was coming in anyway, and it just so happens it's been a dramatic week at Bomberland, and the youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas, is in the house for Mick Malthouse. Hello, Ram.
Yes, good afternoon. There's never a dull moment in football. We know that. So it is every Saturday when this show's on. There's always something to talk about, and this week, some more than other weeks. So, yeah, very eventful week, no doubt. And to finish off yesterday, the midfield coach walks out the door, and the head of wellness, well, head of psychology, whatever you want to call, walks out as well. So it's a big revamp there at the Bombers.
Big time. We'll get to the Dons in just a moment. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. There's VFL action on the TV. You can find that through ABC TV or iView. With the Blues up against the Cats, of course, the twos go at it after the league sides played last night. And what a game of footy it was, a dramatic finish where Carlton had their nose in front for most of the last quarter, fell behind on the back of Jack Henry's goal, and as you heard Clinchy call there, only for Patrick Cripps to go forward, take a towering mark and then goal in that moment. Josh Fraser, all of a sudden, a bit of momentum around the caretaker. He was naturally asked last night post-game about whether he expects the club to come to him and ask whether he'll reconsider his ambitions to be the senior coach full-time of the Carlton Football Club.
I don't expect anything. In footy, in my time in footy, and maybe my learnings in footy, I've just learnt not to expect anything, but prepare yourself and own your own development and be ambitious. But I don't expect anything, and I've said this a number of times. I see this as an interim coaching role. part of my responsibility is help the club move forward and make sure it's better placed at the end of the season to what it is now. But no, I certainly don't expect anything.
And there was a follow-up question to that about, look, the external noise is only going to get louder and louder, so how will Josh Fraser handle it?
I respect the questioning around it, but my answer is going to be pretty consistent. And off the emotion of a win, it's not going to change. My focus is on next week and Essendon. I'm quite specific and deliberate about that, and the external noise doesn't sit comfortably with me, and the spotlight, if you like, it doesn't sit that comfortable, but I'll channel my energy towards others and keep trying to be better.
He's holding to the line, Bally.
He talks like a senior coach, doesn't he? That's one thing that I know for sure. And I mean, everyone that you talk to or that talks about him, that's had some experience with him, and he's starting to build a pretty good CV, as we know, or as we've seen with coaches like Craig McRae and Adam Kingsley come in and have success. That CV is pretty important, that sort of bank of knowledge and experience across different clubs and under different people is starting to build up for Fraser. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, if they, no one expects them to run the slate corp, as you would say, but if they do keep the roll going, and it's more about how they're playing. I think what stood out last night, yes, the ball movements changed a bit. They look a bit slicker, don't they, and more dangerous forward, but it is just that pressure and that energy, the intensity, both young and old, and it's players like, obviously, the skipper's driving it now. People were wondering whether he was done a month ago.
Yeah.
So something's happened there, and then I like Harry Mackay goes into the ruck, and that sort of generates some intensity and some energy out of him. So
it's a winnable run.
Little things like that, and they go Essendon and then into a bye, and as I said, that top 10 there is,
and then GWS West Coast Richmond.
Absolutely. Yeah. So they could, they could win 7 in a row, and I know that's happened before, but he has to be in the conversation then, doesn't he? Because if you think he is a senior coach at some stage, now, I like the fact he's going to hold the line, but if he gets them to a point where they're, playing finals, then he has to have a good think about it, doesn't he, Ram?
All he can do is continue to be the interim coach.
Yeah.
And I think your greatest endorsement will come from the players eventually. So whereas the other coaches in that process that they're going to have, Carlton, they won't be able to endorse those coaches as a playing group. So if they're playing well and winning games, and I don't say it doesn't band-aid problems. What winning games does is it creates a confidence within a football club that what a coach is doing is working. So you see now, you've got Cripps back to play to some sort of form, but it's more younger players. He's injected some younger players into the team, and you look at it and go, well, every Carlton supporter was screaming for speed on the game. Now there's all of a sudden Carlton are playing with a level of speed, and you're seeing the resulting effects. So I think being an interim coach is one of the greatest job interviews you can have. Now, whether you get it at that club or what happens is Graham Wright, Chris Davies will say Josh Fraser was outstanding when he was interim coach. So the next role that comes up as a senior coach, well, he's front and centre.
Well, Stephen King ran that, didn't he? He was didn't have as long of a period as the interim coach at the Gold Coast. And, I mean, look at what he's done in his first year. Another ruckman, it must be said. He's ruckman. My old coach was sitting there. Or actually, no, he's been pretty supportive, ruckman, I was going to say. But the general consensus has been over the years that the ruckman are a little short of a kangaroo on the top paddock, aren't they? But I think that, there's enough evidence now that that's just that's a nonsense.
The runway is fascinating. So you get the idea of getting into the market. So there's all these high-profile coaches that are seemingly available at the moment, either working in the media or not long out of the game. But it also gives plenty of runway for the interim to build a bit of momentum. And Josh Fraser's done it. Dean Solomon's going to get the chance to do it on the run home and try to get a spike out of the group. So it's a fascinating watch. 1300 558 222. Are you a Carlton fan? Is there a bit of momentum building around Josh Fraser? Should he be the full-time coach going forward? Which brings us to Carlton's hopes in 2026, and a little segue into one of our favourite segments called Cool Hand. Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What?
we've got here is
the champion bloke.
failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, Corby didn't quite have time to go back into the vault and get some voice clips from the start of the year where I was I think almost one out in my defence of the wild card round, Rammer. And you're saying that you were on board as well, but the chap that that usually sits in that chair won't surprise us. Won't surprise you to think that he was cynical. To put it nicely about the whole thing. Well, here we are ticking over the halfway point of the season, and if it weren't for the wild card round, we'd be putting a line through, I think it's 16s. Let me get the ladder up now. But all of a sudden, with Carlton's re-emergence into the season, the Eagles starting to show a little bit, albeit they're probably a year away. I haven't quite put the light through Port Adelaide too. I think their best, with some players back, can still be a chance. All of a sudden, there's 15 teams. We bat right down to 15. Port's percentage is 100 as well, with a chance to sneak into the top 10. Now, we're only at the halfway point, and the draw, as you said, Corb, will open up for some of these teams as well. So I was a supporter at the time.
Yes.
I couldn't believe the bagging of it from people who have never experienced it, because we've never had it. The comment that let's just try it, let's just see, just hold your tongue. And I'd love to hear from some of those Carlton supporters who weren't big fans of it all the way back when it was announced. So.
I like it.
It was there, mate. At the start of the year, I was a supporter. I said, hang on, Mick.
Yeah.
Don't knock it until you've tried it. But
still going to take a bit more to convince me.
I know, we'll get it, yeah. But I think we'll get him. I think we'll get him.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The other thing is, too, Ben Cameron, he's another one who's been against it. I thought, well, that's great. There's less people that want to work the wildcard weekend.
Yeah,
I'm in.
We're in.
Imagine if it's Carlton and
Collingwood.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Essentially, we've got all this meaningless football where there's too many games. Yeah. So why not have more games that have higher stakes?
Couldn't agree with you. Giants are another one.
And it helps balance out the draw. We talk about how uneven the fixture is. Yeah. Well, if you play some harder teams twice and you fall down to 9th or 10th, it gives you a chance to catch you in the cycle and in the wash, and you get a chance to qualify anyway.
It's okay to give things a try.
Yeah.
Yep.
If it doesn't work, we can just scrap it. It's okay. I'm excited for it.
If you end here, let us know. 1300 558 222. Nice edition of Cool Hand Luke. Can the Blues get there? Are they a top 10 team? Game and a half out?
Absolutely.
Top 10 team,
with the next four that you talk about.
Yeah.
There's 4 winnable games. They should win 3. The GWS game is probably the one where you go, maybe that's 50-50.
So what's their 4 and 8? That takes them to 7 and 9.
Yeah.
You're right back in the season.
You're right in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did the exercise at the start of the year. Since we've gone to an 18-team competition, it is exactly 33% for each of the 3 options where, winning record, even record, so in a 23-game season, 11, 11 and 1, and 33% with a losing record, you can still qualify for 10th. So that's where 10th has been in that time. So you don't necessarily need to, you just, if you poke your nose above 500 as such, so you get to 12 and 11, that's good enough to be 10th in the history of a 18-team competition. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball with you. Talkback number 1300 558 222. Let's head to the phones. Raj is in Hobart, the first of our callers. Hello, Raj.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Well, thank you.
So in yesterday's game, the ball dribbles off a player's shin and dribbles through the goal. The umpire calls it a behind, and everyone is saying the umpire made a mistake. The video reviewer should have picked it up. I want to look at it from another perspective and say, if the ball takes a glancing blow off a player's shin and dribbles through the goal, I think for most football fans, that is not a goal. And if the rules say it is a goal, I think we should be looking at the rules, not saying we want a video reviewer looking for every glancing touch that the ball makes to a player's shin.
Well, Raj, what's the alternative then? Because are you saying that it has to come directly off the player's boot?
I would say that for 99% of football fans out there, if you ask them what a goal in our game is, they would say it's when a player kicks the ball with his boot and it sails through the 2 tallest sticks, not when it falls and takes a glancing blow off their shin and dribbles through the goal.
It's getting very technical, though, to ask the goal umpire to say, like in the goal square, the amount of goals that have just come off a player's foot with a glancing blow, you're asking the goal umpire a lot, I think, in those situations.
It's an interesting question, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should it just be boot, not below the knee?
Oh, jeez.
So tell you what, some of the skill level getting around, there'll be a few coming off this
So
year.
where does the boot start?
Well, I would have thought that's pretty obvious, isn't it? The boot.
Well, it is, but I've seen some hit sort of, just above. Yeah.
But we always, I mean, I think
if it was sock and boot, there'd be a few more socks up players.
Socks up. We get some socks up. That's right. But it's a good call, and I think to last night, and I think when the result goes on and ends up being under a kick, it becomes an issue, doesn't it? We're just used to. It's funny, isn't it? Because on one hand, we say, goal umpires need to back themselves in a bit more and make a call, make a definitive call. But this one, and I think he got barreled over too, didn't he? So
he slipped.
Usually, we're just used to seeing an umpire in this circumstance just deferring to, or even the field umpire coming in and seeing that he couldn't possibly make a definitive call, saying, no, let's send this one upstairs.
What I would love the AFL to come out and say is that obviously they couldn't review it because it was called a behind, but how quickly the ARC was able to know that it was a goal. If it was within 5 seconds, was it within 10 seconds? Because what we're saying is Bally there in that case. So Carlton get the ball and they're away behind. So they would have to stop the game. So how quickly could the ARC said to the umpire, no, that's a goal?
Yeah. And so
tell us the time.
Yeah. And so if the St Kilda West Coast example from about a month ago hadn't happened, this would have been called back.
Correct.
And Geelong would have been awarded the goal.
Which is really why the score review system came in after the Ben Keys incident, because if the Keys incident happened this weekend, it wouldn't be called back either because of the way that it's panned out, and now we can't review decisions where the goal umpire just makes an error, and that's essentially what happened last night. I'm happy to live with it. I mean, I'm not a Geelong fan, so maybe it's a little different. But I feel like with the technology, and I've said it so many times, that the perfect's the enemy of the good. That it's not perfect, but it's gooder, as lack of a better term, than what we had. So we correct more than we used to. We get more right than we ever have. We don't get 100%. But I think we're much better off with the system than what we were without the system.
And Chris mentioned last night, and I agree with him. It was brought in for the howler. I always say the Tom Hawkins 2009 grand final goes to the site. That wasn't a howler last night. Now, Chris said it was after the game. I'm not sure that was a howler, was it?
It was pretty close. Look, I think David Roden is a terrific goal umpire. I was surprised that he didn't use it because he slipped over. So just to be sure, he should have said, look, I think it's a behind, but let's just have a little quick check of this one.
Or the field umpire who has got the chance to...
The field umpire wouldn't have seen.
But he would have seen Roden slip over. He could have called for the review.
But he was behind, obviously, Ollie Dempsey.
But again, it is an example of an umpire, and I'm sure we'll talk about the Nick Watson one as well, an umpire taking initiative and being strong on a call, which we do ask them to do. Now, both of them, in my opinion, were wrong, and we don't want that intervention, or in Roden Davies' case, send it up just to be sure. But
I think the confusing part of it is, Bally, is that when they can use it and when they can't use it. It's sort of like, you should be, if you got the technology, you should be able to use it all the time.
Yeah. So which is what we had, and then we didn't like the delay, and we didn't like that getting called back. So now we've made more changes on the run after round 7, and now it's essentially in the hands of the goal umpire. And so I imagine the league will be sitting there thinking, damn, like what else can we do? The goal umpire's made an error.
Made a mistake.
He should have called for it.
Move on.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. Grant is in Hobart. Hello, Grant.
Good afternoon, Corby, gentlemen. Very, very happy about last night's win. And I'd say it's the most exciting one I've seen since one of the finals back in 23. Look, whether we make the finals or not, I'm not willing to put my money on that yet. But I would ask, though, with the guys that played last night for Carlton are essentially the same guys that have been playing all year and playing pretty poorly, really. With all the people in the background and footy clubs these days, from psychologists to handholders and God knows who, what's it say about the players that suddenly we get another coach and who's actually doing a really good job, don't get me wrong, but they wouldn't a lot of those guys wouldn't get out of bed for Voss. And then all of a sudden they're actually playing well. Like I really still have questions about some of those players, but as long as we keep winning, I'm happy. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. It's a fair question. And as you can imagine, the leaders in particular have handled the media over the last few weeks have been asked that question. And it's interesting, Ram, to a person, there's been a real acknowledgement of Michael's role and they've spoken pretty glowingly about him. I listened to Paddy Cripps last night, Jacob Wiedering and other players, Jagger Smith, even the younger players as well, about what a great mentor he was and how he'd set this in place anyway. But I think that's a very fair question for supporters to ask, and for those leaders in particular. And look, it's hard to answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we often talk about, and we were speaking about it during that run of losses under Michael, how much of it's physical and how much of it's just above the shoulders. And I think we're seeing now that it's a high percentage above the shoulders, isn't it? And sometimes it unfortunately takes that sort of circuit breaker, if people are saying that, or just the weight to be released off the shoulders. Because you're right, players didn't get fitter.
No.
Players didn't grow an ability to run out a game over the last 4 to 6 weeks. Yet we're seeing it. I mean, their last quarter last night, they were terrific.
So they can say that, but they didn't do it for him.
No, they didn't. No, that's the reality. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's a very fair question.
Or they didn't do it for each other.
Yeah.
I think there's two ways to look at that as well.
You were at Essendon when Sheedy left, yeah?
Yeah.
And when Knights left? Or no? No. And you would have had coaches go in your career?
Was it the end of the shock one, Thomas, at the end of the season? Yeah, we didn't know that was coming. Yeah.
So you didn't have to then play the next week.
No.
Do you ever feel any sense of guilt as a playing group in those moments where you think, oh, damn?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and again, I heard Jacob Wiedering talking about that only this morning, saying that he did personally, he wasn't speaking for others, but he did feel a sense of guilt. So good on him for offering that. But it's and how would Michael Voss be feeling watching now? There'd be an element of pride, I think, because these are some of the players, and he has made, you mentioned off the top, largely the same crew, but a few young players in, which do create a bit of energy and a bit of spark. And
if you're Michael Voss, what are you cheering for? Are you cheering for them to go well, and then essentially you can say, "I'll put the foundations in place," and they came along, or are you cheering for the form line to continue on the same path where you can say, "Well, no one else could do any more than what I was doing with it"?
No, I think knowing Michael Voss, he'd be cheering for him to go well.
Yeah.
But what do you think reflects better on Michael? Like, does it reflect poorly on him that the team's now had a spike when he's out of there?
Well, it does, and let's not sugarcoat it. It does to an extent.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, ultimately, not because of the not even the game or the way they're playing. Okay, they might be moving the ball a little bit quicker, but to me, it's just the energy and the intent and players. But senior players have to put their hand up and own that. Like Harry Mackay's a big.
Yeah.
Now, they move him into the ruck to get him going. So perhaps that could have happened earlier. But he's playing. He's a different player, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think.
But how many times have we seen Paddy Cripps float down forward and kick a winning goal? That's never.
Yeah, it was a hell of a moment.
He's rejuvenated. He's playing back. Yeah. He's got that burst back to where he was.
I just think they're playing a little bit more free.
Free.
Without the fear of mistakes. It's let's just get on with it.
Chris from Heathfield is the next of our callers. 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas. Hello, Chris.
Hi, fellas. That gentleman really stole my thunder. What is the... It's an undefined thing that a side can play so well in 3 games, and you've discussed it really well. There's got to be a lot of mental... with any side, I think, and you discussed it, about being between the ears, motivation, desperation. The only other thing I noticed last night, you're talking about Mackay and how he's played so much better. He needs to convert those shots for goal better.
Yeah.
I'm not a Carlton supporter, I'm a Crow supporter, but so many times it just spoiled his game, because they could have stitched the game up. I don't know how many behinds he kicked. I think it was 3 behinds. But I just think he needs to work on converting, because sometimes, they're crucial. They are crucial. But it's an interesting thing about footy, how players can be motivated by different people. And I think Vossi was a champion player, and I just thought, it was sad. But then all the supporters for Carlton are rejuvenated like the team. And as you said, I think they could win the next 4. I think... I'm not sure where they're playing Giants, but I think they can win 4 in a row.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate your call. That Giants game, by the way, in Sydney.
I'll ask you this question. How many years have you been at the ABC for now?
Oh, since 2011.
How many new head of football, head of sports have you had in that time?
A handful.
Has that rejuvenated you every time somebody new has come in?
Puts you on skates a little bit.
Yeah, but that's
human nature.
But that's what we're talking about. Like if you put it into a workplace conversation, if you get a new boss, when you all of a sudden I've got to go and impress this new person. I've got to do the right thing. I've got to
clean slate. Yeah, everyone goes back to
that's right.
Just separately too, and I've banged on it a little bit too in recent times because it's been in the news. The importance of the mental skills coach, read sports psych at a club these days, I don't think couldn't be overstated. Because I think this is exactly what we're talking about. It's the same players with the same physical traits. Sometimes the difference can be, above the shoulders, as we say. So to hear that clubs don't have them full time, don't have them on game day, it surprises me because of the gains that can be made in such an even competition, above the shoulders.
1300 558 222 to Tess and Peter in just a moment. Nathan Buckley joined us last night, pre-game, of course, the Geelong assistant. Naturally, there's 2 senior jobs available, arguably 3 in the competition with the Devils, obviously, to announce their senior coach, you'd think, at some stage this calendar year. But I asked him in particular about Carlton and Essendon and whether he has much interest in the top job at either club.
I've been very deliberate with my intentions, and coming back into this role is with the intention of giving myself an opportunity to senior coach again. So I'll explore those as they come to hand. Clearly, I've made my feelings known about the Tassie Devils and how exciting I believe that project's going to be and that journey, and that remains my preference.
2 of your coaching contemporaries have expressed concern around the process, in obviously Ken Hinkley and Adam Simpson when it comes to Essendon and how closely linked James Hird is to that job and the fact that he's declared his hand already. Does that spook you at all when it comes to the Bombers job?
No, and I have my personal opinions on that, and I'll probably leave them for now, given I'm wearing a Geelong polo.
So here are the words from Nathan Buckley last night, who you think is a name in the conversation with all of these jobs, as a guy that's taken a team to a grand final, decorated player, and now, to his credit, has gone back and he's getting some more IP and continuing to hone his craft at the Cats.
He was moved on by Graham Wright, so I'd be surprised if anything's changed. Obviously, that was a while ago now, but I'd be surprised if he was in the mix for the Carlton job.
Tell you what, there's a lot of
or that he'd want it. Sorry,
there's a lot of people in our profession, obviously in the media game, supporting the Herd camp, as you would. I mean, it's an amazing football story that you think if you're just looking for a media narrative, it's like Ross Lyon going back to St Kilda, for example. If Herd came back to the Bombers, Buckley coaching, one of those other power clubs in Melbourne as a Collingwood figure that ends up coaching Essendon or Carlton would be an amazing story as well. Tess from West Hindmarsh is next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Tess.
Hi, guys. How you going? Thanks for taking my call. Firstly, I'd just like to send my deepest sympathies to the Danaher family on the passing of Neil earlier this week. But I'd just like to talk to you about the subsequent timing of Essendon's sacking of Brad Scott. That was announced less than 24 hours after Neil had passed away. And I just find that timing incredibly disrespectful to Neil and his legacy, considering his career at the Bombers. And also within that very short time frame, the AFL community was coming together. We were all united in our grief and sharing our memories of Neil. The MND community were doing the same, and everything that Neil had done for them as well. And I just think that timing was so extraordinarily bad. Even if they would have had that worked out, days or, a week earlier. So I do understand that. But I just think that even if they'd left that announcement for an extra day, it was never going to solve the Bombers' coaching problems, and I just think the Essendon board should hang their head in shame.
Well, it's my understanding that they made the decision around lunchtime. I think before they had got the news of Neil's passing, and then they wanted to hold it for as long as they possibly could, and as all football clubs do, Corb.
Yep.
A great friend of yours got the news very early on the Tuesday morning.
Yep. So that's how it panned out. The Essendon Football Club actually reached out to Neil's family and essentially said, "Hey, we're sorry. This is how it panned out. We had made the decision technically, as you said, before the news came through that Neil had passed. We did our very best to try and keep it in house, but." Essentially, I mean, if you're a football club too, it is your obligation that if you've made that call, you've got to tell Brad. Yeah. So, I mean, that you can't then make the decision and then wait for it to leak out in some other way and then Brad finds out through the media. So all of a sudden the board members know, that the media liaison knows, Brad knows, and then you've essentially got 10 people and, as you said, the nature of it, one person tells one person, all of a sudden it's it gets reported on Tuesday morning. So that's the timeline of events. But I understand what you're saying, Tess. We had the same flinching reaction on Tuesday morning, as I'm sure a lot of people did, that the two events happened so close to one another. Peter from Brisbane, the next of our callers. Hello, Peter.
Morning, Cobby. So good afternoon, fellas, Luke and Rama, Corby. Look, just a couple of things. Very happy Carlton supporter here, of course, after last night. I'm always happy to see Harry get kicks. I loved him when he gets the kicks upfield. And I'd love to hear Razor's perspective on that umpiring decision around the kick for goal. But what I'm calling about, it's interesting this week to hear Essendon, people talking about James Hird as Essendon's favourite son. And it occurred to me that who would people nominate for other clubs to be their favourite sons? Or we could even take it into the AFLW and say their favourite daughters. And being a Carlton supporter, I can think about John Nichols, Jezza, Serge, or Stephen, Sticks, Craig Bradley for Carlton. So I'm just interested to hear other people's perspectives on who a club's favourite son or favourite daughter would be. Thanks, Corby.
Thanks for that call. Appreciate that, Peter.
We've got a slate of games coming up later in the season, which might just be a few blowouts. So what I need you to do, Corb, any of these great ideas that come through, park that
Put
and
a pin on that one.
We'll use that for the Saturday Arvo.
Andrew Welsh came prepared, didn't he, to the press conference the other day. He listed 3 examples of modern-day coaches. So Justin Longmuir at Fremantle, Josh Carr at Port Adelaide and Sam Mitchell at the Hawks as former players that are now coaching the team. It's been an extraordinary week at Essendon, and this is probably our way to get into it with, Brad Scott sacked. I've never seen a story quite like it, that Scott's sacked Tuesday morning. So we wake up on Tuesday, we think Brad Scott's the coach of Essendon, and we find out he's not. Put your head on the pillow that night, and James Hird's the prohibitive favourite, having declared his hand, and it's Hird who's leading the newspapers and he's on the front page of the paper the next day. It was almost like the story that we would usually be discussing here on a Saturday as a coach is sacked on Tuesday is, was the timing right? How do we reflect on Brad Scott's tenure? It feels like that is ancient history, that it's almost like the Scott era is so far in the rearview mirror, and all of a sudden Hird's front and centre. We're talking about, is it Hird? Is he going to run as part of the process, or is it anybody else? And I can't remember a story accelerating in quite the same fashion that this one has. Rama as a club great and a premiership player at Essendon, how have you reflected on the week that's been?
Well, the first part is I thought Brad was actually doing what he was asked of the football club. He had reset it. He reset so many areas of the football club. Now, I think what gets lost in this is the results just simply weren't there, and that's essentially what Andrew Welsh and the board made the decision on. Now, whether that's right or wrong, now last year's a write-off completely. Now, this year again, I think they've got 16 or 17 on their injury list this week, so they are struggling with that. But I think from the point where they made the decision to telling Brad, well, tell him as quickly as you can, do the right thing. Now, there's going to be people that say, yes, that was the right decision, or no, it's not. Now, then the preceding 12 hours after that was quite interesting. Now, I spoke to James during the week, and he sort of said, well, it was either I sit there and just sit on the fence, or I come out and actually say what I truly feel. And he goes, well, I just didn't want to lie. So he came to Footy Classified or whatever show he was on the Tuesday night, and he spoke from the heart.
I thought he spoke.
I thought he spoke incredibly well.
So did I. To be honest, it's the most I've heard him take accountability and responsibility for what happened, where he put his hand up, and it would have been awesome to be able to hear that from him in 2015. I actually think it would have done a lot for him had he done that back then. And then everything that he said about, hey, I want to win the job. I don't expect it just to be handed to me. I'm willing to put myself in the process.
Absolutely.
Well, he went in the process last time. And the board picked Brad Scott. So the part I loved, and Dean Solomon in his press conference yesterday made the point, he goes, I'm just wrapped that Hurdy's in a place where he can put his hand up for the job. I said to Hurdy, I said, mate, it actually sounded like when you were a captain, the passion that you spoke with. And I said, I haven't heard that for a long time. Now, whether the board make the decision if he's the right person or not, I think to get him back to the club in a capacity is really important in this whole situation.
So we're at the point now in the process where it feels like, are Essendon going to be able to run a legitimate process as long as Hurd's in the running? And the reason for that is obviously there's such this groundswell of support seemingly behind him. There's a noisy fan base that are pro-Hurd. You've got a marketplace where there's all these decorated coaches, and even if we leave behind the supplement saga, and we don't include that for the sake of the conversation, as a 10-year sample size, there's an enormous gap in his resume, where essentially he's had a 10-week run in the AFL system as an assistant to Mark McVeigh when he was the caretaker, and then he's been at Port Melbourne in recent years. How do Essendon handle this from here? Do they need to answer the James Hird question before that they run a process and move on to step number 2?
Well, I mean, that was my first reaction too, and I text you, Corb, just if you're an assistant, aspiring coach, you know, whether you mentioned the John Longmire and Simpson, these types, or an aspiring coach, you would have to seriously, look at it. Do I bother going through this process and spending the time and effort and energy and reputational risk to an extent to go through the process with so much support and groundswell? That was my initial reaction at the time.
Because it's either perceived as a boat race and Hurd gets it, or you get it, but then you're pushing against this fan base.
Is still there.
How are you possibly ever going to be able to succeed in that environment?
The club have got a strategy.
So they say.
Well, they say, The boards tick that off.
So they told me 6 weeks ago Brad Scott was going to be the next premiership coach.
But if you're giving James Hird the job, you're asking him, are you all in on this strategy? We've ticked it off. Everybody signed off on it.
But James Hird's said publicly that he thinks that they're capable of more, even now.
What's the answer then? It's like, well, do we just scrap up that piece of paper with the strategy on it and start again?
If John Longmire, I think the strategy's right. I think the capable more part is the reason why Brad ends up not keeping the job, because you still have to show some improvement, and that should mean winning a few games that you should win. Injuries notwithstanding injuries, that's really the thing. What was it, one win in 25? But just the lack of improvement, which Andrew said, didn't he, at the press conference, around team defence, around certain other KPIs. And that's, so I think that's what James is probably talking about. I'm not talking about, we should be playing, we're a top 6 team this year, but I know we can be better than what we're showing. So I don't think there's any question around the strategy. I think that's still pretty solid.
So how does a coaching panel make the assessment that Hurd's the best candidate for the job if all of a sudden, everything we've been taught about football and assistant coaches, and there'll be a bunch of players retire from the game this year, and there'll be people in football tell them, well, mate, if you want to be a senior coach, you've got to go and do your development coaching, then you've got to work through the ranks and become an assistant and do this and do that. And essentially we're going to say to a guy that's barely been there for 10 years, you can lead an AFL team and be a senior coach. How do Essendon explain that when there's John Longmire out there, there's Ken Hinkley, there's Adam Simpson, there's Simon Goodwin, and they're essentially going to say no to that and yes to the guy that's been at Port Melbourne for a couple of years? Well, they have to
be crystal clear on the criteria around. It can't be subjective. There's always going to be an element of feel and subjectivity around the criteria around selecting the coach, but it's got to be, when they drill down, if he goes through the process, when they drill down, they have to be asking those questions, Corby. Okay, you haven't been in the system for the last. We know how much the game changes from season to season. So that's where go into the process. I think the subjective part around love of the club and all that sort of stuff, that's clearly that's a given, and that has him that's an advantage for him over others that potentially haven't been connected or involved with the club. But then the part which is real, the part around how are you going to stay ahead of the game? You hear Sam Mitchell talking about staying ahead of the modern game.
But even if you get him to a process, then the other candidates aren't high profile people or the next best in class, because they're essentially, two of them have already said publicly, I don't want any part of it.
But are they? So why are we saying? I completely respect the CVs of the guys you're talking about, but why are they so far ahead of the next Craig McRae or Adam Kingsley?
Corey Enright's there.
So you think all those? You just said a minute ago you don't think those guys will participate in a process with Hurts.
Which ones? The younger ones?
Any of them? Yeah,
that was my initial reaction. That was my initial reaction.
See,
that might not be the case.
No, I find that hard to believe.
So you think you'll get them to the table to be interviewed?
Yeah.
Yeah. I doubt. I feel like they're going to need to solve the Herd problem first. I mean,
this is the thing. If you look at it, I thought Brad was going to be a long-term coach at Essendon. They've gone Matty Knights, James Hurd, Bomber Thompson, James Hurd, John Worsfold, Ben Rutten, Brad Scott.
Yep.
That's 7 coaches on Simon Goodwin was in there for a few games as well, I think.
Matthew Egan.
Yeah. So that's 7 coaches since Sheeds finished up in 2007. Like whatever they do, Essendon, whatever they do, this next coach has to be there for a minimum 5 to 7 years, a minimum.
Do you think Essendon needs James Hurd?
Look, I would love to see James Hurd back. I think Dean Solomon summed it up perfectly, that he's in a position now that he's healthy enough to put his hand up to be available within a football club. Now, not a lot of people would understand. He was in a very, very low place, James. Very, very low place. So I'm rapt that he's at that point as well.
Yep. Would you vote for him?
On a panel?
Yeah. Do you think he's the best coach out there that Essendon can get?
Well, I would need to, like Bawley, when Bawley's had that experience, I would need to sit and listen and go, well, it's from a buyer's point of view, of course. He's a friend of mine. He's a premiership. But from a professional point of view, and this is anybody, you've got to sit there and actually listen and go, do I truly believe that person is the best person for the job?
What about the other side of it? I mean, it's not that long ago you were a player agent representing assistant coaches. Would you tell them, hey, this is a safe process to go and enter and it's not a boat race, it's not predetermined?
Look, you would speak to the club first, but I would be saying, if there's an opportunity to coach at the Essendon Football Club, the Carlton Football Club, the Collingwood Football Club recently, their jobs, they're the biggest clubs in Australia. They're not there that often. Now, Essendon has been there and Carlton has been there quite often of recent times, but if you get it right there, geez, away you go.
I mean, the spectre of Hurd is if you do get it and essentially Hurd doesn't, then what's that going to do to the fan base? Are you going to be pushing against all this momentum immediately from day one? Is that going to be too much to try and keep out?
What level of candidate would satisfy the Hurd supporters, if we want to call them that? Well, so I mean, James Kelly, just to throw a name out there. Now, a contemporary of mine, I experienced a little bit my time there. I think he's going to be a terrific senior coach, whenever that is. Will be most recently at Geelong if that happens. I think he'd have to be one with his name circled. Hayden Skipworth, another one. Both of them have spent significant periods of time at the Essendon Footy Club. Would one of them satisfy the Hurd supporter group?
What do you think the percentages are for and against in the supporter base?
It's a great question.
What do you think it is?
I think the Hurd supporters are very noisy. So we say this a lot in politics, don't we, where there's a noisy side of the of politics and the other side less so. And
what is it, 50-50, 60-40? What do you think it is?
I think it's around the 50-50 mark. Maybe I'm a bit naive, but I think there's a lot of quiet people out there thinking, look, and I'm one of these, by the way, love James Hurd. Maybe I'm not quiet. I've got a platform I can talk about it, but James Hurd's the reason I barracked for Essendon. Had number 5 on my back. I love James Hurd, but I don't feel like it's the right time or the right appointment for him to come back and coach the team. So I think there's a lot of people thinking, just go and get the best guy out there. And you think if you put them up against each other and you said you could have John Longmire or you can have James Hurd, well, I think we'd probably rather John Longmire or the next best senior assistant or whoever it turns out to be. If I got the job and I was one of these coaches, saying a senior assistant or whatever, the first thing I would do I would offer a job to James Hurd publicly. I'd essentially say, hey, James missed out. I'm a big supporter of James. I think it's great that he comes in because I just think if he's on the outside and he's not part of that faction, not necessarily James, but his supporters, there'll be so much agitation that I would make that as public as you possibly could to welcome him in to try and fix the problem. And if James turns it down and decides to stay in the media, then fine. But at least you've publicly offered an olive branch as a way to move forward.
I think what needs to happen because there's such a long time left in this season, the support for Dean Solomon needs to be incredible from everyone. Now, Josh Fraser's getting that support, and look, they go and win the next 3 games. So it may be a little bit different for Essendon because they're in a different cycle of development at home, but he could be the guy as well.
Dean Solomon spoke during the week, and naturally he was asked about the full-time job and whether he would apply for it.
I won't even consider that. I won't even consider why I'm doing this job. I think it's really the wrong thing to do for me to even entertain any thoughts in around that. I've got to knuckle down. My last 48 hours has been chaos, and I actually don't have the capacity to take that type of thought on at the moment. So that's where I sit with it, and that's where I'll sit with it for the rest of the season.
Why do you say that, Dean, in terms of you not being able to give it before?
Just with the responsibility I've got right now, the workload. My heart is with these players and these staff members. If I'm thinking about something else that's about me, potentially about me, it's just the wrong thing to be doing, and I just won't entertain that.
Eric off the SMS, who's a 30-year Essendon member, says, I think there's a lot of noise in the media in all of this. Not all Essendon members and supporters want James Hird as the coach. Hopefully the process will attract a lot of applicants for the coaching position from Eric. Your calls on 1300 558 222. What do you reckon, Bombers fans? Who should coach the Dons? 1300 558 222.
I'd love that grab from Dean Solomon. He's got a job to do. It's not like it's a 2-week job. This is a 3.5 month job that he's got to do now to continue along with this strategy that you talk about, Corb, that you've seen and read.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I feel like I was more bought into the strategy than some people at Essendon. I was fully on board the strategy. All of a sudden, I woke up on Tuesday and the coach is gone. I feel like this is a huge moment for Andrew Welsh and his legacy in the history of the football club. I mean, he came onto a board under the mantra of New Essendon, and he was the vice president to David Barham, and he emerged to become the president of the football club. And under the guise of New Essendon, one of his fellow board members has become the CEO, and one of his other fellow board members is coaching the team on Sunday.
I think he knows that.
And so all of a sudden you go, that looks nothing like the new world. That looks like the old world. And then the other thing that we've heard from him publicly is that Brad Scott's going to be our next premiership coach, and 6 weeks later he can't stand by those words. Yeah. So this is a huge appointment for Andrew Welsh, and just to get this process done right. So whoever wins it and whatever they end up doing, this is enormous for him.
Yeah. No, and I think you'd like that moment back with saying, look, Brad's the next premiership coach, because obviously it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And it's a good lesson, but this is again, it's a moment in time for Essendon. It's a moment in time for Collingwood. When it was for Collingwood, they went down the path of Craig McRae. They could have had Adam Kingsley, and there's a few others in there, and it's got to be a moment in time for Carlton.
Talk to me about the process, Bally. So you sat on the panel that appointed Craig McRae. What does it look like? We talk all the time about, they've put a panel together. They're going to interview all these coaches. Take us inside what that looks
panels
like.
Get they get a good run these days. Well, I mean, I joined, in fairness, so the CEO, the footy manager, and the footy director really ran the exhaustive part of it, and they really started with every coach in Australia, on a spreadsheet. And whittled it down and funneled it down, and then I joined the process when they got it down to 5, which included Rob Harvey, who was the interim coach.
So it was 4 of you. It was you, essentially, the footy manager, the footy director, and the CEO.
Yes.
I know I'm testing you.
Yeah, you are. It's a while ago now. I mean, I was the.
But you were
I was the
outside,
the external. Yeah,
voice.
clearly had a link to the club, obviously, but was the independent, if we want to call it that. And so they interviewed the 5 candidates that they'd shortlisted, and I mean, I think I've said before, I was so impressed with all of them these days, and because we know now, and everyone asks, there wasn't a lot of X and O's in those presentations. It was really about who you are as a person, what shaped you as a person, what shaped you as a coach, your experience, and your philosophy. Both, absolutely as importantly around life.
That surprises
you're going to be working with.
I thought it would be more exercise.
Well, at that initial point, and then
why?
I think because when we think of coaching externally in the media, we think of tactics and all the rest of it. But you're right. I mean, there's so much more to a footy club than that.
Isn't that what trips up coaches a lot of the time?
Probably.
They focus so heavily in on the X's and O's.
It's a great point.
And then don't focus in on getting players to play for them.
The soft stuff.
It's unsurprising the guy they ended up with. Craig McRae, you couldn't get a better culture guy in footy.
Well, and then that's part of it too. And then so there was a second, I I guess, second interview, but second meeting for Craig in particular, and then there was a little bit more around the footy side of it then, but yeah, that's absolutely the point. Around how you're going to you're going to have 40 man age from 18 through to
why did you pick Flo?
It was very close.
What was your gut feel?
Yeah, a couple of things that I liked. He'd had experience at Collingwood, and I think, and you mentioned before, these big clubs, they are a bit of a different beast, I think. Yeah. So I did like the fact that he'd been there. So he was a development coach way back under Mick and then Bucks. And then his CV, his coaching experience, which included, teaching background, but it included, stints under all the way back to Mark Williams, right through to Alistair Clarkson, Damien Hardwick. He'd had 8 years as the kicking coach at the Melbourne Storm. So Craig Bellamy, learned a bit from that. And then Lee Matthews, of course, as well as a player. So, it was very sort of tough call at the end, but just in the end, that sort of, from my opinion, and I took the role very seriously. I actually remember when the decision had to be made, writing down pros and cons for each of the candidates. A really sort of long list, and in the end, it was a unanimous decision that Craig was the man. But hindsight, of course, has made it look okay. But I'm also not surprised at all that the others involved have gone on to good coaching careers.
Yeah. It was good no one on the board came out and said, I voted for Kingsley, by the way, so that was that was handy in the whole thing. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Bawley and Ramo. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Back to the phones. Victoria is in Ocean Grove. Hello, Victoria.
Hi, Corbs. Hi, gentlemen. I'm going to completely change the subject. Are you hearing anywhere among the clubs or the fan base about the away jerseys that teams are wearing? It seems to me they've got so far away from traditional colours and designs. I don't know who I'm watching anymore some games. I love the Indigenous round jerseys because they have a really clear purpose and they're quite amazing. But, I think Hawthorn's got 2 or 3 away jerseys running at the moment. Melbourne looks like the Bulldogs. They've completely switched from their traditional blue and red. And I just look at it, I think, I don't know who I'm watching. And I wonder
it's really interesting
what the word is on that.
Well, if you look at, and this is, we take all our ideas from overseas. So if you look at the NBA and what they do with their singlets, if we look at soccer over in Europe and what they do with their strips, look, it's purely for merchandise dollar. Yeah. That's all it is. It's giving fans an option to go, well, I don't like that jumper, but I like that jumper, and that's the one that I'm going to buy this week for my son or for myself and wear it. So it's purely about options.
Oh, and I think when they stray too far from the, like, I didn't like the Hawks. I don't like that Hawks white one. And I was a Hawks supporter growing up. Yeah. The Hawks of the 80s would be, they'd be rolling their eyes at that one, I think.
What's wrong with gold and brown up against the St Kilda colours?
Yeah.
Red, white and black. I wasn't a big fan of that either. By the way, the AFL have told me every club gets 6 jumpers. Maximum. Okay. So remember, this was a thing with, I reckon, the cancer game, Ramo, which obviously you were involved in. The Bombers wanted to wear that yellow strip, and then they got told it wasn't actually, they weren't allowed.
No, they weren't allowed to wear the armband, but they were allowed to wear the strip. But then Essendon had to change the constitution.
To get it on the jumper, it was a whole thing. I remember where something that seemingly should have been an absolute slam dunk all of a sudden became a thing. So clubs now get 6 jumpers, and that includes logos in place. So Collingwood, for example, would have a black base jumper with white stripes, but different logos for home and away games. That counts as 2. So every time you even change a logo, it's a different set of jumpers. So they get 6 each. That's it for the year. That can include their Indigenous jumper, their Anzac Day jumper, whatever it turns out to be. But once your 6 options are up, you're done. Which, whether we should have 6 or we should have less than that. The other thing is, I think it's pretty straightforward. Like, let's just get 1 dark team and 1 light team as much as we possibly can. Make one team as light as possible, 1 team as dark as possible, and that'll be
it's
a
the basketball one,
point.
isn't it? Dark and light.
Yeah. Ray Chamberlain, by the way, did speak about the Nick Watson going off his line back on Thursday night, which Peter asked us earlier. This is what Razor had to say.
Corb, in terms of the shot on goal, what was the umpire's decision or adjudication was that Nick Watson went off his line of kick. Now, if that was the case, he has to call play on, although what I would say was it didn't appear to be too egregious, and if he didn't gain an advantage. He actually made any angle harder. So, felt like a bit of an overreach from what the replay showed me.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I really don't mind it because a lot of players do it, and I wish the umpire would be directly behind the kicker.
Ooh.
And this is across the whole ground.
I'm more the other way. I'm with Ray. I think it's an overreach.
No, if they're off their line, the line is your line. So whether you're 1 step off it or 5 step off it, it's play on. Now, I know in this case it was after siren and all, but if you're off your line, you're off your line. So if you're off your line, the player on the mark can go and try to smother the ball. So the umpires take too long now. Sorry, the umpires take too long now to call a player play on in between the arcs.
Lions, Dockers, who wins?
Lions, bounce
Dockers.
back.
Oh, Dockers. I'm on the Lions as well. Swans, Tigers on the way. Thanks to Craig Davis. Thanks for coming in, Ram.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Rick
Paulie.
Ram.
Catch up anytime through ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcast, 5 episodes a week.
Adventure awaits little ears with free audiobooks.
Most intriguing.
Like the 13-story Treehouse.
How do you turn this thing off?
And The Wind in the Willows.
The best stories in the world.
Find free audiobooks for little ears on the ABC Listen app.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are set to light up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
When ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Every game live and uninterrupted. Direct from England and Wales.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
It all starts Saturday, June 13 on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound.
Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal.
Oh,
Robinson kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running.
From 45 to get the party started.
It's bouncing. It's through.
Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55.
That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through.
What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang.
And snap. And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that?
What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Tommy Hafey once said there's nothing more tigerish than a wounded, bloody tiger. And despite a growing injury list, Richmond at least did break through for their second win of the campaign at a packed MCG last week. Today, they make their approach to the Sydney Cricket Ground to take on the Swans, rebounding off a rare loss, their first defeat since March. And you couldn't present a more straightforward assignment, at least on paper, here for the Swans at the SCG this afternoon. They've lost their top spot to Fremantle. We'll see if they can click back into gear and fire their way back to the top of the AFL ladder, or will Adam Uze's men ride the belief of last week's breakthrough and cause a headache for the home side in the Harbour City this afternoon. It's great you can join us, as always, here for your first dose of Saturday footy on ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg, and I call the action here alongside Daniel Garb.
Good afternoon, Spriggy. Great to be with you. It has been a horrid few days weather-wise in Sydney, but thankfully it has cleared for this clash this afternoon, which is probably not what Richmond fans want to hear. They might have welcomed a bit of a deluge just to try and even things up a little bit, and it all points to the game being on the Swans' terms. But you know, one thing that's impressed with Richmond, as poor as their win-loss record has been over the last two seasons, is that they haven't been smashed very often. It always feels as if Adam Uze's side has battled to the best of its ability, considering the youth on their list and the amount of injuries they've had over the past 12 months. I mean, there's some, 10-goal losses around the mark, but there isn't the 100-goal humiliation that some other clubs have suffered. So that's something that I guess Tigers fans will feel encouraged by today. They don't often get blown out, but it does have that feeling around it when you look at the Swans side, even with their players out and the fact that the sun's out here at the SCG today.
And yet for the Swans, despite their 9 wins so far, they would argue they are yet to have the complete performance, both individually, certain players, and as a collective as well. So we'll see if today is the day on a dry and sunny track at the SCG. I mentioned Richmond's injury woes, which are well documented. So Tom Lynch added to that injury list with the larynx injury. Jonty Fall misses after a head knock, and Tom Burton has been omitted. This afternoon, in comes Dion Prestia, so some game experience there at least, back from a calf complaint. Sam Banks returns from an injured collarbone and in fact will play his 50th game. Tyler Sonzi also plays his 50th for what it's worth, and Liam Fawcett rounds out 3 inclusions for the Tigers on this Saturday afternoon in Sydney. While for the Swans, 4 changes. The headline outs are captain Callum Mills out with a leg issue. Tom Papley is a big one, set to miss 6 weeks with a calf. Malcolm Roses rolled his ankle last week in the loss against Geelong, and Brodie Grundy is having a rest. So Hayden McLean returns. It's his 100th game as well, so a milestone for him. Peter Laddam's in the ruck for his first game since round 23 last year. Harry Cunningham, the veteran, is back in, and the Swans also have a debutant. Harry Kyle, 18 years of age, only joined the academy last year prior to the draft. The Swans matched the Giants' bid for him. He's a local lad from University of New South Wales, eastern suburbs here in Sydney, plays prominently across halfback and is on debut here for the Swans this afternoon. One place where we do have plenty of experience is our commentary lineup with, firstly, former Sydney Swan and Carlton Blue, Jason Saddington. Hello, Saddo.
Hey everyone. Garby, I love your positivity around Richmond, and they haven't been smashed too much, and they've been very competitive, their games, which you do love considering the inexperienced and no-name players, no disrespect, that they have in their team. However, I can't help but look at this game and go, it might be the opposite, and the Swans might be in for a big win here today, despite some big outs. Papley, Roses, who kicked the bag a couple of weeks ago, and I thought Grundy was going to cash in today, but he's not playing. So that's a positive one for Richmond, I guess.
And that's the thing as well. Guys like Chad Warner have been criticised for their lack of consistency. So is today the day across 4 quarters of football that guys like he can step up and really have no excuses?
Well, I think so. Because you look at it on paper and across the field, they really do have the experience in terms of their players and in all parts of the ground. So you would think that players like Warner and those that maybe have been a little bit down would be looking for that opportunity today to really put it all together.
And alongside you, Saddo, a dual All-Australian, former captain of the Giants, gearing up for another AFLW pre-season. Alicia Eva, good to see you.
Oh, it's lovely to be here, and I must say it is a beautiful afternoon here in Sydney, and the SCG looks immaculate. So the Swan supporters would be showing out in big numbers today, and I think Richmond supporters, there's always a healthy Richmond following, but they don't come to the SCG often, do they, Spriggy?
I had that thought myself. I looked it up, and in fact, yes, they've been here once in 10 years, this ground. So the Tigers are not very frequent SCG travellers. They play the Giants at the showground occasionally, but they've won just one of their past 10 here at this ground going back to 2006. So the last time they met here was round 11 2022. The Swans won that by a kick. And it doesn't seem like that long ago, 4 years ago, but on that day, Franklin, Sam Reid and Will Hayward combined for 10 goals for the Sydney Swans. Trent Cotchin had the most disposals for the Richmond Footy Club. So, and they met previously, 6 years prior to that. So it is a rare SCG outing for the Tigers here this afternoon. Of course, we will see a tribute. We've had these league-wide for the late, great Neil Danaher, of course, who passed away earlier this week, and the teams will take their positions on the Western Wing. The members' wing here at the SCG. With the opening ball up only a few moments away. You can text us as always 0437 774 774. A massive day ahead, of course. Brisbane Freo at the Gabba coming up next. The Bulldogs and the Pies at Docklands to finish off our Saturday slate. So all ahead of us here, getting underway in the bright sunshine here at the SCG.
Coaches and umpires to pay tribute to Neil Danaher, a man whose courage has inspired a nation through strength, humility and unwavering determination. Neil Danaher has shown us what it truly means to fight with hope, lead with heart and never give up. Thank you, Neil. Your legacy extends far beyond football and your impact will be felt for generations to come. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the game.
A fitting tribute for Neil Danaher, of course, felt league-wide and Australia-wide, and you can't help but feel as though the Kings' birthday clash next week will be the biggest one yet, the big freeze at the MCG.
Former coach of Adamuze, of course, I'm sure he would have been hugely moved during that moment's silence.
Break it down for us, Alicia. Is the discrepancy, the gap of games experience, the biggest concern for Adamuze this afternoon?
Should turn my microphone on. That would help. Look, it's interesting. I did the math last night. My math may not be my strongest point here, but I think today Sydney have 500 plus games more experience across the list. Would that be concerning for Adamuze? Look, Sydney are a quality side. We know, not just the game's experience, but even their young stars can break lines and can hit the scoreboard and are very, very dangerous. From a Richmond perspective, coming up against a side like Sydney today, look, they know the cards that they've been dealt. They know they've got a lot of injuries, but they've got to get some games of experience into their young guys. And what I think can sometimes happen is when you come up in a game like this, it's almost like it's a free hit, sort of, in terms of, you're coming up against a side that has been doing this for a long time. You're a young player that might be in your first year. You've played a handful of games. There's nothing really to lose in terms of coming up against your opposition. You see where you're at. You test yourself out. You go in with a mindset that's like, I'm just going to give this game my all. And if I line up next to a 200-game superstar, well, let's see where I'm really at. And I think sometimes, you mentioned earlier, Spree, Richmond haven't had they have had some big losses this year, but sometimes I think that mindset of we've got nothing to lose here, let's crack in, can actually, bring about a really positive style of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way that footy begins, isn't it? Contest and competing hard, and that's something that they've certainly done really well. I think the big part for me is the way Richmond play the game too. The Swans have been outstanding all year at punishing on turnover, especially across that wing half back part of the ground for the Swans. At Nick Blakey, Riley Bice, those types really cash in. Geelong restricted that on the Swans last week and got it done. So for me, Richmond, they need to play the game where once they get to front half, just go direct. Don't try and hit an extra kick and turn the ball over through wing half forward for them. If they can get the ball in deeper direct from the front half, I think they'll give themselves a better chance to stay in the game.
Yeah, and so Sydney are number 1 points for in the league, and they're number one points from turnover, and it's coming from across half-back. So absolutely echo what you're saying, Sato.
Toss won by Tim Taranto. The Tigers will kick to the Randwick end to start. It's the right of your ABC Listen app. As we head boundary side to Phil Pryor this afternoon. G'day, Phil.
Yeah, good afternoon, crew. It's nice and sunny here in Moore Park, 19 degrees, which is today's expected high. Clear skies all afternoon, and it is a little bit blustery, though, so if skills are inconsistent, that might have something to do with it. Plenty of spare seats around the SCG, but the crowd's still building. Game time. Let's go.
Couple of new faces, or relatively new faces on the Richmond side. Of course, a new face on debut, Harry Kyle for the Sydney Swans this afternoon as well. The 9 wins and 2 loss Sydney Swans. Richmond had the inverse of that. 2 wins and 9 losses, of course, were winners last start at Dreamtime at the G last Friday night. So it's all ahead of us here at a sunny SCG on this Saturday afternoon. Keep your text coming, by the way. Grant, thank you for your text. To Laurel in Rushworth. Paul, thank you. 0437 774 774. It is game time here at the SCG. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Daniel Garb with you.
Noah Bolter to do the ruck work for Richmond, and Peter Adams gets a goal with it for Sydney. Brodie Grundy rested. Pete Adams has been in excellent form of the VFL, deserves this chance, and he's at it for the first ball up. Bolter and Laddams. Bolter wins it clean. Warner gets a hand in, though, and slaps it forward. Off the wing came Banks in his 50th game to pick it off for the Tigers. Puts it out over the head of Rechko, who was the rising star last week. Did very well on the outer wing. Tapped it out in front of himself and guides it towards half forward. And there is Harry Kyle on debut. And his teammates get around him for a comprehensive spoil over the boundary line for a throw in at left half forward for Richmond, and Harry Kyle into the game early, the debutant.
It's always the way you want to start. Nice little settler. Just get a nice simple spoil in.
Study on the ground's always nice as well. Yep. We've seen a lot of guys be subbed in the past few years. Of course, we don't have the subs anymore. 5-man bench. Inside 50 they go here, the Tigers. Deep kick picked off. Melican, no, it's stolen away by him, and it's put through by Rechko. In fact, Jasper Olga kicks the first goal for the Tigers, so they won straight 6. Rechko was lurking. Olga got there first. 1 straight 6. Richmond, the Swans, yet to score inside the opening 60 seconds here at the SCG. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, fair call. Another 6-gamer. It wasn't Rechko, but it was Olga.
This is going to be...
It's going to be like that for the day. Don't worry about that. But wonderful. What I do like, they've won 2 clearances so far, Richmond's. They're sharp. Their energy's great as well. I mean, they got around Olga after that goal, but it was a direct entry too. I think it's the way to play against the Swans. Get deep.
You did call for it early. Don't need to overhandball. Don't need to overpossess the ball. Get it in deep. And Olga doing a good job at ground level.
They've been first to the footy a few times. Banks off the wing, won it crucially in the middle of the ground to start the game. And this is encouraging for Richmond. The first one here at the SCG, but Warner comes away with it from that ball up. Puts Sydney inside 50 for the first time. Short, tries to clear defensive 50, doesn't do it convincingly. Chad Warner's there again. Looks for Curnow. Coming out was Seth Green to meet it. And, Seth Campbell. And they wrap up the Richmond defenders inside defensive 50 and short. We'll have another ball up in attack. Laddams and Bolter wrestling away. Laddams down to Heaney. Cleary's there as well. And a good tackle by Robot, and we'll have another ball up in attack for the Swans.
Have fun calling this, boys. There's big numbers around these stoppages early.
I love those white Richmond numbers on the yellow sash as well. Adams out of the ruck, snatched it clear. His kick almost picked off at fullback. Work wide here by Sam Grill. And now Heaney recovers it now for the Swans. Shares it there with Caden Cleary. He lost it as well. Piling in Luke Traynor. Umpire says give it to me for a ball up at the Swans attacking end.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Leash. Looks like Richmond are happy to drop one off the stoppage, get a forward up into it.
Yep.
Palm down there. Traynor goes to rebound. And he goes as far as the defensive 50. Hovering for it, Jack Ross as well. He was dispossessed. Now turns tackler on Warner. And now it's a ball up again, 40 out from the Swans attacking goal.
Yeah, the forwards come up off Nick Blakey at the moment. So just the danger is if they turn it over in between the arcs, we know what Blakey can do.
Richmond with the early goal here as Vlosten tries to clear defensive 50. Doesn't do it convincingly. Picked off by Blakey. And he just centres it across centre half forward to James Jordan.
Well, smart player with Richmond having the extra number back. You don't just want to blaze away and dump it back to their spare player. It's a good use by Blakey.
Jordan not sure if he's got the distance, but he thinks there's nothing on. Might as well have a crack. He'll strike this from 55 out. Straight in front. The former Demon. Very good purchase. Straight through the centre. Lovely strike, James Jordan. And the Swans hit back. 1 straight 6 apiece. The opening few minutes here on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon at the SCG.
Richmond were actually holding up well defensively in that passage of play prior. They had a +1 drop behind the stoppage as well to kind of add an extra layer of defence back there. But when they did kick the ball out of their defensive 50, Nick Blakey was just standing there, as we'd mentioned, and just the composure to take the ball off the line, change angles so he wasn't kicking it straight back to Richmond's spare. That's just experience and a really nice finish from outside 50 by James Jordan.
It was a big kick, wasn't it? He's kicked that a good 55 metres. He is a bit of a goal kicker, Jordan, when he's not in the tagging role.
He kicked 3 goals last time they met at the MCG last year against the Tigers. There's the Swans first this afternoon. Thoughts of Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva on ABC Sport. Restart back in the middle. Up goes Bolter against Laddams. First hands to it for the Swans, McInerney. Hand pass almost picked off. Warnock-Hize's run there blocked by Bolter. And now Laddams dumped as well. The ball might just jar free. No, we'll ball it up again.
Just watching that centre bounce just then, Jaden Short Jaden Short.
Yep.
Paying very close attention. No, Ross, to Isaac Heaney there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Taranto's running with him at the moment.
Free kick going the Swans' way. It's 1 straight 6 after 5 minutes at the SCG. Getting the right sunshine here at the SCG. Goes inside 50, leading up. Heaney marks in the pocket. 40 from goal.
So I'm wondering if it is, in fact, Jack Ross, who is supposed to be running with Isaac Heaney, then gave away the free kick. Ross ended up on the mark and Taranto ended up having to run with Isaac Heaney, and he just looked outclassed in the air there, Taranto, on that occasion. Got caught on the back foot.
Isaac Heaney, in one of the only spots of the ground was actually some shadows. Paddington end in front of the Bradman stand. 23 disposals and a goal against the Cats last week. Their vice-captain also kicked the most goals last year. He crosses the 50 in front of the scoreboard. Looks a little flat. It might just carry, though. Heaney on the goal line. Was it there for a goal? Bolter was up. Couldn't touch it. Goal for Heaney. And the Swans with consecutive majors. 2 straight 12. Richmond 1 straight 6. We've played 6.5 minutes in the opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Yeah, well, if Ross is going to run with him, it's unfortunate he got stuck on the mark. However, you would think Heaney's going to keep pushing forward on whichever opponent he's got. He does have that aerial dominance on most players that go with him, which is why he's such a strong player. He's great at the contest as a midfielder, but then getting forward, his overhead marking's unbelievable. And that's what he was able to do that time. As soon as the free kick was won for the Swans, he was off. And, of course, you're going to look for him if you're a Swans player heading inside 50.
The 2 straight 12, the Swans. Richmond 1 straight 6. Heaney's on the board and now straight into the middle for this ball up. Laddams and Bolter to go at it again. Laddams gets clean purchase on it. Whistle on the play goes the way of the Tigers. Free kick to be taken by Prestia. Straight down the corridor he goes. Deep inside 50. The young Tigers will leap at it. Tom McCartan couldn't get the spoil that he would have liked. Fawcett drags it in. Squeezes out the back though. Picked up by Alga. He kicked the first of the game and now off the ground from Noah Roberts-Thompson, and it's gone through. Well, a couple of Tigers trying to make a name for themselves this afternoon. Jasper Alga and now Noah Roberts-Thompson get the Tigers on the board and make it an even game. 2 straight 12. It just fell to him and he had a bit of grit about him. Got his head over the footy, socketed it through, and Tigers have their second.
2 ground ball goals inside 50. Again, direct entry. I like it. Roberts-Thompson, famous name here at the SCG.
Yes, it is.
Obviously, no relation.
He's a cousin, apparently.
Is he a cousin? Yeah. Well, there you go. I don't think Lewis was known for kicking goals, though. No. LRT. So.
They call him NRT as well, Noah.
Yeah,
so
very good.
Yeah, good finish. Really, really good finish. Clean off the deck under immense pressure. 2 ground ball goals for the Tigers. Good start for their young kids.
And on the restart, comes down here for Prestia. He was pinged by Sheldrick, got the hand pass away though. To share it by hand. Amadi lays the tackle at half wall for Sydney. Ball comes loose. Work back here to Broad for the Tigers. And announced he was planning to head back to WA next year Nathan Broad, as it does come wide here. Jordan claims the mark, but it was actually paid to Sam Banks in front of the old grandstands here at right half back for Richmond. 2 straight 12 apiece. Short kick down the line to find Sam Grill. Still just 18 years of age. He was the rising star nom in round 7, so 5 weeks ago. Booming entry towards half forward. Lafau in the pack with Melican. Comes down here now again for Seth Campbell. Hand pass back inboard with Liam Fawcett. Back to the wing here again, Sam Grill. Work back to Nathan Broad, the veteran defender. Sends it inside 50 here for the Tigers. Blakey shields his eyes from the sun and takes the intercept grab.
Now the Swans will look to go. Richmond has set the ground out well defensively though, so Blakey has to go short laterally to Melican in front of his own defensive goal square. Wider to Wicks in the right back pocket. Up to the wing as a man free.
Swans have got an outnumber ahead of the ball here.
Now there in young Hanley, who's back in the team today.
Richmond have done well to slow the Swans up here across half back.
So Hanley goes shorter to Wicks. Now he decides to go long, up to half forward. Curnow the target. Bolter came over the top. Heaney was there roving though. Put it out in front of Hanley, who has a shot from right half forward. It's through for a behind. So Richmond trying to get back in numbers, but the Swans did well there to manufacture a shot. 2-1-13 they are. Richmond 2 straight 12.
Broad wastes no time on the kick out. It bounces for Taranto. The acting captain. Back here again, Sam Grill. His kick will go out of bounds on the full. Nicola Lafau in the contest with Melican. Gives a little shove on him, but it will be a Sydney ball as it was last. Well, I don't know, it was on the full anyway, so it's the old rule. Doesn't matter. It's with Melican at interchange gates. Members side of the SCG. 2-1-13 the Swans. The Tigers are 2 straight 12. Melican's kick towards half forward. And coming across, Bolter with the spoil. Out of bounds for a throw in.
Richmond 30 disposals to Sydney 17 to start the game. So
a lot of handballs in there, Richmond. They winning the ball at ground level. They got to feed back. Swans' pressure's been pretty good coming at them, but they're finding a way to get through.
Swans by a point. 11 minutes gone in the first term here at the SCG as Heaney spikes it forward. Here's Prestia, has some support in the form of Banks. Back to Broad, the veteran in the right back pocket. Uses all of his experience to get rid of the tackler. His kick is right up on the boundary though. Coming up to meet it was Seth Campbell. Got hands on the footy. We'll have a ball up left half forward for Sydney.
It's a good result.
Well, they have started defensively strong, Richmond, haven't they? Yeah. The Swans have had to slow play a bit and kick down the line.
Andrew thrown, I should have said.
Swans by a point. They haven't gone to the opening term. Back in it comes. Laddam's in the ruck. Out in space here. Hand pass came back from Banks and now ping down there. It's come loose. Prestia was wrapped up by Caden Cleary. And the tackler is rewarded. In front of the members stand. At left half wall for the Swans. Kicks it toward the hot spot now. Marty had the arms up. Was he held? No, there's a hold there on the Richmond defender Broad. So Richmond a free kick at fullback. In fact, Broad hands it off to his teammate down there in Ben Miller. So it remains a Sydney 1 point lead here, 12 gone in the opening quarter.
Miller up to the wing. Laddams is there for Sydney, as is Tom McCartan. A raffle it between them. McCartan is the man who claims it. So they can work it forward again, the Swans. McCartan to Cleary, and now Blakey running off him. Chisels one inside 50. Heaney was the target. Taranto was there, though. Got it to Hopper. Now Sonzi, Lafau. Now they've turned it over. That's dangerous. Sheldrick back to Cleary. Got the hands free for the handball, but then gave it straight back to Prestia. Can the Tigers get moving again? He found Hopper and moves it out wide to Sonzi, who's taken the mark on the wing in game 50. Drafted in 2021. Struggled with injuries in regular football, Tyler Sonzi, but now he's brought up 50 and sends it up to half forward. It's picked off there, though, by Justin McInerney at left half back for Sydney.
Just wasn't the right option there. Kick to the outnumber.
They just struggle with that long ball. They've got to bring it to ground at half forward.
Like, under some pressure, gets the hand pass away. McCartan sweeps it wide, out to Melican. So they'll switch by hand. Now Melican pokes his kick along the half back. Hanley lays it off here for Sam Wicks. 99th game today for the lad from Manly Warringah. Has a bounce, gets in some space, goes inside 50, leading up McDonald. Couldn't quite get there. Ricochet's back here, though, for Jai Sarong on the bounce towards full forward. Curnow just pops it through. Well, it wasn't the cleanest build up there for the Sydney Swans, but Charlie Curnow popped it through as he was heaped into the goalpost there by his opponent. There's another player as well, Alicia Eva, who will be keen for a big day, Charlie Curnow, given his, I guess, somewhat slow start and the fact he's maybe getting accustomed to playing at the SCG as well. He kicks the Swans third here, 3-1-19. The Tigers are 2 straight 12, 14 gone in the opening turn here on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been a pretty easy goal. Richmond probably looked a little bit casual in their defensive structure then, but I tell you what, Curnow got slammed into the post as he picked up that bouncing ball, but he's put it through. But he'd be hoping to kick a few a little bit easier than that. He wouldn't want to be slammed in the post every time today.
Well, he's used to playing Richmond at a far bigger stage, of course. The opening game of the season generally for Charlie Curnow when he was a Blue. His career best is 5 against them back in 2018. He's on the board today. Sydney 3-1-19, Richmond 2 straight 12. Another free kick in the middle of the ground to the Tigers, going the way of Hopper, the former Giant, of course. He knows the city well. Long ball into attack. Coming out to meet it was Bolter. Got it down to Sonzi on the snap, who's converted at his 50th. Well, that was slick. He was right there ready and waiting. Bolter brought it to ground before anyone else could react. Sonzi got hands to it and slammed it through. Richmond 3 straight 18, only trailing by a point. Sydney 3-1-19.
It's the difference of making a contest and bringing the ball to ground. When Richmond go long, they had their last couple of entries where they've gone to just inside 50. The Swans have been able to mark the ball and send it back out, but that kick was nice and deep. Again, the contest from Bolt to bring the ball to ground. Every time they've managed to do that in that 0-30, they've managed to have the crumb, they've picked it up and they've kicked goals. So for Richmond, that's the blueprint. For the Swans, they would want to be tightening up with their ground ball defensive 50 work.
Yeah, even with an outnumber aerially than Sydney, Richmond have just been able to score at ground level.
Goal for Tyler Sonzi. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sarong, hand pass off to Warner. It's Chad Warner, spent it before he had it. Has to recover it now. Gets around Hopper, goes wide to the 50. And again, it is marked out there by Hanley. 55 from goal. Sends it to full forward now for the home side. McDonald's got some separation. There was a 2-on-2 down there. He was a loose man, Logan McDonald. And he'll kick here from the top of the goal square directly in front. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, Richmond's Sam Banks is getting some attention down here. It appears on his right arm or right shoulder. We'll keep an eye on that.
Thank you, Phil. So the Swans with the immediate reply here. Logan McDonald, 10 goals in his past 4 games for his 20th from the season so far. A few steps, steady approach. Whoa, misses! Goodness me.
My goodness.
He misses from point-blank range. Logan McDonald, that's unbelievable.
That ball, did it hit the post?
Might have shaved the post, but the goal umpire worked a long way to their right. And if nothing else, it's the same result. It's 1 point. 3-2-20 to Swans. Richmond 3 straight 18.
McDonald with a mare. 10 metres out, if that. Straight in front. Well, that's a little bit embarrassing. 3-2-20. The Swans, 3 straight 18 Richmond. Free kick here, going the way of the Tigers for a push in the back. It's Oliver Hayes-Brown, the former Perth Wildcat.
I think they're reversing it here. I think Sheldrick was put down.
Well, the umpire's pointing every which way. Now it's going the way of the Swans. Well, all the Tigers had run forward. Went the way of McLean at the end. He gave it to Sheldrick. Some pressure came, but Sydney still have it. Inside 50, McInerney caught. Good scrapping from the Tigers. Really good tackle there by Sam Cumming, because all the Richmond players had moved forward thinking the free kick had gone to them. And Cumming, with that big tackle on McInerney, saves the situation.
Didn't hear him coming.
That umpire error pointing the wrong way really messed up Richmond, didn't it? I mean, they were way out of position when he decided to reverse.
Swans by 2. Here goes Jack Ross. Hand pass inboard here for Hopper. Shrugs the tackle of the debutant Harry Kyle. Back here for Jack Ross inside 50. Bouncing ball to full forward. Mopped up there in defence by Riley Bice. Career best disposal tally last week, Riley Bice against the Cats. Comes back to Hanley. They've got some dash here with Cunningham, the veteran. Bounce on the outer wing. And now kicks down the line. Time to kick well. Up ahead of Boston to find Lloyd. Lloyd pops it to the pocket for McDonald. He might kick this one. This is a tough angle deep at right full forward.
Well, Sydney went end to end from that D50 turnover, and it just wasn't the right kick going inside 50 from a Richmond perspective, the kicks that have been working have been those kicks that have gone deep with a bit of height to the top of the square. The talls can compete, not necessarily mark it, and then they can get numbers around that ball. But that kick that went low and flat inside the Tigers forward 50 wasn't really directed to anyone, went to grass, and Sydney went end to end.
McDonald missed from point blank range a short time ago. Here he is from the boundary line for a set shot, drop, punt. You're kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. He's nailed it. Well, he couldn't miss a worse one at his previous shot for goal, but he nails a neat drop punt from the impossible angle. And the Swans have their fourth of the afternoon, 4-2-26. Richmond 3 straight 18. We've played 19 minutes in the opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
It was brilliant. He was always going to kick it, wasn't he?
Drop punt too.
I mean, it was. I think you called it a mare, the one he missed only a few minutes earlier from dead in front. A lovely set shot, that one from the pocket. But you were right, Alicia. That's the way the Swans want to play. They want to get that turnover from that back half of the field and just race back through the opposition. And they had an easy run all the way up the field to get that ball inside 50. So Richmond, they do have to be mindful on those entries because that's what the Swans want.
He shook his head after that, Logan McDonald, saying, how on earth did I manage that? The sitter miss and then the tight one from the angle, you convert. Richmond win it out of the centre, but is marked by Harry Cunningham at half-back. Finds McInerney just 10 metres further forward. Swans by 8 points now. 20 minutes gone in this first term. McInerney goes short to Cunningham. They move it out wide as the Tigers sit off them again and try and close up the ground. So Wicks takes his time at right half-back. Decides to play on and have a bounce. Up to the wing. And now kick just inside 50. McLean and his 100th will leap at it. Couldn't take the mark. Lloyd is there. They've turned it over. Here's Hopper under pressure. He gives it back to Sydney. Melican with a short ball. McDonald will leap at it. Vlosten was able to spoil him. The handball missed its mark from Richmond. They're under pressure now. Grill had his kick smothered by Rowbottom superbly. And they'll fall on the footy here inside 50 for Sydney. Heaney eventually wraps up Rechko and will have a ball up. Swans by 8 points.
They're holding their own in the contest, Richmond. It's when they get the uncontested ball, they're just coughing up some handballs. They're just creating some unforced errors by hand. Just turning the ball over.
Off to Blakey. Neat little left foot ball inside 50. Curnow runs back with the flight. It was a well-weighted pass from Nick Blakey to find Curnow at left full forward.
I think further that too, Alicia, is I think the Swans have lifted their pressure.
They have.
Richmond early in the quarter, probably the first 10 minutes, were able to handball their way out of trouble. Since then, I think the Swans have been able to put pressure on that footy much, much better, and they've caused the turnovers more in that back half for Richmond.
On the boundary line here, Charlie Curnow will snap for his second goal. It's through. Charlie's got too early. The Swans are out to a 14-point break, 5-2-32. The Tigers are with 3 straight 18. We've played 22 minutes of the opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
You just get that sense at the moment, Sato, or I do anyway, where it's somewhat of an even contest in that initial layer where the ball is, that live ball contest. Richmond are showing up in good numbers there. They're cracking in. They've kicked a few goals out of that. But as soon as that ball kind of breaks that inner bubble and gets out into space, it just looks like Sydney have got more class on the outside and got more method. And Richmond don't seem to be able to defend it all that well once the ball breaks out into the open. That defensive system seems to be breaking down a little bit.
I think that's what happens when you look at the game experience, which you mentioned pre-game, is you're able to consistently play the high level of game that you need to play more often. Richmond just a bit up and down with it.
Charlie Curnow with 2 in the first term. Swans now out to a 14-point lead, and Blakey's been really busy. And here he goes again, the Lizard. Caught, though, holding the ball. Well done by Jack Ross to track that run, lay the tackle, and win the free kick. And now they can go inside 50. Lafau's the target. Melican gets the punch on it. And Sonzi gathered the football, and he was wrapped up. So we'll have a ball up in attack. But Blakey, with 5 disposals, having an influence. That was an important intervention from Jack Ross to stop his run.
Swans by 14. Up it goes again. Lafau beats Adams in the ruck. Loose ball jars free here. Cunningham head over it. Did well. And now it's snapped by Hopper towards the goal square. Might have through the legs. Has it? Of Will Edwards? They'll check this. Surely he got some sort of touch on that, Will Edwards.
Campbell looks like he's in trouble here. Shoulder.
So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But in the meantime, this couldn't have gone through Will Edwards' legs for a goal. He had all the time in the world to mop that up on the goal line or in the goal square.
It's missed hands.
Oh, no, it's not looking encouraging here for Will Edwards.
I think he's got a finger on it.
It's clean bowled him.
It's going straight through for a goal.
Do we get an umpire's call on this one?
They haven't made that known. This is the hopper snap. So it sort of bounced into the goal square. Will Edwards hasn't got a hand to it. That's gone. That's nutmegged him completely. What a goal this will be. They're looking at all possible angles. They're all as blurry as the last.
It doesn't help when the logo on the ground matches the colour of the ball.
That airline logo, which is red like our Sharon. So this is not looking good for Will Edwards here. This is going straight to his legs. It'll be a goal for Jacob Hopper.
As we wait for this, I mentioned Seth Campbell looked like it was his shoulder. It's actually Grill who's complaining. Got a bit of a sore shoulder down there. So.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, there is insufficient evidence to determine whether the ball was touched. Decision on scoreboards.
So that'll be a goal, I gather, for the Tigers.
What was the soft call?
Goal, I guess, the way he just mentioned it. Insufficient evidence. Umpire's call, which was... No, minor score. After all that. Okay. I love the art. I love it. That's Richmond's first blemish, 3-1-19. The Swans are 5-2-32. We've played 25 minutes of the opening term.
Fans here at the SCG just went out, got some hot chips and come back to watch play resume. As Blakey tries to pick one off in the middle of the ground. That was really dangerous. And he's turned it over. Ross out wide to Rechko. Pokes one into the pocket. And the mark is taken down there by Jasper Alger, the first goal of the game. So maybe that's a little bit complacent from Sydney, that kick from Blakey. It was a little bit ambitious looking for Heaney and invited Richmond to come at it. And now Alger will have a kick from about 50 out. Right half forward, very tight angle.
I'm stuck on hot chips, Garvey.
Jasper Alger, one of the higher draft picks in this Richmond team, getting an opportunity amid their litany of injuries. This is floating back and
it's a goal.
Just across. It's through. Jasper Alger is two. Well, it was an ugly looking effort. It floated and dipped and looked like it wouldn't make the distance. But somehow it did. Jasper Alger strikes again. 4-1-25 Richmond hanging in there in this first term. The Swans 5-2-32.
Oh, it's just got to go through, doesn't it? The first half, first 20 metres was a drop punt, then it turned into a bit of a helicopter and it just made it across the line. Richmond have been great at capitalising on the opportunities they've had. What are we at? 4 straight goals, 4-1. They've put pressure on. So the Swans defenders haven't been great, whether it's drop of the ball, whether it's on the lead, as it was on that occasion. I'm sure it's something that Dean Cox and his team will be looking at. Hey, let's tighten up defensively. I think around the ground we've got them, apart from contest, which is pretty even. But our defenders, we just need to be a bit better.
Swans by 7. Taranto, hand pass off here. It now comes to Sam Cumming. Attacks forward of halfway. Kick inside 50. And it'll go out of bounds here. Melican Spoil sees it out of bounds for a throw in at right half forward for the Tigers.
Richmond are actually plus 15 contested possessions.
Solid start for Adamuse's men for their third win of the campaign. Of course, they were victors last start against Essendon at cream time at the G. Lafau knocks it forward here by hand. It comes to McCartan. The Swans have numbers around the ball. Melican to Heaney and now Cunningham. Rebounds beyond defensive 50.
Looks for Jordan and finds him. Good mark overhead in front of Banks. Goes short to Sheldrick. Back edge of the square. Uses it by hand back to Jordan. And now Blakey. A famous forward handball game of the Swans in vogue. Blakey's kick looked for Laddams. Was chopped off though. Sonsie there at centre half back. He's been really good early for Richmond. Gave it to Taranto, another former Giant. He was wrapped up by Heaney. So ball up in the middle of the ground.
Probably it's fair to say, like you said, Leisha, Richmond are probably on top in the midfield. Certainly possession-wise well. Hoppers had the 9, Ross 6, Banks 6. They've had more ball.
Swans by 7 points. Heaney to McInerney. Driving ball into attack after they won that free kick. Well done by Trainer to gather the football. Gave it to Broad. He had to wrap up McDonald and worked it back to Jordan. His snap is through for a behind. So Swans by 8 points now.
And even then, the Swans have that scoring shot or that scoring opportunity off the back of a handball turnover by Richmond. So they're actually winning it at the source. They're just missing some of those handballs under pressure.
Zayden Short, his 200th game last week at the MCG.
I think I don't want to scare any Richmond supporters listening. Grill is out on the ground. He's fine. He just copped a stinger.
Campbell goes to the members' side. Pick up with the Swans and Robot on. Now the hand pass from Bice. Heaney in space, 50 out. Run down from behind. Just squeeze the kick away though to Charlie Curnow. Off balance. His kick only finds Broad at full-back playing goalkeeper. So the Swans keep an 8-point lead here. 28.5 minutes played here in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Broad goes back beyond defensive 50. Too deep it was for Bice. Numbers around the ball there. Taranto. And they get some dash going off half-back. Reel's kick finds Lafau on this members' side of the SCG.
Hopper with 9 disposals in this first term for Richmond. He's been really good. Lafau goes short.
An important kick because he's got to reset up forward, Lafau.
Yep, so he went to Taranto. And here now kick it long. Who's going to leap at it? Fawcett's there, but Laddams has front position.
That's where Lafau needed to be.
In for his first game of the season, Pete Laddams with Brodie Grundy rested. That's a nice defensive mark. And on his left, looks for Cleary. Ball just bounces on the half volley in front of him. Sheldrick was there supporting. Got it back to Cleary. Now to Rowbottom. He'll bomb it long into attack. Curnow the target. Takes the mark. He's kicked 2 already in this first term. And Charlie Curnow with the overhead grab will go back and strike this from just inside 50. A true 45-degree angle to the left.
Richmond had an opportunity to take a clean ground ball, just fumbled it or didn't get hands on it, and the Swans were able to go back through them. It's kind of the difference in the game a little bit, is that Swans have been able to capitalise when Richmond just haven't been clean enough with the footy.
So Charlie Curnow, as we said earlier, his career best against Richmond is 5 from round 1 2018. This is for his 3rd in the first term. It's coming back nicely, just a little bit too much. It swings back the other way. Well, Jasper Auger's kick went in every single direction at the other end. Curnow's has done the same. And Charlie has 3 in the first term. Sydney 6-3-39. Richmond 4-1-25. Swans by 14 points. Half an hour gone in the first.
Well, our commentary box is directly behind the line. Charlie Curnow just kicked that goal and it literally did bend 2 ways. That was bizarre, but a really good finish. Gosh, three goals early. He's looking ominous.
He's just capitalising, isn't he? Like, he hasn't had to do anything special, Charlie. Great mark on that one. He got the nice one across the top in the goal square to kick his first. But, I mean, that's what you've got to do as a forward. Take the chances when the players up the field bring the ball through to you. If you've got to put yourself in the right spot, and that's what he's done.
He's got half of their score so far, Charlie Curnow. Swans by 14 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Laddams wins it out of the ruck here against Bolter. He was taken high down there by Jack Ross somehow, so it's a free kick going the Sydney Swans way. Now, umpire's just made sure he knows what's going on. Ross is saying, wasn't I taken high? No, you took Laddams high.
I think they thought it was holding the ball.
They all thought it was going the other way. Warner's hand pass here off for Sheldrick. Off to Cleary. That's it down here for the debutant Harry Kyle. Picked up off half back here. The Tigers send it back the other way. Putting himself in the hole down there was Sarong for the Sydney Swans. And now at half back with Sam Wicks. Shares it by Hannah Laddams. Tries to clearly tap it over his shoulder with mixed results. Wicks tries to recover it now. That hot footy on the outer wing. Sheldrick taking down the tackle as well. Bounding after it down there for the Tigers. Prestia. He was held, so free kick Richmond.
And off they go through Prestia. Deep into attack, looking for the foul. Got a good purchase on it in front of McCartan. Then guided it down to Alga. Alga back to Taranto. He's wrapped up by McCartan. Got the hands free, though. Back to Lafau. They work it out wide, no. Now gathered by Noah Roberts-Thompson on his left. He'll centre the ball, but Jai Sarong's back there in the goal square. And he will take the mark. Swans leading by 14 points. Sarong to the left back pocket finds Chad Warner, and off he goes.
Chad Warner, a lot of questions around his impact and output of late. The West Aussie hits down the members' side of the ground. 1-on-1. Amadi in the contest. Does win it away from Miller. Paddles it to advantage here as he's chased by Vloston out of bounds for a throw-in on the members' side of the SCG. Sydney by 14 points here. 33rd minute of the first quarter, so we had a delay for the arc. A Jacob Hopper goal that wasn't. And, of course, 10 goals to boot so far. Here in sunny conditions, a dry track at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Back in it comes. Ladders in front of the ruck. Beat Bolter again to it. Hurried kick, though. Picked off by Vloston, the veteran defender who marks at halfback.
Vloston sends it out wide. It's marked by Steely Green. Uses his pace to play on quickly. His kick was over the head of Fawcett, though, through the legs of Tom McCartan. Back to Fawcett now after it was gathered by Campbell. Well, they've turned it over in attack, Richmond, and the Swans can try and rebound quickly. Time ticking down in this first quarter, but the Swans don't need too much time to hurt you in attack. Here's Jordan into the middle of the ground for Sheldrick. Quick by hands again to Warner. 52 out. Chad Warner has a shot, and it's through. We said it. We warned you. And Chad warned you about his talents. Drives it through for his first of the game. Swans by 20 points now. One little turnover in attacking 50. And Sydney can just kill you in an instant.
Yeah, again, it's just that turnover handball, and it wasn't necessarily all that pressured. It was just, and that's what pressure does sometimes. Sydney's pressure has certainly gone up this quarter, and sometimes it's perceived pressure that can cause indecision and take the wrong option, and that's exactly what happened when Richmond went inside their forward 50 then. A cough-up handball, really, to the opposition turnover, and Sydney just went end-to-end in a matter of, 15 seconds? If that.
And despite Richmond doing a lot right this quarter, they've competed really hard, and some of their ball movement's been good. It's comfortable 20 points for the Swans.
11 disposals last week. Chad Warner, I mentioned his inconsistency and questions around whether he's a big game player. There's a big time goal in the first term here. Richmond though off half back. Move it on here. Jaden Short. Hand pass wide in space. It sits up down there. Again for Tyler Sonsie, but the quarter time siren beats him. So the Swans with a game high 20-point lead at this first change. 7-3-45 plays 4-1-25. Goals in the first term to Charlie Curnow. He kicked 3 singles for the Swans with Warner, Heaney, McDonald. Should have had 2. James Jordan as well on the board. And for Richmond, Jasper Olga has 2 goals. 1 each for Noah Roberts-Thompson and 1 to Tyler Sonsie as well. The Swans by 20 points at quarter time here at a mostly sunny Sydney cricket ground. Of course, we've got Brisbane Freo coming up at the Gabba. Massive game for both sides there. Of course, the Dockers sit on top of the ladder with the Swans just behind them. A win today will see the Swans jump Freo again, albeit Freo have the right of reply in the Queensland capital this afternoon, while later on at Docklands it's the Bulldogs and the Magpies also coming your way. Across ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen, this is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Tom McCartan couldn't get the spoil that he would have liked. Fawcett drags it in. Squeezes out the back though. Picked up by Alga. He kicked the first of the game, and now off the ground from Noah Roberts-Thompson, and it's gone through.
Leading up McDonald. Didn't quite get there. Ricochets back here though for Jai Sarong on the bounce towards full forward. Curnow just pops it through. Well, it wasn't the cleanest build up there for the Sydney Swans, but Charlie Curnow popped it through.
Another free kick in the middle of the ground to the Tigers, going the way of Hopper, the former Giant, of course. He knows the city well. Long ball into attack. Coming out to meet it was Bolter. Got it down to Sonsie on the snap, who's converted at his 50th. Well, that was slick.
Hanley got some dashing with Cunningham, the veteran. Bounce on the outer wing. And now kicks down the line. Timed the kick well. Up ahead of Boston to find Lloyd. Lloyd pops it to the pocket for McDonald. He might kick this one. This is a tough angle deep at right full forward. Here he is from the boundary line for a set shot. Drop punt. You're kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. He's nailed it.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sydney by 20 points here as the first of your Saturday afternoon games on ABC Sport is officially underway. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb. We've got Phil Pryor on the boundary and our experts on ABC Sport, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
Well, how do we sum up that first quarter? Look, I think it's actually been a pretty good contest. Sydney ahead by 20 points at the moment. Look, Richmond started the game really well though, and I think they've been winning the inside game numbers, would you say, Sato? So in terms of contested possession, they're ahead by 12 in that. They're winning clearances by 7-1, so it's an even ball game there. But they're winning the ground ball gets +8, which we've spoken about. 3 of those ground ball gets importantly led to scores, to goals. So in the contest, they're up for the fight, and you'd actually argue they're kind of winning that fight at the moment. But where they're breaking down is their turnover game. So they're turning the ball over by hand, not so much by foot, but by hand. And from there, Sydney are just scoring off the back of it, and they're just getting out into space and playing a free-flowing game of footy, which is leading to shots pretty close in. We saw Charlie Curnow kicked his first, was made to work pretty hard, ended up being slammed into the post, but he kicks that from a metre out. Then there's been a few marks inside forward 50 from a Swans perspective that have just come off the back of really quick transition, and Richmond just can't defend it. So, yeah, in my summary, Richmond are up for the fight in the contest, but as soon as that ball breaks out and into space, they just cannot stop the Swans.
It's spot on, Alicia. And I think Richmond have been able to kick their goals when they've got the ball deeper. They've created a contest, the ball hits the ground, and they've had some numbers there at the footy. The Swans have been able to get them on the rebound, like we spoke. And Nick Blakey's probably been a big part of that. He's had a high number of possessions. Garby will give us those in a minute. But the Swans are able to score fairly easily when they go in. And I think that's probably the story of the day a little bit, is the experience of Richmond or inexperience. How long can they keep whacking in? How long can they keep getting their ball movement right and withstand the pressure of the Swans? The longer they can do that, the more they're in the game. But the inconsistencies do start to come in, and there are those times when perhaps they've just got the wrong option going inside 50 and the Swans go back through them and capitalise. So I wouldn't say Richmond's done a lot wrong, but the Swans are able to punish you when you do get it slightly wrong.
You would argue today, apart from a clear mark on lead option, like we saw Jasper Alger was there on the boundary, a really good look is actually just getting that ball deep to Lafau, who, to be honest, he's probably going to mark 4 out of 10 of them because he's competing against an outnumber, if that. But for him to just halve the contest and rely on the Smalls getting to the front of it, it's looking like a really dangerous scoring avenue for Richmond.
Quarter-time numbers, Garby?
Yeah, Nick Blakey, as you mentioned, Sado, 5 score involvements from his 8 touches. Tom Hanley has 5 score involvements as well, so he's having an impact in his second game of the season. Sheldrick with 8 touches for the Swans. Warner has 7 in a goal. Heaney has 6 in a goal, so the 2 superstars having an impact early on. Enjoying what Peter Laddams is doing in the first term. He's obviously got the experience advantage over Hayes Brown, but Bolter's trying his best when he goes in there, but you can see Laddams has the quality, and he's deserved this opportunity today with Grundy out. He's had 5 disposals and a couple of big marks as well. Hopper's been really good for Richmond with 9 touches, 2 score involvements. Banks, Grill and Ross all have 7 apiece, and repeating, Jasper Alger with 2 goals in that first term, Noah Roberts-Thompson with 1. So a couple of the lesser-known youngsters of Richmond getting an opportunity with some of their star recruits out injured and finding the scoreboard in that first term.
Kicked the first goal of the game, Jasper Alger as well, just to recap all that. So the Swans by 20 points here at a sunny SCG, and the second term is just seconds from getting underway here at the home side, leading by those 20 points. Laddams rises high, Warner can't grab it there. There's a tackle on Hopper. Hopper gets the kick away, so Richmond wins the first clearance of his second quarter. Missed McCartan. Let's meet the footy here again. There's numbers around the ball from the Tigers. Prestia, Edwards involved for the Swans. Warner picks up and just tumbles it off the half-back line. Vlosten intercepts, though, middle of the SCG for Richmond.
Loston goes short and finds Hopper. So his 10th disposal. There's a long ball inside 50. Fawcett flew at it. Gathered by Bolter. Edwards put pressure on, but he snapped towards goal. He was through for a behind. Just pulled to the right. Swans leading by 19 points now. Blakey to take the kick in for Sydney.
Noah Bolter, of course, defender turned ruck forward in recent times, coming to this club's injury woes. And Blakey, deep kick beyond defensive 50. Out there with 2-on-2. Hayes Brown in the pack. So too Laddams. Tracks it on the ground here. Laddams has a hand pass to the veteran Lloyd. Draws the player, hand pass forward. Warner in space, western wing of the SCG. Pulls it back into the corridor. It's marked down to McDonald. He's 48 up from goal. Goes closer to home now. It's marked by Curnow. In the right forward pocket, and Charlie Curnow will go back here for his 4th major of the afternoon.
Well, it was lovely ball movement. Great use by Warner. It was a lovely kick inside. Cross his body. Found the spare player in McDonald. And he's starting to cash in, I think, the last 15 minutes or so towards the back end of that first quarter. He started strong here. Warner, plenty of footy.
Charlie Curnow Will snap on the left from the right forward pocket. He's got 4 goals in 35 minutes of game time. Hot start for Charlie Curnow. The Swans out to a game-high lead, 25 points, 8-3-51 to Richmond 4-2-26. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
So that passage of play started with a long down the line contest on the wing. We've mentioned Richmond have been winning a lot of those at ground level so far today, but the Swans win it on that occasion, and Warner finds himself in some space. Nathan Broad, who'd come across to help in the initial aerial contest, gets stuck around the contest, and his opponent, Logan McDonald, actually spreads forward. And then he's the one that delivers the ball inside 50 to Curnow. It was a beautiful passage of play. And again, just once that ball leaves the contest from a Richmond perspective, Sydney are just all over it and are scoring off the back of it too easily.
Yeah, well, I think we saw it the first 10 minutes of the first quarter. It was a slow play Sydney had to play, and Richmond were on top in that. But once it's live ball and going fast, Swans are hard to stop.
Swans by 25 points. Charlie Curnow has 4. Early stages of the second term. They win it out of the middle through McInerney. The 1-2 with Jordan. And now to Heaney. 52 out on the run. Isaac Heaney, long ball to attack. Curnow's taken it and kicked his 5th. Is this the day Charlie lights up the SCG? He's arguably done so already. 5 goals, 3 minutes into the second term. His PB for the season is 7 in round 8 against the Bulldogs. That's looking like it's in danger, and he's just equalled his career best against Richmond 2 minutes into the second quarter.
Yeah, he's going to break that record today, I would think. The Richmond midfielders were looking at each other saying, who was picking up Isaac Heaney post that centre bounce? He was the one that delivered the ball in deep to Curnow. So they'll be looking to tighten that up. But, yeah, I think that record's going to be broken by Charlie Curnow today. Sado, what do you think?
He's tracking that away, that's for sure.
He's now up to equal 5th in the Common, by the way, so he's still 7 goals behind Jack Gunston.
You start thinking double figures now, don't you?
Well, his most in a game is 10.
31 points, the Swans lead. Early stages second term. Out of the middle goes Chad Warner. Will come back here for a Richmond free kick. Taranto was held. The acting captain gives it off here to Sam Banks in his 50th game. Spears a pass inside 50. Sydney defenders there. Melican, Feld, got it away here. It falls to Cumming, who snaps for the Tigers and rides it right the way home. Sam Cumming responds for Richmond. They get their first goal of this second term. 5-2-32, the Tigers. They trail the Swans, who are 9-3-57. We've played 4.5 minutes in this second quarter. Saturday Footy on ABC Sport with Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Well, it's another just ground ball get inside 50 for Richmond. Able to get a shot on goal. I think 4 of their 5 have come from that source. So get it in, get it on the ground, get your numbers there. You get some shots. They haven't found it difficult to score, Richmond. I mean, 5 goals early in the second. You know, you're hitting the scoreboard, aren't you? It's just, for them, it's containing the Swans. And Curnow.
Well, Ben Miller's on Curnow now.
Curnow saying, isolate me, boys.
Sam Cumming, the last one for Richmond. Margin back to 25 points. Hayes Brown won it in the middle of the ground. And now Hopper comes away with it. So Richmond inside 50 again. Fawcett's there. Pushed off it far too easily, though, by the much stronger Tom McCartan, who takes the defensive mark. In the shadows under the Bradman stand. In the left back pocket. Out to the wing. Hayes Brown is there. The former basketballer takes the mark in front of Laddam. So that'll give him a confidence boost in game number 6.
That's a really important mark for him. I thought in the first quarter he was probably being pushed under the ball a little bit too easily by Laddams.
Been a big couple of weeks for ex-basketballers in the AFL. Hayes Brown goes inside forward 50. McCartan again intercepts for the Swans. In the left back pocket. Home side by 25 points here. He throws it across the defensive goal mouth of Will Edwards. He debuted in round 7 against the Bulldogs. Goes for a run. Little bounce. Kick was wide of Warner. Comes to the wing. Heaney gets to it first. Meets the contest. Front on there with Sam Cumming. Swans might win it back. No, in fact, Taranto gets there first. Little 1-2 hand pass. Too hot coming back to Taranto. Now Jordan, the hand pass back to Chad Warner. He bounced western wing of the SCG. Now Blakey sweeps it wide by hand as well. Picked off down there again by the Tigers. So Trezise will get it back here now, and it does come down the members' side with Steely Green.
Interesting choice from Blakey. I mean, you got Curnow on fire. Just kick it into him.
Banks to Green, and now up to Bolter and a long lead. He'll not even look at other options. He'll choose to have a shot. This is going to take every single bit with his kicking power, because we hit this from 55, and worse than a 45-degree angle to the left.
He's a monster kick, though, isn't he? Was that just on the run?
He's certainly backing himself. There's Noah Bolter. For 2 in a row for Richmond to bring it back to a 19-point game. He's not going to make the distance. He's going to miss it by 5 metres. Rather ambitious, that effort from Noah Bolter. And Laddams ensures it goes through for a rush behind.
So Riley Bice, I mentioned, 34 disposals last week against the Cats, a career best for him. He does kick out. That always helps as well, getting a few of those. Off half-back they go with Wicks to the contest. Amati is down there with Trainer. Lloyd, loose man, takes the contact, hand pass back to Amati, and now Clear is dumped at a big tackle inside 50. Great work down there by Ben Miller. Ball comes loose though. Curnow back to Hanley, who'll snap and miss for the Swans. So a minor score for the home side. 9-4-58. Richmond 5-4-34. So I beg your pardon, 5-3-33. I think the scoreboard's wrong here at the SCG, midway through this second quarter.
Swans by 25 points. A short goes short. Now they look for coming at half-back, over his head. Dangerous area. Hopper came in and got hands to it. That was important. Broad's under pressure, though, at centre half-back. Now they work it out wide through Trainer, looking for Banks. One-on-one with Jordan. Jordan's running with Banks. That's a good contest. And Jordan wins out. So tough in those situations. Got it to Hanley. Now to Heaney. Another handball forward to McInerney. This is dangerous because he goes short into the pocket and finds Hayden McLean in game 100. And he'll go back and have a shot from 35 out on an angle to slot one through in his milestone game.
That's what he does well, James Jordan, doesn't he? He's great one-on-one. He does it either as a run-with roll or a tagger, and he stops his opponent winning the footy. But that was a big one there on Banks. Got the ball back, and it was easy inside 50 for McLean, just out the back.
I think he's just been told to play on the wing today, James Jordan. It just happens to be Sam Banks who's lining up on him. So a bit of freedom for the Swans tagger. But here's Hayden McLean, the beneficiary of that good work. Draws it back in his 100th. Pumps the air as he watches it sail through. He's had to fight hard for his game time this season. Starved of opportunities. Just his second game in 2026. But in game 100 for his career, Hayden McLean has a major, and he puts the Swans out to a 31-point lead.
Yeah, you just get the sense that Sydney are just starting to really break this game open now. Just winning a few more of their 1v1 contests. You mentioned James Jordan, but a really nice finish there from Hayden McLean in game 100.
Down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, James Jordan came off a little bit ginger after that contest, actually, so we'll keep an eye on it. Does appear to be okay, but certainly looks a little bit worse for wear.
Hayden McLean, one of their 4 inclusions this afternoon, as we mentioned. His 100th AFL game. And a goal to him. I think he's there sometimes.
Yeah.
They have that Amati and Curnow and that.
That's why I think he probably celebrated so hard. It's a spot that's really competitive and up for grabs. That
on the restart. Sheldrick for the Swans. Hand pass to Heaney. Flat ball inside 50. He drops the mark this time, McLean. Simple chest mark. He dropped that. Lloyd's won a full 360 of the tackle. Had after it Hanley for the Swans. Competes with Broad. Slapped forward here by Bice. Sheldrick back to Bice here. Hand pass off here to Laddams. Who'll snap from 35 out and curl around the post. The big man. Welcome, Pete Laddams. With a goal to celebrate. The Swans are out to a game-high 37-point lead. 11 minutes played, second term.
It's a lovely snap from the ruckman. I mean, he's a lefty, but he was quick to throw it on the boot. Curled around nicely. This is the worry for Richmond, though, isn't it? That the Swans just kept and get ball inside 50, weight of numbers almost, and every time it keeps going in, the more they send it in, at least, you know, the more shots on goal they're going to get, and they're just breaking this game wide open. Richmond really struggling to get ball through middle of the ground in front of centre.
And how he found himself in so much space by himself would be concerning for Adamuse too.
So the 2 key position players who'd probably be getting a game in half the teams in the AFL, Pete Laddams and Hayden McLean, get their chance today and kick back-to-back goals, both from the same area of the ground. Swans out to a 37-point lead now, and Richmond need to stop the bleeding, but Heaney is posing a massive problem. He gets another clearance. Bouncing ball to centre half forward. Here's Charlie Curnow, a full 360. He's already kicked 5. Hands us off to Warner in search of another one. Misses. to the right-hand side, through for a behind. 38 points Sydney lead by now, and it's all one-way traffic at the SCG at the minute.
Trainer. Short kick to find Sam Grill in the right back pocket. The Swans by 38 points. Grill drives it down the line. Rolls off the pack. Out after it, Jasper Olga. Cunningham beats him to it. Blakey in space up against the boundary line. Cunningham kept running back to McCartan. They'll track it all the way back into their own half back line, the Swans. So now Wicks marks inside defensive 50. They'll now choose the corridor. Chad Warner marks, holds it for a moment. Now plays on around Jacob Hopper. Middle of that centre wicket area of the SCG. Wide back to the wing for Blakey. Promising chain here again for the Swans. Blakey from 65 out towards full forward. McLean, second bite not there. Coming through, short was dispossessed. Dangerous spot here for the Richmond defenders. They've got numbers around the ball here though. Miller's kick responded by Hanley. Bounced here. Curnow waiting for it as well. And now Jack Ross's kick was smothered too. Lloyd wraps him up, ball and all. Comes loose somehow for Miller. Back to Trainer. The Tigers are away.
Still under pressure though. It's bouncing around just outside defensive 50. In the end, Fawcett takes it over the boundary line just for some sort of relief for Richmond to catch their breath. It'll be thrown in just outside attacking 50 for the Swans though.
Yeah, under the pump then. I reckon the Swans laid about 3 or 4 smothers then just to keep that ball in. It was pretty messy.
They've smelt blood.
Yeah, and they all know they can have a dine-out afternoon if they keep that pressure up. The Swans are up by 38 points. Advantage paid here. Heaney tries to spear him to the chest of Curnow. Bounces back towards Heaney. And then Miller's under pressure. Good tackle by McLean, holding the ball. So Hayden McLean will kick for his second in the space of 5 minutes in his 100th game. That was a strong tackle. And the pressure is being amped up by Sydney now, and Richmond can't go with them.
Heaney's causing some headaches around these stoppages now. He's getting a few clearances this quarter that are leading directly to scores. Richmond are going to have to tighten up on him.
It's really the pressure the Swans are putting on inside their forward 50 has been huge this last few minutes. Like we said, they've smelt blood. They're saying, well, we get a chance to cash in here. Keep put the pressure on.
He's taken in the pre-season draft of 2019, Hayden McLean. He's had to work hard for 100 games. And he's got 2 goals in his milestone game, both in the second quarter. Swans now out to a 44-point lead. And you just knew if they amped their pressure up to its maximum, there was a chance it could get ugly this afternoon. A long way to go still, but that's the way it's panning out in the second term.
Well, we will be happy with that. McDonald, a couple of goals on the board. We were talking before about that extra tall. Curnow's a lock as a key forward, but then you've got McDonald, McInerney and McLean. Kind of 2 can play.
Amati, you mean, sorry.
Sorry, Amati, not McInerney. They're fighting for that spot, aren't they? So it's really important. McLean hasn't had a run at it so far this year, or not too many runs, so he'd be pretty pumped that he's kicked 2 in this first half.
Forgot McDonald as well when I was mentioning those guys up front. There's all those big guys up there. McLean in the ruck this time, palms it down. And after it, Jack Ross, dispossessed. Comes back to Hayden McLean. Inside 50 again. Might drop there for Curnow. Miller with a spoil. Roving it. Roybottom, he can snap on the left. Roybottom, he curls it into the post for a minus score. James Roybottom. So minus score for the Swans, who kept peppering away and extending their lead, which is now 45 points.
And he had Amati free for a handball over the top. He's only got the 1 possession today, and he's probably thinking, can I get in on this action, please? Curnow's kicked 5. McDonald's struck 1 and McLean has 2. Amati quiet. That's the way it goes sometimes. Swans win it back outside, attacking 50. The kick came back into a dangerous position. Here's Hanley, left forward pocket. Takes it over the boundary line. It's another throw. And inside 50s in this quarter must be out of control in favour of the Swans. They are 11-6.
We're hearing about Joel Amati maybe commanding, 7-figure sums on the open market and all kinds of things. Key forwards, key positions are hard to come by. Bolter's hand pass picked off by Jordan. Back to Warner. Turns boundary side here. Centering ball to full forward. McLean in the pack. Was too deep for him. Forced McDonald. He can snap McDonald. And he does slam it through for his second goal. Swans with another one.
Yeah, this is starting to look a bit grim here, but if you're a Richmond supporter, but the Swans, look, they're just scoring every time they go inside 50.
13-6, 84 plays 5-3, 33. We've played 17 minutes in the second quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sorry, Spree, you should have let you do that sooner. I'm just
We'd
jumping
love to hear from you, Alex.
Look, I'm just watching the replay at the moment. Chad Warner is just off the chain this quarter too. He's not the one that kicks the goal, but he's the score assist. I think he's had the 15 disposals for the game. He's up to 7 score involvements. He's looking really damaging and just finding too much time and space with ball in hand, and he's probably the last player on the ground you want with time and space.
And I know you had the numbers at quarter time. I can't quite see them, Alicia, around contested ball, and Richmond have been stronger around the footy, but that's shifted immensely this quarter. Swans are just winning every contest, every clearance.
Well, that was a big watch today. Can Warner and Kerno, the two superstars who have been perhaps a little bit quiet this season, have their big games of the campaign? It's panning out that way, and here they go again. Heaney over the top to guess who? Chad with the don't argue. Out on the wing, and then got it free to Cunningham, who picks it up and bursts forward rather too easily. No pressure coming his way. Got it to Hanley. The ball into attack. Off hands. Who's there for Richmond? Sonzi. Got it to Campbell. And he's turned it over, though, straight to Melican. It was Steely Green, in fact, who gave it to Melican in the end with a dangerous effort. And he works it out wide to Jai Sarong. Swans by 51 points. Sarong goes short to Bice. 55 out. Richmond back in numbers now. Just trying to stem this wave of Swans attack. Bice to the top of the scare. Over the head of everyone. And taken through for a rush behind by Rechko. Kerno hit the ground. He's kicked 5 already. Now gets to his feet. Swans by 52. 18 and a half gone. Second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
But it feels like a lot. But, I mean, this time last week we saw a team kick 14 goals in one quarter. So a bit slow here, the Swans, in comparison to their crosstown rivals. Tigers go beyond offensive 50. And it's marked out there by Tom McCartan.
I think it was the same commentary box that day, and we were all in awe of that.
That was the third term, though, so still some time to go. McCartan goes back inside 50. Broad spoils, somewhat uncontested. Might fall there for McInerney. Comes through bottom as well for the Swans. Had his pocket picked by Taranto, but it does come back to McInerney, and now Cater Cleary to Amadi. Breaks one tackle. He was spun around down there by Taranto. Hand pass off to Heaney with a left foot. Snap finds Kerno. He burst out of the goal square. Now swivels around, plays on, and bangs through his sixth. Kerno's got half a dozen in a half of footy here at the SCG. And the Swans are out to a 58-point buffer. 14-7 plays 5-3. And we're yet to hit time on here in the second term.
Well, the poor old Tigers just can't get out of defensive 50. The only time it comes out is for a centre bounce after the Swans kick a goal. And Swans are winning clearance straight back in. They just need to try and find a target across half-back Richmond as they're trying to exit, just to take the pressure off for a moment. But they can't find one. Swans are getting the turnovers and just keep sending it back in. The inside 50 numbers must be through the roof. And they're just finding time and space in the front 52. You know, Heaney getting loose balls. You know, Kerno, that was a pretty easy, uncontested mark from a quick kick. It's very, very ominous. Richmond just can't get their hands on the footy and just can't get out of the back 50.
Charlie Kerno with 6 goals. We've still got 8 minutes to go in the second term. And here goes Sydney again. Heaney has a bounce in the middle of the ground. Looking for Kerno over the head of both he and Miller, who's opposed to him. Gets it to Traynor. Now short. They're struggling to clear defensive 50 in this second term, Richmond. Finally, they work it up to the wing. Lafau's the target. He takes the mark. Now they can start moving forward. It's been about 10 minutes since they've got this far up the ground. Lafau pokes it over the top for the run of short. Did well to track that and take the mark. Just forward of the wing. Swans by 58 points here at the SCG. 21 minutes gone in the second. Short will send Richmond long into attack. Lafau the target. Off fingers. Taranto's there. A chance for the soccer off the ground. Wasn't purchased by Campbell. And at the end, we'll have a boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Tigers.
Probably had a little bit more time then to actually gather the ball and have a left foot snap rather than try and kick it off the ground. But again, they look dangerous at ground level when they get it in there, Richmond. The issue is they haven't been able to get it inside 50 all that often this quarter.
Stoppage inside 50 here for the visitors. Tumbled back in. Laddams wins it down for the Swans. Follows up out of the ruck. Hurries his kick back towards the flank. Sarong, second bite, takes the grab. Off here to Jake Lloyd. Tries to get away down there of Loston. Ball comes loose. Prestia onto it now. It will be, in fact, back here for the Swans. Heaney held, plays on, comes back here for Sarong. And he marks true centre wing broadcast side. Swans by 58 points. Sarong swings it back inboard here. Strong grab. Well done down there by Liam Fawcett. Into the back of Cunningham. Goes inside 50 and finds Lafau. He juggles the mark as well and marks in the right forward pocket, no more than 20 out.
Just the turnover, the Swans bit off a bit too much. Can't recall who it was on the wing. I think it was Sarong, wasn't it? Yeah, that big, high, long kick back into the corridor. Harry Cunningham, poor guy, had to sit under it and just got absolutely crunched. Quick kick from the Tigers inside. Lafau's looked really good as a marking target.
I think his 21st game overall, Kelty Lafau. And he comes off a couple of steps with a set shot and he steers it through. The Tigers have just their second goal of this quarter to cut Sydney's lead back to 52 points. It's the Swans 14-7-91, Richmond 6-3-39. We've played 23 minutes in this second quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
It was a really nice kick inside forward 50 then by Liam Fawcett. Takes the 1v1 intercept mark in the middle of the SCG and then rolls onto his right boot and puts the ball into a spot where only Lafau could mark it. Back over his shoulder. Blakey tried his hardest to get there, but it was a really nice kick to advantage and a really nice finish by Lafau there.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. He's been a good marking target for them. He's created contests if he hasn't grabbed them. He's been pretty close to holding a couple more. That was a strong mark again. So he's got a future, that's for sure.
Yeah, game 21 for him. He's always looked good in the air from the moment he made his debut in the caper, the Kelty Lafau. Swans by 52 points. Holding the ball the way of the Tigers. They can go forward again. Campbell to Prestia. His kick is overcooked. McCartan couldn't take the mark though. Taranto put his head over it. The Swans can clear through Cunningham. It is a last touch free kick though, so it'll be coming back into attacking 50 for Richmond. Prestia will poke it short and finds Sonzi in game 50. He already has one goal to his name.
Sonzi plays on from right half forward, inside 50. Taranto the target, and he controls the mark deep in that right forward pocket.
It was a smart kick there. He didn't put air on it because he wasn't going to the top of the goal square where all of the Swans' numbers were and all the Swans' tools were. It was a nicely kind of darted in kick close to the boundary.
Their acting skipper, Tim Taranto, the former Giant, pulls it across his body here and across the face of goal. Falls for Hayes Brown. He can snap the opposite pocket. Has he kicked it? He has. Very high snap off the right boot of Hayes Brown. And Hayes Brown does indeed have the goal there for the Tigers. So 46 points is the Sydney lead, 14-7 to 7-3. The kick from Taranto was not becoming, but Ollie Hayes Brown with his first goal of his career has kicked one here for Richmond, 25 gone to the second term.
A nice one too. He said to Laddams, anything you can do down the other end, ground ball snap, I'll match you. Nice goal for your first goal in footy for a big man to grab that ball and throw it on the boot. He'd be pretty pumped with that. But I do like the entry just before too, Alicia. McCartan's the one, if you keep kicking it to him, he's had 5 or 6 intercept marks. They've got to keep going around McCartan if they can, or bring the ball to ground because he's been very, very strong for the Swans across halfback.
Adam Uze enjoyed that on the boundary line. Big smile and a clap. Swans up by 46 points. Back-to-back goals though for the Tigers, and Ollie Hayes Brown with his first in the AFL. Sydney back inside attacking 50 though. Heaney resting forward, comes out to meet it, tapped it to Sarong. Now for Curnow. Charlie for goal number 7. It's across the face and through for a behind. And he almost equalled his high for the season before half-time, Charlie Curnow. If
you're Adam Uze, you are happy with how they're kind of playing out this quarter. It could very easily have turned very, very nasty. So to have kicked the last 2, it's very, very important going into half-time.
Voice of Alicia Eva on ABC Sport. Melican for the Swans, off to Blakey. Hand pass inboard. Stuck away by McInerney, and now Warner walks around Prestia. Closes to 45. Kick was wasteful though. Back with the flight. Juggled down there by Rechko. Full back for Richmond. 27 played in this second term, so we're approaching half-time. Our home side controls things here to the tune of 46 points.
Tough customer, Paddy Rechko. His kick is dangerous, though. Jordan came back to meet it, and he's made contact with the Tiger there, who is down. That is Sonzi. He's won the free kick, and now he gets to his feet. It's a tough contest there at right half back for Richmond. Sonzi kicked one in the first quarter. And now send it up to the wing. Punched away from that contest by Melican. Into the Bill O'Reilly stand. We'll have a throw in there on the outer side. Swans leading by 46 points. On a sunny Saturday afternoon in Sydney. There's been plenty of rain over the last few days, but it has cleared for this contest, and that's allowed the Swans to put on a 46-point lead. Here's Brett Sprigg on ABC Sport.
Back in it comes. Bolter missed it. Laddams follows up. Hand pass over his shoulder. Only was there for Cumming. Got a bump in there, though, from Sheldrick. Ball away here towards half forward. Kerno marks 52 from goal. Goes whack towards a vacant square, and Heaney that was beaten to it. No free kick. So Trezise gives away the free kick on Isaac Heaney, and he'll be directly in front just about here to kick the Swans' 15th of the day. Isaac Heaney for his second. Left foot snap. Pops it through. They can do little wrong here, the Sydney Swans. Leading now by 52 points. They're 15-7-97. Richmond is 7-3-45 as we approach half-time here. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It was great work by Kerno. I reckon he knew he had Heaney one-on-one deep. He rolled quickly and got the ball into Heaney's advantage. He got a bit of a tangle with his opponent.
Oh,
it's 50-50, really. I mean, there wasn't a lot in the free kick, was there, Carby? I know you're not happy with this.
That's rough.
That is so harsh. Well, what's he paid it for? Well, they always slipped, didn't they?
Was it holding? Was it holding the man?
Caught it for a hold. James Trezise holding,
But they both slipped on the ground. It didn't seem... It looked like it was a little bit each way.
It's never advantage defender.
No, it's never. Never that way.
Poor James Trezise up against Isaac Heaney, resting up forward. And that's a tough one. Umpire, Richmond win the clearance, marked back there by Melican. Well, going to the middle of the ground again, the Swans. Here's Laddams. The handball quickly to Sheldrick. Up to half forward. McDonald the target. Well done by Broad. Came out to meet it. And now Cumming sends it out wide. The mark is taken by Campbell on the wing. And some strong defence by Broad to win that contest. Campbell to half forward. Lafau the target again. Once more, McCartan comes out. The free kick's gone the way of McCartan. He was held in that contest. Swans lead by 52 points, half an hour gone in the second.
An absolute brick wall today, McCartan, as he often is.
McCartan goes short. My foot here for Harry Kyle on debut. Number 32 on his back. Kyle goes wide here to Riley Bice. A little off-balance kick on his right boot, coming back inboard now for McInerney. He's beaten to it. Great work by Fawcett. Hunts the footy in the middle of the ground. Goes to fend off on Blakey. Back here again now. Ross finds Hopper. Hopper inside forward 50. A little too wide of the target down there. There's a couple of them. McCartan first to it now for the Swans. Taranto turns him inside out. Hand pass back and ball down for Prestia. And he was dumped over the boundary line by Lewis Melican. So stoppage inside 50 here for the Tigers at the Paddington end of the SCG. The Swans lead by 52 points. We'll tick past the half-hour mark of this second quarter.
Just tried to get a little bit too cute, the Swans, on that last passage of play, didn't they? Turn the ball over. Just keep it simple, lads.
Chance for Richmond to get another one before half-time. Laddams palms it down. Taranto came out to meet it, ran into Lafau. Tom McCartan tries to tap it in front of himself, but Prestia was there. And then Taranto is caught. Umpire lets play go on. Alga just put his head over the football and ran into some Sydney players and was caught holding the ball. Well, that was literally bull in a china shop type stuff. I don't know where he planned to go there, Jasper Alga.
He's looking for the try line.
But if you gather the football and run into James Rowbottom, the chances are you'll come off second best, which he did. Free kick Sydney inside defensive 50.
They're still hunting that ground ball, though, aren't they, Richmond? And they're winning it. They're just, that was a bit chaotic. Well called, Garby.
So, number 32 for the Swans. What names come to mind?
A1 Buchanan.
Yeah, that's a good one. Kyle goes beyond defensive 50. Half volley get there for Laddams off to Rowbottom. And he kicks out in space. Bolter chasing it towards the boundary line. It will be last the disposal Sydney. Richmond's ball. Evan Buchanan's a good one. Well, not my first thought.
Any other clues?
I'll just say Lewis Jetta. probably one that more contemporary Swans fans might appreciate. James Bell as well.
James Bell, I was going to say.
Course. Also quite recently.
Giants VFL now.
They go towards 50 here, the Tigers, and it's marked by Jasper Alga. 2 goals this afternoon so far. He's got it here at left half forward, 52 out.
We saw Noah Bolter's last set shot, which was maybe 3 metres further out than this. That dropped well short, so be interesting to see what Jasper Alga does here.
As we approach half-time, Jasper Alga opens up the angle a little bit here, connects from 50 towards that opposite pocket. Lafau scrambling for it, picked up by Laddams. They bring it away here, the Swans, beyond defensive 50. Kerno in the contest down there with Miller. Overrun there by Heaney. Tries again here, Isaac Heaney. Hand pass picked off, and it comes back now for the Tigers to Jack Ross. And now from half forward, the flying shot from Seth Campbell is across the face for a minor score. Swans 15-7-97, Richmond 7-4-46.
Well, they've certainly stemmed the bleeding to finish the quarter out, Richmond. They've knuckled down. They've had a bit more ball in the front half again.
Lakey goes short to Heaney, who will pick up possession number 21 in this first half. A couple of goals and 9 score involvements as well. He'll be eyeing off some Brownlow votes today. He'll be in the mix, you'd imagine, come September. Ball goes out. Next to the dugouts there, we'll have a throw in. Swans by 51 points as half-time nears, but Warner's been fantastic so far as well, and Kerno has 6 goals to the half. Plenty of the big names in the action for Sydney.
I say Heaney's had the 15 this quarter.
Amazing. Laddams palms it down. Gathered here by Sonzi. Into attack. Is it time for Richmond before half-time? It's a free kick going the way of the Tigers. And it will be taken by Fawcett on the siren. So Swans by 51 points, but Richmond have done well as it was getting really ugly in that quarter just to shut things down a little bit. And now they can bring it inside the half-century with Liam Fawcett's shot from, he'll probably hit this from 52, 53 metres out, tight angle to the left.
Chad Warner's just sitting down on the ground next to him. The umpire's telling him to move. That was bizarre.
Liam Fawcett, in game number 6, has kicked 8 goals already this season. That is not one of his better efforts. He was leaning back on that. It was ugly. Pulled left, swung back, but out of bounds on the full. Swans by 51 points at the half.
As Gary mentioned, Charlie Kerno has 6 goals in that opening half of footy, 2 each for Hayden McLean, Isaac Heaney and Logan McDonald. Singles to Chad Warner, James Jordan, Peter Laddams as well for the home side. Meanwhile, for Richmond, 2 goals for Jasper Alga, singles to Cumming, Roberts, Thompson, Sonzi, Lafau and Hayes Brown, his first goal in AFL footy in that second quarter as well. The Sydney Swans by 51 points at the halftime break, 15-7-97, plays 7-4-46. Our experts on ABC Sport are former Swan and Blue, Jason Saddington, and 2-time All-Australian Alicia Eva.
Well, the Swans, it was totally their quarter. They upped the ante around the footy, didn't they, around the stoppage. Isaac Heaney was unbelievable through that quarter with his clearance work. I think you mentioned he had the 15 touches for the quarter. He stepped it up. Chad Warner was heavily involved in the game, and they were able to win the ball from the middle through contest and clearance and get the ball in the front half. And felt like for the first 20 minutes of the quarter, it was all camped in the Swans' forward 50. It was only coming back to the middle of the ground after the Swans kicked a goal. Kerno, 6 goals, what a half of footy. But there are other tools. You know, McLean got on the board with a couple. McDonald's had a couple. They're just cashing in for the big part of that quarter. Richmond just couldn't find a way out. They needed to find a kick around that half back just to stem the bleeding for a little while, but couldn't do it. Luckily, they did manage through the last probably 5 to 7 minutes of the quarter to get a bit ball in their front half again. And get a couple of goals back on the board. But it was a real tough quarter for Richmond. You know, we did go into the game thinking their inexperience would be hard for them to hold out for long periods against this strong Swans team, and that's the way it eventuated through that quarter, certainly through the middle of the ground, Alicia.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment there that it could have got really, really ugly pretty quick. But we mentioned during the call that Adam Uze would have been buoyed by the fact that Richmond could find a couple of goals late in that term. And I thought, he wasn't the goal kicker, but I thought Nathan Broad had some big moments down back where he got a spoil in and was able to turn the footy over in that, I guess, the back half of that quarter. Everything in the first 15 minutes was just Swans. It was just a flood of Swans football going inside 50. And they were either kicking the goal or they were getting re-entries and scoring off the back of that. So for Richmond to show some resolve there, get some territory, get a couple of stoppages in their forward 50 became really, really important. And then we saw big 208-centimetre Oliver Hayes-Brown kick a snap and hit the scoreboard for Richmond. I mean, that was a highlight for them that quarter. But, it is a big margin. They were able to stem the bleeding somewhat, but I wouldn't say the margin is blown out because of anything to do with effort and attitude. It's been more, I guess, structure and method around some of their defensive stuff. Sydney got on top of clearance very early. They were scoring off the back of clearance. But it wasn't because Richmond kind of put the tools down. It was just they probably weren't as methodical or were working as connected as what, more experienced teams do.
There was a bit of a flip, though, wasn't it? In terms of possession around the mids. I mean, the first quarter, we spoke, Hopper had plenty of the footy for Richmond in the first quarter. We didn't see a lot of him through the second. But Heaney and Warner were the ones that were able to cash in through that quarter and found plenty of footy. And the other huge one, I mentioned Richmond couldn't get out of the defensive 50 because Tom McCartan just kept intercepting everything and marking the footy. So he's been huge down back for the Swans as well. Blakey, we didn't see a lot of that quarter. I don't think he had to do a lot of work as a running halfback, but he had a great first quarter. But really, it's just the Swans' experience and their weight of ball that just went in their front 50. They were able to keep cashing in, kick goals, and Curnow, the biggest beneficiary, 6 goals. That's a fair half of footy.
8 goals to 3 in that second term. The margin was 58 points at one stage in the Swans' favour. 51 points it is at the half-time break. Look at the Oz kick down here. There's one of these goalposts is snapped clean in half. That's unfortunate.
Lee Matthews
Why
been
why
down
wouldn't you
there.
move the goalpost, move that broken goalpost to the behind post, and then you've got it just looks like these kids are sort of playing with a bung goalpost. Anyway, it's fine. 0437 774 774. Phil in Victoria says Warner was player of the month last year. Are you saying he is not at the level he should be? Well, that's been the criticism, I suppose, as far as maybe he plays one great game every. He's still a solid performer, but one great game every, say, 3. It was some of the conversation around him of late, and especially with no Errol Goulden as well. More onus on him to be a standout player. Of course, he is so far today.
I think he's had a quieter season based on his lofty expectations. Some of his possessions haven't seemed as clean and crisp as previous seasons. We see so much of Chad on the run, kicking a goal from distance. Hasn't happened as much this year. But McInerney's taken a lot of that away from him as well. He's been an avenue towards goals, so he shed it around. But today he's having an impact. And the same with Curnow. I mean, we said it in the second term. That was a big story. Can those two really build some confidence and have a big showing? Well, Warner's been fantastic and Charlie's kicked 6, so yes.
A win from here puts the Swans back on top, albeit only as much as Freo away to Brisbane at the Gabba. So massive game, of course, for Fremantle, who have been very impressive this year, but certainly for the Brisbane Lions, who had their colours lowered spectacularly at the Sydney Showground here last weekend. So that's coming up next, Brisbane Freo at the Gabba, which we'll preview at 3/4 time here. And, of course, the Western Bulldogs and Collingwood to meet at Docklands tonight as well. Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb, Alicia Eva, Jason Saddington and Phil Pryor. The second half is not too far away here. The Swans by 51 points, and guess what? They've replaced. Oh no, they're trying to fix that goalpost, and they're not doing so with any great success. So hopefully the kids are having a good time here on the western wing of the SCG.
Why is the dad letting the kid fix it?
Yeah.
He's standing next to it.
Go on, goal umpire, do something.
Why don't you fix it? There's a 3-year-old who's trying to fix it for you.
I think it's just one of those posts. They all stack up, don't they? So you can just sort of screw the. Yeah, I don't know why he isn't fixing it.
If this isn't the gold standard halftime.
Well, it caught my eye, and now I'm thinking these kids are on the centre stage, members wing of the SCG for Auskick, and they've got a half a goal post because it's snapped in half, or they haven't quite installed it properly. So, justice for those kids, please. Swans by 51 points here. The actual footy's coming back shortly for the second half. Right now, it is time for ABC News.
ABC
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Albanese government is extending its temporary relaxation of minimum stock obligations to ensure that fuel companies can continue to deliver to areas where it's needed most. That means suppliers can hold 20% less diesel and petrol in reserves if they commit to delivering more fuel into the domestic market, particularly in regional areas. Australia's reserves have hit record levels in recent weeks, reaching 48 days of petrol. Energy Minister Chris Bowen says the extension runs until the end of September.
I've reached a judgment that it's best to provide that ongoing flexibility while we are still currently way above our minimum stock obligation holdings requirements, just to keep that flexibility for fuel companies to be able to get fuel out to regional Australia in particular, if and when necessary.
Opposition leader Angus Taylor has outlined his priorities at the Liberal Party conference today as the party looks to claw back lost support. Speaking to the party faithful in Melbourne, Mr Taylor says he wants to reduce and reverse what he called Labor's taxes, scrap net zero, cut migration and prioritise Australian citizens. His speech made several references to battle, war and fights as he sought to send a message that the Liberal Party has what it takes to defeat Labor.
Anthony Albanese has started a war on aspiration, a war on the very essence of being Australian, a war on the soul of our nation. We're going to fight like hell and win this war. We're going to fight like hell and defeat this rotten Labor government.
It remains unclear if US President Donald Trump has made any decision on a deal with Iran after a high-level national security meeting at the White House. The BBC's Sarah Smith has more from Washington, D.C.
In his latest social media post, President Trump repeated his long-standing demand that Iran must never have a nuclear weapon and that its stocks of enriched uranium must be handed over and destroyed. He also said the Strait of Hormuz must be safely reopened to international shipping and did not say whether Iran had agreed to these provisions. The president also stated that the US naval blockade in the strait will now be lifted and that ships that have been trapped there for weeks can start the process of, in his words, heading home. We do not know if he means the blockade will be lifted, even if there is not an agreement signed with Iran today.
After a week of heavy bombardments, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his forces have advanced deeper into Lebanon. Lebanese security services say Israeli troops crossed the Litani River, but later retreated to the southern bank. Lebanon's health ministry says fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has left more than 3,200 people dead. Aline Kamakan, who owns a restaurant in Beirut, says people in the Lebanese capital feel like they're trapped between the two warring sides.
Honestly, I'm a Lebanese, so this war is not our war. It's not a war of Lebanon. It's between Israel and Iran. Hezbollah is Iranian. It's not Lebanese. We are doomed by both Israel and Hezbollah.
Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has condemned the US for naming two Brazilian criminal groups as global terrorists. Mr. da Silva says Brazil will not accept being treated like children and accused the Trump administration of foreign interference. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the groups, the First Command of the Capital and the Red Command, will now be considered foreign terrorist organizations. A court has heard a man who allegedly drove a ute at several police officers and crashed into a police station in New South Wales Central West made threats to officers shortly before the incident. Courtney Yindle reports.
67-year-old Donny Hobbs was formally refused bail in court today after he allegedly drove at multiple police officers and crashed a ute into the front of Mudgee Police Station yesterday afternoon. A ceremony was being held at the station to celebrate a detective's retirement. The court heard Mr Hobbs was spoken to by police outside the station before the incident, where he allegedly said, "I'll be back when I drive through the place." Mr Hobbs' defence lawyer argued his age made him vulnerable and he should be granted bail. The judge rejected this, saying he posed an unacceptable risk. The matter will return to court next month.
A man has been charged after shots were fired into a tobacco shop in Melbourne southwest earlier this month. Police allege the shots were fired into the business at Altona North on the evening of the 12th of May. A 32-year-old man was arrested late yesterday afternoon. And Australia's Cam Smith is tied for third in the overall leaderboard heading into the third round of the Live Golf Tournament in South Korea. Smith fired off 4 birdies in the front 9 to record a 2-under par second round. He sits 3 shots back from American Taylor Gooch, who's on the top of the table. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
A young man vanishes, and something about it doesn't sit right.
It made no sense.
I'm Rob Bergen. Join me for What Became of Jack, the new season of Unravel.
You know where my son is.
Search for the Unravel podcast on ABC Listen.
The biggest stars in the women's game
Harmanpreet Kaur launches this all the way for 6.
are set to light up your winter nights.
Down the track comes Mooney. Cover drives to the boundary.
When ABC Sport brings you the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. Every game live and uninterrupted. Direct from England and Wales.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
It all starts Saturday, June 13 on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
They went out of the middle, threw back at Ernie. The 1-2 with Jordan, and now to Heaney. 52 out on the run. Isaac Heaney, long ball to attack. Curno's taken it and kicked his 5th. Is this the day Charlie lights up the SCG?
Lloyd's on a full 360 of the tackle. Had Alfred Hanley for the Swans. Competes with Broad. Slapped forward here by Bice. Cildrick back to Bice here. Hand pass off here to Laddams. He'll snap from 35 out and curl around the post. The big man. Welcome Pete Laddams. Bolter's hand pass picked off by Jordan. Back to Warner. Turns boundary side here. Centering ball to full forward. McLean in the pack. Was too deep for him. Forced McDonald. He can snap McDonald. And he does slam it through for his second goal. Picked by Taranto. But it does come back to McInerney. And now Cater Cleary to Amadi. Breaks one tackle. It was spun around down there by Taranto. Hand pass off to Heaney with a left foot. Snap. Finds Curnow. He burst out of the goal square. Now swivels around. Plays on. And bangs through his 6th.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The sounds of the second quarter on your Saturday afternoon on ABC Sport. Sydney 15-7-97. Richmond 7-4-46. A 51-point lead to the Swans. Still half-time here at the SCG. And yes, the goalpost is still broken. The father has still failed to fix it. The 3-year-old gave it a crack to no avail. The play goes on. Jason Saddington with me in the box. Brett Sprigg and Alicia Eva, part of your commentary team from Sydney this afternoon. And Richmond have been in this position, Sado, a fair few times over the last year or so under Adam Uze. And the game has threatened to get away from them and get really, really ugly. And they've just hung in there, and people have gone away going, well done, Tigers. I mean, yeah, they might have lost by 10 goals, but it seems as if they're fighting to the best of their ability. This could get to ugly territory very quickly because the Swans can punish teams like few others in the AFL. They can rip a game away from you in 5 or so minutes. Can you see Richmond hanging in? Because there were times in that second quarter where it really started to get away from them.
Yeah, I can see them hanging in. They showed in that first quarter that they're capable of doing that. It's just the consistency of how long you can do it. I don't think anyone questions that Richmond have the ability to compete, fight the game out, make contests, scrap it out as best as they can with the inexperience that they've got. And I think they're more than capable. We did see through that second quarter that the Swans do have the ability to score heavily. But, I mean, the game shifts from that point as well. It was pretty tight still at quarter time. Well, there was only 20 points, but it felt like a pretty even game. Whereas that quarter, the Swans blew it open. So, you know, how much of that motivation the Swans have to keep going hard at it can sort of come into play too. You can, when you go in 50-odd points up, just sort of relax a little bit and sit back, and you don't drive as hard. The pressure probably isn't as strong as what it was through that second quarter. So that probably helps Richmond a little bit too. Just dig back in and fight around the contest. And then that's probably the key. That's what Richmond just need to do. Come back to winning your one-on-ones and fight hard in the contest. But in short, yes, I think they're capable of scrapping this out. From an entertainment point of view, probably like seeing the Swans keep scoring. Like we saw last week at the Giants game, 14 goals in a quarter. Can Richmond do that? I don't think so. Can Richmond win the game? I don't think so from this position. But what you're asking, Garby, I think is correct. Can they just dig back in? And the answer is yes.
Charlie Curnow has 6 goals to half-time. Heaney and Warner have been fantastic. We love watching the big stars do their best on the bigger stage, but there's something I find really fascinating when they can just turn it on against teams who can't quite go with them. And there were moments in that second term, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington, where Isaac Heaney just pushed players around as if they were, Oz kickers, really. It's quite incredible watching his class come to the fore, and he just had his way with players who just aren't up to his ilk, of which few are in the competition.
Yeah, and you should see your cream rise to the top in these games, shouldn't you? I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Heaney and Warner are the leading, I guess, possession getters, score involvement players, impact players out on the park today. You know, and I do want to go back to what I said about Richmond. I don't think it's an effort and attitude thing. I think they've actually been cracking in. But when you find yourself having goals stacked against you, you kind of lose all method and process defensively, and then you start kind of collapsing in on the ball. You start doing too much. And smart players like Heaney, Warner, Curnow, we saw McDonald, they stick to their processes and then they find themselves out in space. And what Sydney do is they use the ball so well and they find those players that are out in space, and that's why they just end up dominating. So, I guess, you'd expect the cream to rise to the top, and they certainly are in that first half.
I'm back. Thanks, Garby. Thank you. I went down to fix that goalpost down there just to make sure they were all okay. Anyway, it's a great day here, by the way. There's still a few light clouds overhead, but it's otherwise sunny conditions here at the SCG, and the home side leads by 51 points. So, I heard you discussing as well the permutations from here across the second half for Richmond, as far as giving the best account of themselves, given the situation they're in. We'll see if the Swans put the foot down, or if they maybe put the cue in the rack with a say a 50-point lead if they're up at 3/4 time.
Yeah, they just need to tighten up around the middle again. They got beaten clearance through that quarter, and the way they started the game was the right way to play. I think they were good at getting the ball deep and getting drop of the ball inside that sort of 0 to 30. And even in the second quarter, the times they did go in there, they were still able to score Richmond. They just need to dig back in through the middle part of the ground and try and get a bit more ball back in their front half. They just didn't have that opportunity through the first 20 minutes of that second quarter.
As it stands, the Swans on top of the AFL ladder on percentage. We'll see if Fremantle can take back top spot, assuming the Swans will see it out from here. And, of course, the Dockers away to the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba in your twilight game coming up next. The Swans by 51 points here at the SCG. Charlie Curnow has kicked 6 goals.
Can he get
far.
10? Can he get double figures?
If he kicks 6 more, he levels up with Jack Gunston to be co-leader of the Commons. So we'll see if he does that. Second half underway on ABC Sport. Here is Daniel Gard.
Laddams and Bolter to jump at it. Laddams with 15 disposals, now 16. At the start of this third term, wins the clearance cleanly. Bouncing ball gathered by Cleary. High ball into attack, fell into the lap of Curnow. Tried to dart around Miller, got the handball free. Lloyd couldn't pick it up. Rowbottom couldn't either. Amadi got it to Lloyd in the end and went through a number of hands and threw for a behind. So Swans out to a 52-point lead. But Laddams having a big impact as well. 16 touches. Many people watching this thinking he's probably too good to be a number 2 ruck. Maybe there'll be some inquiries as to his services at the end of the season.
The kick out was spilled down there by Steely Green. They try and work it away here. Vlosten just dumps it out towards half-back, coming, turns around Blakey. Down the corridor they go again. Another tumbling ball coming on after it again. Umpire spotted something on play here. It will come back Richmond's way.
Warner, late hit.
So Cumming lays off the hand pass here to Jaden Short. He's doing it the game last week. Inside 50 he goes. As it's palmed down there by Harry Cole. Lost his pants in the process. The debutant gets up now and he's tackled on the paint of 50 at Richmond's attacking end.
We should apologise to Laddams. Didn't mention him at half-time. He has actually been outstanding for the first half. He's got the most clearances in the game.
Bolter to Lafau. And now a chance for Ross. Ooh, looked one way. Didn't realise he had the footy. Snapped on goal through for a behind. Swans up by 51 points. He's always had talent, Pete Laddams. He's just always had a brain fade in him as well, through a suspension or something silly.
Oh, kick out here, almost picked off again this time by the Tigers, and Algo at the Swans bringing away off half-back. Chad Warner, room to bounce. Now sends his kick to Cleary at half-forward. Lays off the hand pass. Sarong in best position. Onto it now from 40, and Jai Sarong can't quite complete the coast-to-coast effort. He misses near side. So 15-9-99 the Swans. The Tigers are 7-5-47 early stages third term.
It's not the way Richmond want the game, I don't think, this open, free-flowing. The Swans already looking dangerous, hitting the scoreboard. Not goals yet, but looking dangerous.
Miller brings it back in, and it's marked easily by McCartan. He leads Fawcett to the footy. He's won that contest pretty comprehensively so far this afternoon. Tom McCartan, as you'd expect, finds Bison to the ground, palms it off to Melican. Now looking for McLean, who's taken the mark. Hands outstretched in front of his face. And he'll have a shot from 40 out, tight angle to the right. Hayden McLean in search of his third goal of the game.
So probably one for a conversation after the game or later in the game. That Grundy comes back in. What does Laddams do? Does he stay in the team? He's playing good footy. What do you do with the tall forwards? McDonald's having a good game and Marty's not getting there. It's interesting.
Yeah. And this man as well, Hayden McLean, is doing everything he can to win a permanent spot. Game 100. Kicking at his third major and finding it. Lovely strike, Hayden McLean. Swans out to a 58-point lead. Yeah, he's putting pressure on McLean. I mean, Amadi's been good this season, but really quiet today. And I think Logan McDonald's been looking over his shoulder all season long in the knowledge that McLean is there, and Laddams too, to an extent.
I mean, it's a very good problem to have, isn't it? It's a sign of how well your program as a whole is going. When you have selection pressure. So, yeah, it's Laddams is... What's he had for the game? He's had 16. He's had 6 score involvements. So, you're right. We probably shortchanged him at half-time. We didn't discuss him enough, but he's been super today.
Well, I think he had up to 7 clearances. Most out of any player.
13 contested possessions as well.
It's a fair game of footy.
Equal game high, 58-point margin the Swans' way. There is Laddams against Bolter. Down to Henny. His toes at forward here for the Swans. Attacking side of halfway. That means that Lloyd was just getting hands to it. Hand pass off to Heaney. Taps it into space. Short there first for the Tigers. Hurries his kick back to the outer wing. Getting a nudge down there. Lafau did well on the wing. That neutral ball situation. Hurries it out towards Bolter. Off here again inside 50 they go. Olga's kick not quite finished off with the mark at full forward. Edwards does chop it off there at fullback for the Swans.
And immediately plays on looking for Lloyd. Lloyd did well. That was smart to just spoil it down to Jordan. They look for the 1-2. Weiss is there running alongside Jordan. He gathers it on his left. Looks for Amadi. Amadi's taken a nice mark. He's really quiet today. This will be his first kick to go with 3 handballs, Joel Amadi. Looks for Curnow. Well done, Nathan Broad. Chopped in front of Curnow. He's already kicked 6 for the afternoon. And that was an important intervention from the Tigers veteran who is playing his final season at Richmond. Has announced he will return home to WA next season, looking for a 1-year deal perhaps, maybe with some coaching arrangements alongside it.
An Alicia Eva style role, sort of playing and coaching and staying on as a coach.
He'll live at the football club if that's the case.
Lost and beyond defensive 50. He goes out of bounds on the full, so it will be that was a free kick for Richmond, so it's going to come downfield.
Not complaining about that, by the way, Sato. He happens to be my boss.
58 points is the Swans lead here, and it's marked on the outer side. Again here for Richmond it is with Roberts-Thompson. NRT they call him. Familiar name in Sydney. Goes inside forward 50. Lafau with the leap. Couldn't finish it off. Blakey off to Riley Bice. Works it back defensive goal side. Jordan the hand pass. Off to Harry Kyle, the debutant. Goes beyond defensive 50. Cleary got a nudge in there from short. Off hands for a throw-in. But Garvey mentioned as well that the likes of Laddams and McLean would be in a lot of sides' best 23s. It's certainly been Richmond's best 23, given the state of their list at the moment and the guys they got missing. So there's probably a left field conversation there. I know we have the mid-season drafts, but whether we talk mid-season trade or some sort of loan type arrangement in the AFL,
there's some validity around that discussion, that's for sure. Here's Laddams again, sweeping handball away from that contest, gathered by Warner. Here he goes, has a bounce, and another one. Chad with the sprint away, pokes it over the top of Curnow's head. He can run into it though, the pocket. Coming out to meet it was Trainer. Didn't gather it cleanly, so Amadi can. Looks for Warner. McLean spoiled him. Rowbottom there, looking to gather it in attack. Left behind. Sheldrick knocked it forward. Tigers will try and clear now. And Amadi with a strong tackle. Catches Trainer cold, holding the ball. Excellent pressure, Swans. And Amadi will have the kick from 35 out. Tight angle to the right.
Well, he's starting to impact the game himself now, Amadi. Getting the hands on the footy, great. That's what you want from your forwards as well. Pressure, whether you're big, small, put the pressure on the oppo. And that's the way you get yourself into a game of footy. Anyway, if you find it hard to get a touch, lift your pressure rate, get some tackles, and all of a sudden the footy starts finding you again.
Luke Trainer Just dwelled on that one. Amati pounced. He was the leading goal kicker for the Swans coming into today, Joel Amati, by 2. Curno's now gone past him. But Joel Amati is on the board finally in this one. His first of the game. Swans out to a 64-point break. And Amati with some nice reward for some tough tackling in attacking 50.
The play before it, I was just disappointed. Chad Warner, we've spoken about how he's had a great game. He's found plenty of the footy, and I think you mentioned at halftime, Garby, perhaps his ball use hasn't been great. That last play, it was great to see him run and dash and bounce the footy, which is part of his game, and that's his one word. But his kick inside 50 was really poor. He just sort of popped it to nowhere into a pocket. It's the one thing you're looking for in Chatwater's game. If you can just clean up that possession and be really damaging with the footy when he uses it, that's when his game goes to another level.
The voice of Jason Saddington on ABC Sport alongside Alicia Eva, your experts this afternoon. The Swans by a game-high 64-point lead back in the middle. One down here by Bolter. Taranto had it stolen away by Warner, though. Just got some sort of hand pass away. Hopper dispossessed. It comes to Cleary of the Swans, and now Lloyd does wrap up Hopper. Hand pass Lucy on the outer side. And now Campbell spun the tackle as well. That footy comes loose as well. Taranto gathers. Will come back here for a Sydney free kick.
They've started this half in the right way, Sydney. Their pressure has been enormous to start this third term.
Harry Kyle on debut today. Hand pass to Cunningham. Goes inside 50. Up in front, McLean. Second bite not there. Worked away by Broad. Hand pass off here to Sam Grill. Kick goes no real distance. Swans win it back. McLean over his head with a little tap, and now Amati chases it towards the behind line. It's rushed through for a minor score.
It's a little bit of the same what we saw in the second quarter. Richmond just really struggling to get out of D50 again. It's a bit of a scramble and a scrap. No clean possession. Not able to find targets.
Inside 57-3 for this quarter already. Swans by 65. Loston goes short. Hits up the chest of Tresize. Back to Bloston. Now they can work it out to the wing, Richmond. Fawcett's there, resting with McCartan. McCartan gathers it. And now goes back to Blakey. He balks the tackle. Chips one over the top to Bice. And here's Sydney go again into attack. Jordan to Sheldrick by hands. Pops one over the top. Looking for Amati. Punched away from him by Miller. Well done. Banks gathered it. Back to Miller. Needs to get hands on the footy and does. Works it to Sonzi, but the Swans' pressure comes once more. Blakey, Cleary, and now Warner with the long ball. McLean pushes his opponent off the football so easily. In the side, that was fair. It was tough. And McLean will kick for his fourth from the right forward pocket. Any issue with that, Jason Saddington, Alicia Eva?
Oh, he marked the footy. So he's entitled to shove his man out of the way. It wasn't in the back, it was in the side, and he marked it. So the kick had enough hang time on it for him to get back to the ball drop. He just happened to need to shove his man out of it to take the mark, but should finish here.
And does finish Hayden McLean, and he is getting in on the act in his 100th game. He's now got 4. It was all about Charlie Curnow at one stage. He's got 6. All of a sudden, Hayden McLean's putting a bag together as well in his 100th game. Down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, the Swans medicos have been looking at Justin McInerney down here. Fans that were sitting nearby say that it was a right ankle that they were assessing, and perhaps looking at a re-strapping. He's actually about to go back out onto the ground, but we'll keep an eye on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's good body work from McLean. He willed himself to get to the contest, and it's almost as he pushed his opponent out of the way, the ball just fell right in his chest. Doing everything he needs to do. He's having a day out, isn't he? I mean, come into the team, kick 4, you've got to grab your opportunities.
And poor old Luke Traynor was the Richmond player that was pushed out of the marking contest then, and I think he was the same key back that was chased down by Joel Amati. So he's having a tough day down there. But will be another young player that's just getting some experience.
McInerney is back out there for the Swans, by the way, and a 6-6-6 warning Richmond's way. Swans by 71 points here from the restart. First hands to it, Sheldrick. Hand pass back to Chad Warner. No, he rode the bump there of Prestia. It was there for Cleary. Off to Sheldrick. And now Laddams swoops through one tackle. Back to Cleary. Tumbling ball inside 50. Amati leads up, beaten to a Traynor.
Well done.
Intercept grab by young Luke Traynor. 30 out from defensive goal for the Tigers, who trail by 71 points. 13 minutes gone here in the third quarter.
Late first-round draft pick, Luke Traynor. They do like him a lot. A number of their big-name recruits, the kids, of course, out with injury for Richmond at the moment, but that was a nice moment for him. Here's Hopper on the wing. We'll move it up to half forward, out in front of Prestia. That's not exactly what Dion Prestia wants. The leg speed has never quite been one of his big assets, and he just struggled to track that one towards the boundary. The free kick will be taken by Blakey. Sydney by 71 points. Must be challenging at times for these Tiger veterans, Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington. Likes of Prestia and Taranto Hopper just to keep going and try and lift these youngsters.
Yeah, well, that's your role as a senior player and the experienced player. You've got to be the one that's leading the way and digging in.
Wicks the hand pass off to McCartan off half-back, and now Cunningham. One of their 4 inclusions. Wide to Melikins. Still chasing him is Sondi. Melikins' kick goes on the entry, though, inside 50. Reaching the back, McDonald. Roving it now, Hannelly. And he get to it in the pocket. Back to Cleary. Has to work for it now. Evades Traynor. Goes check side on the run. Goes Cleary. It'll land there in the goal square for Curnow. He'll be directly in front, lining up for goal number 7.
Actually wouldn't have been an easy ball to have marked. That went sky high and it was a check side kick from the boundary, but he won't get many easier shots than this, that's for sure.
This is what we saw McDonald this one from earlier, like a McDonald. Here is Charlie Curnow from the top of the square, runs in and does indeed thump it through. 7 goals for Big Charlie today to extend the Swans lead to 77 points. Midway through this third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
It's been an interesting 7 goals, hasn't it? I wouldn't say he's absolutely monstered his opponents and dominated the game of footy. He just keeps popping up in the right spots. He's had a few from in close. You know, that was 10 metres out. He just put himself in the right spot, took the mark. Pretty uncontested in the end, to be honest. I mean, it's a day out, 7 goals, but it's a funny 7 goals for me, Leisha. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, well, it makes sense to me. I know what you mean. Like I mentioned or tried to articulate early in the call, when the ball's in contest, Richmond's intensity to actually win the ball or defend is at times a bit overzealous. And then when they're not winning that contest, Sydney's forwards are getting out in far too much space. And from time to time today, Curnow's been able to do that.
Swans by 77 now, and Warner finds McDonald in the lead. So the clearance was clean. Sheldrick to Chad. And McDonald had some separation. He'll strike this from 50, pretty much straight in front. Richmond did lose to Sydney by 113 points at the SCG, round 23, 2016. They don't lose by 100 points plus much, the Tigers, but it's getting towards that territory now. Especially if McDonald can convert this, which he doesn't. It's an ugly-looking kick. Floats out to the right. So 78 points they lead by. And the Tigers need to keep fighting to ensure this doesn't get really ugly.
Jaden Short plays on from the kick out. Pops over the top here to Noah Bolter in the right back pocket. Swans by 78 points, as Daniel Garb mentioned. Bolter's kick comes in low and hard to Sam Banks. His first game since round 6 of the collarbone injury. It's his 50th game today. And now off to Sam Cumming. Booming entry towards half forward. Lafau up for it there, but Milliken spoils out of bounds at right half forward for the Tigers. Left half back for the Swans. 17 gone in the third term. The Swans I had 1125 to Richmond 7-5-47 here. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It did well to move the footy though there, Richmond. A couple of pulled kicks to uncontested marks.
Hayes Brown doing the right work with McLean. Here's Broad. They go inside 50, but it's picked off by Harry Kyle. In his first game of AFL football. His handball goes out to the boundary, gathered by Hannelly. Over the shoulder, he goes with a handball, picked off by Banks. The Tigers can go into attack now. Prestia should have taken the mark. It bounced off his chest. Well, they can't afford to waste opportunities like that. He would have taken the mark. 52 out, Dion Prestia. Perhaps spent it before he had it. We'll have a boundary throw in. at right half forward for Richmond. He trailed by 78.
That's a bit more the conversation you started before, Garby, around your senior players, experienced players. They actually need to be the ones that just get it done week in, week out, and the other players come along for the ride. You need more from Prestia, Hopper, Taranto.
Toss back in. Hayes Brown, hand pass. Finds its way to Jack Ross. He's 45 from goal. Slews the kick here for Taranto, who tumbles it towards goal, and it's run through for him on a score. So Richmond's first opportunity for a while is a behind, and it's the Swans who lead by 77.
He's battling on Dion Prestia. He's had a litany of soft tissue injuries. A lot of people thought that he would have called it quits by now, but it's good to see him still going. Blakey goes short to Tom McCartan. Up to the wing. Over the head of Trezise down there. Heaney back to Cleary. Now Bice. They get their handball game going. Sheldrick has turned it over though. Rechko with some toughness. The rising star winner from last week. Wheels away and moves it up to Lafau. That's a free kick for over the shoulder against Melican. So they'll go inside 50 here, Richmond. Can they get one back?
He's been good today, Lafau, particularly without Tom Lynch there. It's a big aerial presence. He showed up in good spots and competed really well all day.
The very reliable target is McKelty Lafau. Long ball into attack. And Tom McCartan, who's been outstanding down back, just eases Hayes Brown off that football rather too easily. And takes the mark. Here the Swans go through row bottom from half-back.
On defensive 50, sliding out Marty McDonald on the members' wing of the SCG. Sarong bursts by here. His kick partly smothered by Prestia. That's down there as well. Getting the opportunity for Jack Ross. One back here for the Swans. Sheldrick to Sarong. He was felled. Huggers get the football back. Prestia. It was a high tackle as well. Advantage paid to Richmond. Hayes Brown up and down by there. Melican. Ball comes loose. Jogular foul, pounce on the football here. Hopper inside 50, looking to the lead of Taranto. Couldn't take the one-handed grab. Slaps it out wide here for Steely Green in the pocket. He can snap across the face. As he held down there, Vlosten he is. And it will be free kick for Richmond. As Wicks arrived a little too late.
What's he doing down there?
It's an unusual place to see Nick Vlosten.
Hopefully kicking a goal for the Richmond fans.
He's kicked one this year. The most experienced in terms of games. They're third oldest behind Prestia and Broad. As far as this inexperienced Richmond side, Nick Vlosten misses near side on a snap from the pocket. So it is still Sydney by 76 points here. 125 plays 49. We've just hit the time on mark of this third quarter.
They did well that passage of play. Plenty of pressure. Turn the ball over on the Swans.
Wicks brings it back in. Long ball up to the wing. McDonald wrestling with Trainer. Gathered by Rechko. He's a tough nut. Puts his head over it again.
He's full forward, Nick Vlosten.
Moving the veterans around the Tigers. Cleary's kick is really ugly though as he emerged from that contest and went straight to Prestia. Just backwards of the wing. Centres it to Bolter at centre half back. Moves it forward. That's a nice kick to Trezise. On his left up to half forward he goes, and Noah Roberts-Thompson gathers it. Famous surname here in Sydney. Now Lafau on a lead. This is better from Richmond. A nice passage of play. Lafau goes short. Perhaps that was unnecessary. Still in Richmond's favour here in 50. Attacking 50. Taranto pulled off the football. Now the Swans can go. They decide not to take the advantage though. And Tom McCartan, who's been stellar down back.
They did so well. They did so well that passage of play, didn't they? They were able to just kick the ball around to players who had a little bit of space, and then unfortunately they just missed that kick inside the top of the 50. Give the Swans the ball back.
Ball in the hands of Tom McCartan.
Is that Lloyd walking around by himself in the middle of the SCG? I don't think Richmond have noticed.
McCartan balked around Jack Ross for good measure as well. To the outer side of Marty, got separation in the contest. Lays off a hand pass to Hanley. Still probing forward here, Bice. Hand pass back in board. Sheldrick has a shot from 48. He's got Cleary in the pocket. Too deep for him. And it tumbles through for a minor score. Off the boot of Angus Sheldrick. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yes, there was no Charlie Curnow up forward as they enter the ball there, who's come off for a rare breather, a 95% time on ground for him. He's not involved in that spine rotation that involves all the other Swans tools.
7 goals for Charlie Curnow today. Matching his feet against the Bulldogs in round 8. Richmond move it up to the wing. Lost in the target, now playing up forward. He's copped one high there, Nick Vlauston. A little bit slow to get to his feet.
This is the two occasions where the Swans are outnumbered in the middle of the SCG, and Richmond are so slow to locate off ball.
Cunningham took the mark, and now they're moving through the middle of the ground. Sweeping handball from Sheldrick to Bice. Here's Jake Lloyd running around and switching it across, attacking 50. Heaney's taken the mark. 48 out. Isaac Heaney can't quite find the big sticks. He was nowhere near that passage of play. It's somehow the Swans still found Heaney. Couldn't convert. Through for a behind. Sydney by 77.
Luckily for Richmond fans, the Swans have been a bit wasteful.
This quarter. 4 goals, 6 to just the 3 behinds for Richmond in this third term. So won't be a long one at this rate. If the Tigers go beyond offensive 50, Cunningham was intercepted there for the Swans, does so on the follow-up and kicks toward the pocket again. It's out of bounds for a throw-in.
There hasn't been much pretty football in the last few minutes. We've all gone a bit scrappy.
24 minutes played here at the SCG. Sunny Saturday afternoon conditions. As the umpire tosses it back in. Out of the ruck, uncontested. Hayes Brown down to Presti, almost run down by Warner. And now Tresias goes long from fullback.
He'll turn it over, though, straight to Riley Bice, who was camped under that. On his left, he pokes it back inside 50. Rowbottom's taken the mark. Now, doesn't fancy himself for the distance, so he'll guide it towards Heaney. He was resting with Tresias. Has he won a free kick? Yeah, he has. I reckon that's the second harsh free kick against Tresias on Isaac Heaney in this game. Heaney will take it from the right forward pocket. I'm not sure there was too much in that one as well.
It was the right option from Rowbottom, though. If there's numbers back there and you can see Heaney one-on-one, he's probably the one to go to.
Isaac Heaney kicking at his third. He has an incredible goal-kicking return for someone who plays predominantly as a midfielder. In the right forward pocket, he'll snap it on his left and convert, as he always does. Isaac Heaney has 3. Swans lead is 84 points. I know you shouldn't judge these decisions in the context of a game, but when it's such a heavy scoreline against you, I'm not sure there was much there in that decision, but Alicia Eva, Jason Saddington, you might think differently.
Well, I'm waiting for the replay because I agreed with you with the last one against Tresias. I thought that was a bit rough, but we'll watch it play out here. Heaney one-on-one in the pocket. As you mentioned, Sato, it is a kick you want to look at. Yeah, no, his jumper's pulled. Tresias grabs the collar somewhat. We couldn't see it from here, Garby.
Has Heaney got a fair bit of Tresias' jumper as well?
Give the kid a break.
So I'm looking so Garby, you've got Heaney down for 1 goal, technically.
Yeah, that's right. And 2 gimmies.
2 dodgy free kicks, you're saying?
Yeah.
Swans by 84. They start back in the middle. Laddams was dumped in the Jack Ross tackle. Ball comes loose, but Warner gathers again. Hand pass off to Lloyd. Closes to 50 out. Down the spine he goes. Heaney! Leaping to his right. Takes the slips catch. They'll look for 2 in a hurry here. In the space of about 30 seconds.
It's a great mark. It was a horrible kick.
Yeah, mark that. Good luck.
And don't break any fingers trying to mark it.
So his third a second to go, Isaac Heaney. We'll go Irish style here on the angle for goal number 4. Puts through 2 in a hurry as we approach 3/4 time. And they're out by a 15-goal lead, the Sydney Swans. 21-13, 139 for Richmond, 7-7-49.
Set shots going straight back off your mark. Seems to be...
Gone around the corner.
He's gone around the corner from a nice 45-degree angle. But sorry, Sato, you were going to say?
No, I was going to say, Garby, you can't take that one off him. I mean, it was easy out of the middle, wasn't it? Warner just waltzed out of the middle once again, and that's become a bit of a trend, to be perfectly honest, through this quarter and a little bit in the second. The ease of which the Swans midfielders have been able to roll out of centre bounce.
There's just no pressure. Warner is. He's kind of playing casually to a degree. Like, he's having a lot of fun. It looks like he's playing against, players that are much younger than him.
Swans by 90 points. Hayes Brown down to Ross. Richmond go forward. Bouncing ball, left half forward. Wicks gathers it though and comes away from that contest far too easily. Runs around and sends it up to the wing. Hanley picks it up. Handball back to Rowbottom. Now forward to Sheldrick. Here they go again, Sydney. Over to McDonald, who's marked it just inside 50. And he will centre it for Cleary. He'll take the shot from 40 out, almost straight in front. We woke up this morning, we feared this might be the outcome once the skies had cleared in Sydney, and you thought it was all set up for the Swans to do as they please. If Cleary converts this, the margin will be out to 96 points.
And they're just out everywhere now, Sydney. Forward of the ball, clearance, they're not being pressured, running out of clearance, and it's Sydney are just completely outworking Richmond now.
No Papley today, no Roses. So Hanley and Cleary have been given an opportunity. It's his third game of the season, Caden Cleary. Now with a shaved head. Fails to take that opportunity. Through for a behind. Swans lead by 91. 28 minutes gone in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And the Tigers go. Miller on the kick out. Long down the line. On the bounce, Bolter. Fires it back inboard. First to it, though, Shurik back to Robinson for the Swans. And now Robinson goes away from one tackler. Kicks back to half forward. Lloyd marks 45 from goal. So again, they just surge forward again in red and white jumpers. Lloyd finds Warner closer to home. He lines up the sticks from 30 out, and he sends it home for his second goal of the afternoon. 97 points the margin here as we approach three-quarter time at the SCG. 22-1446 to 7-7-49. Let's get down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, as the Swans extended that margin to 90 points, their percentage returned to 150. So Fremantle was closing in heading into this round, but this is giving Sydney an enormous boost.
That's an important watch, of course. Off to Brisbane Freo next. We saw Nick Boston go to full forward, didn't we? Sort of earlier in this half. He's still down there for now. So
yeah, I'm just curious about that because they're under siege in their back half, and you would assume you put your experienced players down there. So he's going to full forward, and just been watching him, but he doesn't seem to look uncomfortable. But yeah, just to watch.
Swans by 97. They've only had 2 100-point defeats in the last 15 years, Richmond. So much success in that time, of course. As McCartan shares it with Cunningham at half-back. Over the top now to Warner. He's kicked 2 goals this afternoon. Through the middle of the ground, the Swans go again. Sheldrick to Bice. They do stop this attack, the Tigers. Taranto gathers it. That's a terrible kick, though. Kicked it to a one-on-one in the middle of the SCG.
Yeah, a little 15-metre poke.
And Roybottom was able to take the mark. There is a three-quarter time siren. It's the heaviest margin as it stands the Tigers have had this season. 97 points. The Swans lead by 22-14, 146. Richmond 7-7-49. Charlie Curnow has 7 goals.
119 points was their biggest defeat at Adam Uzo. That was in 2024 mid-year. So 97 points as it currently stands. Down to Phil Pryor very quickly.
Yeah, as the Swans players that were on the bench are making their way out onto the field, you can see that Justin McInerney has both boots off. I dare say he might be done.
Okay, perhaps there'll be a bit of precaution as far as position that the Swans are in this game. Goal kickers so far. Curnow has 7 in 3 quarters. There are 4 each for Hayden McLean and Isaac Heaney. 2 for Warner and McDonald. Singles to Jordan, Laddams and Joel Amadi. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, no goals in that third term so far. Jasper Alga has 2 singles to Sam Cumming, Noel Roberts-Thompson, Tyler Sonzi and McKelty Lafau, and Ollie Hayes-Brown also kicked the goal before half-time as well. The Swans by 97 points at the final change across ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Blakey, Cleary, and now Warner with the long ball. McLean pushes his opponent off the football so easily. In the side, that was fair. It was tough. And McLean will kick for his 4th from the right forward pocket. And does finish Hayden McLean. And he is getting in on the act in his 100th game. He's now got 4.
Roving it now, Hanley. And he gets to it in the pocket. Back to Cleary. Has to work for it now. Evades Trainer. Goes check side on the run. Goes Cleary. It'll land there in the goal square for Curnow. Here is Charlie Curnow, the top of the square, runs in and does indeed thump it through. 7 goals for Big Charlie today. Laddams dumped the Jack Ross tackle. Ball comes loose, but Warner gathers again. Hand pass off to Lloyd, closes to 50 out, down the spine he goes. Heaney! Leaping to his right, takes the slips catch. Go Irish style here on the angle. For goal number 4. Looks through 2 in a hurry as we approach three-quarter time. Bolter fires it back inboard. First to it goes Shurik, back to Robinson for the Swans, and now Robinson goes away from one tackler. Kicks back to half forward. Lloyd marks 45 from goal. So again, they just surge forward again in red and white jumpers. Lloyd finds Warner closer to home. He lines up the sticks from 30 out, and he sends it home for his second goal of the afternoon.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Swans by 97 here at the SCG. That will put them on top of the AFL ladder on percentage for the time being. So it's over to you, Freo. But perhaps more importantly, Quentin, over to you, Brisbane, as well, because a massive day today for the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba.
Undoubtedly the game of the round, Spriggy. It's a fine Saturday afternoon. It'll develop into a coolish night by local standards. It's pretty breezy in the River City for this game between the two-time reigning champs who are wobbling. And in particular, that calamitous third quarter at Giants Stadium last week has it all just questioning the validity of the Lions' quest for a three-peat, having lost to Geelong the week before. Brisbane 6-5, but they get a couple of hard heads back today. Jared Berry and Noah Answorth among 3 changes for the Lions. Young Cody Curtin comes in as well, with Tunstall, Marshall and McLaughlin dropped at selection. And what about the Dockers? 10 wins in a row. It's a club best. They make the longest road trip in the AFL. Could it come at a better time for the competition to get a really good litmus test of just how strong the purple push is for the premiership in 2026? They miss their 3-time best and fairest Caleb Sarong still, but captain Alex Pearce does return to the team with Oscar McDonald omitted. The Dockers surging late against the Saints to win their most recent of that 10-game winning streak by 5 goals at home last week. There are no late changes. Brisbane and Fremantle. Has there ever been a more anticipated contest between these two teams? Generally, Spriggy, it's only the eyes of the two club supporters that turn to this game. The eyes and the ears of the whole competition are coming to the Gabba next.
Too right, Q. We'll take you there as soon as we're finished here at the SCG on our ABC Sport Network very, very shortly. The Lions and the Dockers coming up next. Massive, massive game for the Brisbane Lions if they are to keep the three-peat chances alive. Swans by 97 points here. Our experts at the SCG are Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
Well, Garby, I think at halftime we had a chat and you asked, can Richmond just, dig in here and grip on and fight? Not expected to win the game. Unfortunately, that quarter I didn't see much of it. It was the Swans just kept going the way they carried on in that second quarter. There was a lot of easy ball. They won centre clearance pretty easy again on a number of occasions. A lot of the time in the front half for the Swans and a few easy passages of play. And I think the Swans cashed in again. Was it 7-7 for the quarter, which is quite significant. Richmond just really struggling. You call for, Uze calls, I'm sure, for effort and competitiveness through the last quarter. You ask for your leaders to stand up and dig in a bit here. And let's fight this out and build towards next week. I just feel like the game has become a little bit too uncontested and easy for the Swans.
Yeah, bang on, Sato. I think, the first half, and particularly the first quarter, Richmond were really on top in the contest. They brought a heap of energy and they were winning the ball in there. They were winning clearance. That third quarter, Sydney won centre bounce clearance 6-2. They're ahead in clearances across the ground. They won contested possession by +13 in that quarter alone. They're now on top in ground ball gets. So it suggests that they're showing up. They're winning the fight at the contest, but their work rate to get across the ground and get to those contests stood out for me. And then from there, they were just able to explode and use the ball so meticulously in offence.
What do the numbers tell us, Garby?
Well, they're not pretty from a Richmond point of view, as you can imagine. Heaney, 27 disposals, 4 goals. Warner, 26 touches and 2 goals. Sheldrick has 25. Richmond, Hopper has 19. Taranto and Ross both with 16.
Free kick going the Tigers' way from this first centre ball up of the opening of the final term. Inside 50 he goes. Lefau had his path blocked. Melican marks. Sampo lets them go here off half back for the Swans. It's in the hands of Sarong out there. Lays it off here to McCartan along the outer side of the SCG. And it is marked out there for the Tigers. So he'll be paid the mark after all down there as Tresize.
And goes short to Prestia. Possession number 15 coming up for Dion Prestia. Soldiering on the veteran. It's a half forward he goes. Big pack forms off hands and clean over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right half forward for the Tigers. So 97 points the Swans lead by. They've only lost by 100 plus twice in the last 15 years. Does not happen very often to a team that has been in the competition for so long as Richmond has. We'll be trying to avoid that this afternoon. Adams guides it down into the team for Grundy. Done ever so well in the ruck. And then Heaney with a tackle will have a ball up. 60 out from Richmond's goal.
And from a pure footy fan, I think the Charlie Curnow watch, can he get to 10s? Probably a big story for the quarter.
It's always a nice day for neutrals and also Swans fans in this case as well. Tresize off to Prestia, but back to Tresize, and now Ross fires the hand pass. Back to the big man, Hayes Brown. Pops it inside 50 and it's marked in the pocket. The Tigers did well that time to just set things up. And it is, in fact, with Jasper Alger.
Have we had anyone kick 10 this season?
I don't think so.
I'm missing one obvious one. This is what.
Sorry.
Hang on.
That one at you?
No, I'm trying to think now whether that's. Did Jezza kick 10 against, or was that late last year? Here's Jasper Alger, by the way. He's kicking a bit of a bag here. He's lining up for his third goal. Kicked the first of the game. And he kicks from 45. It's a neat-looking drop punt. And it's through. The Tigers have their first goal of the second half, and it comes early in this final term to cut the Sydney lead back to, 91 points. 22-14 plays 8-7. We've played 2.5 minutes in this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, just worth recapping what happened at the end of that third term. Justin McInerney, both boots off. He was assessed for a right ankle injury. He actually took his right sock off as well as the Swans huddled at three-quarter time. So clearly precautionary reasons. He's not going to be playing any further part in this game, you would think, and certainly something to monitor. You know, someone that has been in All-Australian conversations as recently as this week. So his form has been career best. It's worth keeping an eye on as this next week unfolds.
And Jezza kicked 10 against the Bulldogs in round 6, Finney Park. There we go. That was their 10-goal haul most recently.
Swans by 91. Here's Heaney. Handballs it out to Bice. Now Warner with the don't argue on Banks. Has a bounce. 60 out. Centres it to the top of the square. Amadi's there. Well done, though, by young James Tresize to cut across that pack and take the intercept mark. Haven't had enough of that today, Richmond. Just getting in front of Sydney's tools, but Tresize did that well. Goes short to broad. So the McInerney injury is a slight concern. Might just be an ankle roll. They've decided they're not going to test it too much.
You just don't want them to start building, do you? It's probably been the story of the Swans the last couple of weeks, just a couple of building injuries.
We're at home to St Kilda on Sunday before the bye. Jordan into Blakey. Now Edwards. McCartan running off him. He's been brilliant again down back, Tom McCartan. And he sends it out to Jake Lloyd. He can gather it. Two-time Bob Skilton medalist. And now Curnow on a long lead's taken the mark out in front of Trainer. And he's got 7 for the game, Charlie. And this will test him distance-wise. Slow to get to his feet here. Training made him earn that mark.
So you ruling him out. Number 8 here is going to be good 55 from the boundary.
He can roost them, as we've seen over the course of his career. Decides to spot this up instead to the top of the square. Amadi's there, off hands and through for what will be a throw-in the end. It just bounced into the behind post. So boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Swans, who lead by 91 here at the SCG over Richmond.
I do look forward to talking after the game, probably more importantly, just around some of the young Richmond players and what they're showing. They do have good moments.
Well, Adams palms it down here. Tigers with numbers, though. Broad, hand pass over the back. They'll come here now to Bolter. Can't quite track it at left half back. Boundary throw in, and boundary rider, Phil Pryor, is there for us.
Yeah, just before we move too much deeper into this fourth quarter, worth pointing out that both at quarter time and three-quarter time, Adam Uze's address to his team The discrepancy between that and when the Swans broke their huddle was quite noticeable. He had a lot to say to his team at both of those changes.
This will be in their top few defeats in the Uze era if it continues this way. Taranto receives a hand pass, kicks down the western wing of the SCG. Lafau goes up, can't pull it down. Edwards fights hard at ground level. Got a high bump in there from Jasper Olga. The umpire says give it to me for a ball up.
You wonder how much out of last week, it was such a big game, dream time, big win. Richmond now hit the road. How much it takes out of a young group?
Here's Hopper towards half forward, gathered by Blakey rather easily. Possession number 23 coming up for Nick Blakey, and he can hit up the corridor. They love doing that. Here's Heaney again on his left into attack. It'll bounce in front of Jake Lloyd. Try to leave it for McLean. McLean didn't gather it, so Lloyd went at it. Wrapped up his opponent in the left back pocket, and we'll have a ball up in that area. Decent crowd here at the SCG, not the biggest we've seen in Sydney. I guess people had this earmarked as a game that was likely to be a fait accompli for the Swans, which it's proven to be.
Said back-to-back home games as well, Garby. So next week they've got the Saints on Sunday afternoon. Kick here from Jordan inside 50. Dropped by Kerno, recovered by Amadi, who snaps to the left, and he misses to the left-hand side. So the Swans have less opportunities out there. 22-15, 147 to 8-7-55. We've now played 7 minutes in this final term.
It's not a whole heap for this kick to go to.
Yeah, not too much movement by Richmond. Prestia plays on from the defensive goal square up to the wing, and Melican moves his opponent off the football and takes the mark. And back it comes into attack for Sydney. Where's Kerno? Can he get moving and kick his eighth? Blakey took the mark in the middle of the ground, and then Bloston, with a lot of frustration, brought him to ground. Lucky to not be 50 against him. Weird that he's playing up forward today, Nick Bloston. You don't see that very often.
I'm wondering if he's doing a job in the second half on McCartan.
Perhaps. Blakey goes short to Wicks, and he just pokes it inside 50 for Jordan to take a mark. He might go back and have a kick. He's a long kick of the ball, as he proved in the first term, James Jordan, with a long shot that went through. Just to bring it back out to 98 points. Jordan from 50, 45-degree angle to the right. Another excellent effort. Just fades to the right, though, through for a behind. Swans up by 93 points. 8 minutes gone in the last.
Keep your text coming as well. 0437 774 774. John from Preston says, oh, well, it could have been worse for the Tigers. West Coast lost by 128 to Sydney. Yeah, that was this year. They lost by far worse a couple of years ago here at the SCG, didn't they?
70-odd.
And there's Blakey. Rises above the pack on the outer side. Falls there for Steely Green. Hand pass back in traffic. Sarong recovers it now for the Swans. Intercepted, though, by Trezise. Hand pass back here for Prestia. Well, swinging across half back here, the Tigers. Bolter just calms things down at centre half back. 93 points as it currently stands. 75 points, their biggest loss this year, the Tigers. They've had 9 of them, soon to be 10. Fed right across here towards half forward for Richmond. And wrapped up down there is Tyler Sonsie. The umpire says, give it to me.
It was always going to take its toll at some stage, this heavy injury list that they've incurred. And this was a game that always looked ominous. They do go inside 50 here, Richmond. Well done, Blakey, though. Fantastic grab, cutting across Jasper Alger, who has kicked 3 goals for Richmond today. Blakey wasn't letting him have a look at a fourth. Strong grab, switches it to McCartan. Over the top for Melican. Sydney will look to pounce again. Here's Warner. Possession number 28 for him. Just dances around the effort of Short. Now Jordan, they move it by hand once more. Over the top now to Wicks. Wicks from 52 out. Decides to poke it into the chest of Amadi. Amadi gathers that it was touched on the way through to him, though, so he had to play on, and he snapped for a behind. So they are wasting some chances here, the Swans.
Kerno was by himself in the square.
Looking for goal number 8. The margin is 94 points in favour of Sydney.
No, I don't think Amadi would have seen him. It happened too quickly.
Short finds Miller. 4th in their best and fairest last year, Ben Miller. It's his 56th consecutive game, which is the most of any Richmond player at the moment. Some clubs have very long streaks, don't they? Players not missing a game. Miller's kick finds Lafau. Lays off the hand pass to Grill running by. And he storms into space. And a big booming entry again. Boston, who's playing up forward, competes with Laddams. Edwards provides some defensive support here. Wins it back now. And off to Harry Kyle on debut. Flare it right across here to Cleary at right half back for the Swans.
Cleary has Jordan running next to him. Gives it to him by hand. And now a sweeping one over the top to Hanley. One of the players given an opportunity today with those injuries to Papley and Roses. Hanley pumps it into attack. McDonald out to meet it. Spoiled away from him by Miller. Well done. Now Grill off half back. Kicks to the middle of the ground. Edwards. Gave away the free kick on Fawcett. Liam Fawcett in the middle of the SCG. We'll just send it long. Underneath it is McCartan. Bouncing ball sits up for Blakey. Forward pressure non-existent there from Richmond. Now the Swans are out. Blakey goes up to Amadi. Broad applied some pressure. Amadi unlucky not to be paid the mark. But Blakey got a foot in again to work it forward. The free kick though is going the way of the Tigers. And Nathan Broad, I think, for kicking in danger against Blakey, which we don't see all too often these days in the AFL.
Oh, it was nice to see a bit of run and dash from Nick Blakey. We need some more entertainment like that through this last quarter. At the moment, it's a bit dour. It's like both teams just happy to sort of see the quarter out. We've still probably got a good 20 minutes left.
There's a bit of a slog at the moment.
Well, Mike in Connerton sent us a text message. Listening outside with my greyhound, as always. Enjoying the call, even though it's a whitewash. Loving the insights from your experts. He sent a picture of his greyhound as well, by the way. It's a nice little brown greyhound. Very cute. Thanks, Mike, for the text. 0437 774 774. As Sonsi bursts by and has a running shot from 35, he misses to the left-hand side. In fact, it was Steely Green who missed. And I missed as well. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, just the official report on Swans gun Justin McInerney is a minor rolled ankle, so that's why he's done for the day.
You think it'd be a chance to play against the Saints next week then?
If it was a tight game, he'd still be out there.
Yeah.
You would think so. Heaney has it at centre half back. Possession number 30 for him.
The Swans are doing this too easily at the moment. They're just toying with Richmond here.
Blakey and Heaney share it again. This is like training on a Thursday night now for Sydney. Here's Tom McCartan. He's had plenty of it. Richmond is trying to flood back in space now just to make sure this doesn't get out of control. So
it almost looks like a Monday touch session,
to be
honest.
The Swans shared around again. Edwards to Wicks, who has a bounce, and he'll send it long into attack. Can Kerno get on the end of this? He's in this pack. Well done, Bolter. Punches it away from him. The foul's there. Sarong gathers it, though, and has a shot on goal and just misses. So the string of behinds going the way of Sydney. 94 points they lead by, and Richmond ensuring it doesn't hit triple figures for now. But the 150's up for Sydney here at the SCG. 22-18, 150.
Been pretty wasteful through the second half, haven't they? A lot of shots on goal, the Swans.
This kick goes out of bounds. In fact, it kept alive down there by the Swans. And McCartan back to Cunningham.
Heaney's all by himself in the middle of the ground again.
Sarong beaten through the air. It's going to be a free kick for a chopping of the arms going the Swans' way. So Sarong has it at left half forward. Goes into the pocket for Curnow, who is unmarked. And he marks 35 from goal.
It's an interesting looking game. I mean, it almost looks like both teams are gassed.
Yes.
And they've got no energy about them. I mean, Richmond obviously the siren can't come quick enough for them. Even the Swans, it's kind of like they've just taken the foot off a little bit. It's almost a three-quarter pace game with not a lot of contact at the moment.
Well, Warner's coming off the ground now.
7 goals for Charlie Curnow. Here's number 8. Opens up the angle, and it is through. And he extends the arms and gestures the crowd. They get around him as well, as his teammates do. 8 goals for Charlie Curnow today. The margin is 100. 3 figures up for the Sydney Swans. 23-18, 156 to the Richmond Tigers. 8-8-56. We've played 15 minutes now in this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Alicia Eva and Jason Saddington.
Well, thanks, Charlie. Bring a bit of excitement back into the quarter. He's on 8. 2 more to go. I want to see him get to 10. It was a lovely finish from him from the pocket. He was pretty happy about it too.
It's like
Put the arms out to the crowd.
Kicked a drop punt off 2 steps, kind of slung it across his body. Sorry, Sato, I could see the replay. You probably couldn't. I thought I'd just tell our listeners about it, but great finish.
Well, normally they're snapping them around the body, aren't they? But he did. He kind of stepped out briefly and kicked the drop punt.
8 goals for Charlie Curnow. His career best is 10 against West Coast a few years ago. Swans now leading by 100. And there's plenty of time left to make that margin more severe and for Charlie to get the double figures.
A vicious tackle laid on James Rowbottom there. He's looking really proppy in the middle of the ground.
Taranto was in the midst of that, perhaps showing his frustration. Broad chips it towards Taranto now on the wing. He's taken the one-handed mark. Handball off to Campbell. Checks inside and goes short to Jacob Hopper. Hopper to send the Tigers into attack. Can they remove the three figures when it comes to the margin? Perhaps, because Liam Fawcett's taken a really good contested mark opposed to Edwards. And will have a shot from the boundary. And will strike this from about 35-40 out.
He's one of those young, very inexperienced players that just has shown some things, hasn't he? He's looked good. It's, fifth, sixth game of footy. Elgar as well.
Well, the likes of Fawcett, Elgar, Roberts, Thompson,
Lafau.
Probably didn't Lafau's different, but those three probably didn't expect to be playing this season much.
Yep.
But the injuries have forced their hand. That's a poor effort.
It's the second time he's leant back on that set shot routine.
Yeah, did that on the stroke of halftime as well, Liam Fawcett. That's out of bounds on the full. The margin remains 100 points in favour of Sydney.
Physio went out to James Rowbottom and he said, no, I'm all good. Let me run this one out.
38,000 crowd here this afternoon. Sunny Saturday afternoon at the SCG. Comes back here for the Swans and Rowbottom. And now Taranto piled in down there on Sheldrick, so haul up again.
Charlie Curno's third highest haul of his career. He's kicked 10, he's kicked 9. First time he's registered 8 as it stands.
Off to Brisbane v Freo next, by the way, at the gather with Quentin Hull on the team. Alongside Michael Price, Matt Primus, Jason Ackermanis, Zane Bojack. And we'll have some post-game up here on AFL Extra on ABC Listen, as well as news radio locally here in Sydney and Canberra as well. Comes back here for the Tigers. On the members' wing, Seth Campbell. High ball towards half forward through the mitts of Roberts Thompson. And now arrives for the Swans off half back. Riley Bice with some dash and now a bounce. Hand pass off to Harry Cole, the debutant. Has a bounce himself. Goes inside 50. Heaney leads up and marks. 25 out directly in front.
Got some pace, Harry Kyle.
Well, that's what he was drafted for. I mean, he was late into the talent programs, and that's what he showed. He's a smooth mover. He's got a lovely left foot.
Is that why he wears the Lewis Shetter number? And James Bell, 32? Aidan Buchanan not as known for his pace?
No, Monty was more of a bulldog. Bulldozers crash in. So part of this coaching staff.
Harry Kyle with the pivotal kick in that chain. Here is Isaac Heaney lining up for his 5th of the afternoon. Pushed out to a 106-point buffer. Ambles in. And again, straight and true. A handful of goals for Isaac Heaney. And he's always a handful for opponents here at the SCG. The Swans by 106 points. 18 and a half gone in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's been brilliant today, Isaac Heaney. To kick 5. He really got him going in the first half as well, when he was spending a little bit more time through the midfield. As this game's gone on, he's been sitting down in the forward line. But yeah, he's had a couple of free kick goals, but on this occasion, beautiful kick from Harry Kyle inside forward 50. But Heaney works his man back, takes him back to the goal square and then ticks back up at the kicker. Trezise has actually defended him well there, but Heaney's just so strong in the marking contest. Again, takes the ball out in front and a really nice set shot finish.
32 touches, 9 inside 50s, 13 score involvements and 5 goals for Isaac Heaney, the Swan superstar. Sydney lead by 106 points. And guess what? It's going inside 50 again. They've won it in the middle of the ground. Well done, Nathan Broad. Cuts across McLean and Curnow, who has 8. The third highest haul of his career, as we said earlier. Still time for him to match his PB of 10. As they move it up to the wing, Tom McCartan's taken another mark there for the Swans.
There's been a brick wall today as well, as you mentioned, Sato.
He's had about 6-7 intercept marks.
It's up to now, Tom McCartan. We'll come back to that. Hand pass wide here for Bice. Looking left foot inside 50. Rayner missed it in defence. It falls to Chad Warner. He snaps across his body. It'll float to the line here. Just laid in for a minor score.
13 marks for Tom McCartan to go with 26 possessions. And 9 score involvements for the fullback as well.
Swans by 107 points here, by the way. We just hit Tom on the final term.
Here's Ben Miller. Up to the wing for Richmond. And they get some respite from this wave of Swans attacks. They do through Roberts Thompson, who wins that important ball on the wing. Up to Taranto at half forward. The Swans win it back through Wicks. Quick hands from Kyle on debut. Now Sheldrick, who's been really busy as well all afternoon. They sweep it up to Lloyd. Into attack. The Swans go again. McLean's the target. Warner comes out to meet it. Couldn't take the mark. Juggled it in front of himself. Hands free to Curnow. Looked at having a shot for his ninth and then had to give it off under pressure. And Warner is wrapped up. We'll have a ball up at centre half forward. Swans leading by 107 points. 21 minutes gone in the final term.
Up it goes. Hayes, Brown and Laddams, and now it's kicked to Warner from Rowbottom. So he marks 45 from goal on the 45-degree angle right-hand side.
He's found plenty of footy today, Warner. A lot in the front half too. We would have had a lot of score involvements.
14 score involvements, Sato. Coming up for his 31st disposal of the day. Kicked 2 goals too.
He kicked 2 goals too last time they met too. 13 at the MCG last year. Here he does, kick from beyond 50. It swings back for his third goal, Chad Warner. Party time in the Harbour City. The Swans emphatically take back top spot on the AFL ladder, at least on percentage, with Freo up next against the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba. But here at the SCG, it's the Swans by 113 over Richmond.
Is there another side in the comp that has the ability to send midfielders forward and kick the same amount of goals that they do?
Well, it's certainly handy, isn't it? If you think Errol Goulden comes back into that midfield too, it just gives another layer of a midfielder that can win lots of footy and can go forward and kick goals.
Between Warner, 8 goals between Warner and Heaney today.
That's a modern midfield, isn't it? Your goal-kicking midfielders are priceless.
This is now Richmond's equal heaviest defeat as it stands at the SCG, matching the margin, 113 points from 10 years ago on this ground. They do win this ball in the middle of the ground, though, through Prestia. Into attack they go, but the Swans' defence repel it. Sarong got it back to Cunningham, and now Baisu has a bounce at left half back. Moves it up to the wing. McDonald's taken the grab. Still time for the Swans to ensure this is Richmond's darkest day at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Margin-wise, at least. Here's Kyle on debut. Taking the mark. Hands it off. Long ball into attack. Bolter punches it away. Will it sit up for Sheldrick? Yes, it will. Gets hands to it. Handball over the top to Laddams. Bursts through. Gives it to Warner. Another one for Chad, potentially, in the left forward pocket. Just chips it back. There was no one there at all. Not sure he was looking to. And Taranto can hand it over to Sonzi.
Ball dispute at half back for the Tigers. Prestia gives a nudge. Runs into Hanley. Too high. And it will be free kick Sydney, I think, as the umpire just making sure Hanley's okay. And free kick for the Swans at centre half forward, Tom Hanley. Lewis Milliken's off as well, so we'll keep an eye on him. With Phil Pryor on the boundary. Hanley swings it wide here, and McLean marks in the right forward pocket. In his 100th game, we'll go back for goal number 5 here.
There were plenty of Richmond players in the defensive 50 then, but they were all standing in front of Charlie Curnow, not in front of McLean in the pocket.
It's a fair milestone game. 4 hopefully go back, kick 5 for him. I'll take that.
This is getting into Sydney's sort of dozen highest scores in history now. McLean, left foot snap, no.
Whoa.
He goes right across the side of the boot and across the face of goal. Sits for Laddams. Mighty gave a shepherd down there as well on the Richmond defenders, and now Lafau has a tackle on McDonald. He stands in the tackle of Traynor. Umpire says holding the ball, as it was indeed Richmond's ball the first time.
He's naturally a good set shot. McLean with a drop punt. He's tried a left foot snap around the corner.
That's one of the biggest shanks you'll ever see.
Yeah.
That's gone, and it's barely even moved forward.
Unless you're great at it, don't do it.
Imagine a golf tee shot that's gone across the tee box but not forward. That's what McLean just did there. It's bizarre. Anyway, on the wing.
Is that a worse shot than McDonald's in the first quarter from 10 metres out?
Probably not. That was a terrible miss. Doesn't matter too much in the end. McDonald's got 3. McLean's got 4. Heaney with 5. Kerno with 8. Swans by 113. Late stages of the final term. Richmond desperate for that final siren. Make a mistake there. Grill.
Kerno's on the lead.
And balled it over the boundary line, so it's a Swans free kick. The ball was directed at Kerno, but bolted well in that contest. Took the mark in the right back pocket, opposed to Charlie.
Kicks down the line. And again they go again. Here's Sam Grill. Up the eastern wing of the SCG. Bice, who is a Albury Tiger and Werribee Tiger. Not a Richmond Tiger, though. Yep. Riley Bice, the Sydney Swan. Back here for Cunningham. He was dispossessed in the tackle of Sonsie. He tried hard. Back to Steely Green. He was felled out the football by Will Edwards. Umpire says play on. The Swans and Rowbottom come off Harry Kyle. Overrun now by Rowbottom again, and now they pile in from all angles. The umpire says give it to me. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, you mentioned Lewis Melican before. He appears A-OK. Tom McCartan finally coming off for the first time as well, getting a bit of a breather as the Swans have officially surpassed their highest total for the year after kicking 163 points against West Coast in round 4.
Bouncing ball in attack. We'll have a throw in for Richmond. 113 points the Swans lead by. Amazing that it is equal to the margin that Richmond suffered on this ground 10 years ago.
It could have been much higher. I think Swans have wasted a number of opportunities.
Well, Adams down to Bice. Is there a chance for Sydney to get one more? McDonald to Sheldrick. He's had plenty of it today. Loose ball in the middle of the ground. Time ticking down. Strong tackle by Hayden McLean in his 100th. On Noah Bolter. We'll have a ball up in the centre circles.
It was a great chase down. Late in the last quarter, you're up by 113 points. Good effort, McLean.
Both rucks missed it. Sure, hands to it now, McDonald. Tomlin kick inside 50 here for the Swans. Kerno spills it, looking for bottom of 9. Fires them at ground level though. Turns them inside out. And now snaps from 40 out. Tomlin in the vacant square. Charlie Kerno misses near side. 114 points the margin. Richmond waste no time here.
They go short. The siren that the Tigers players and fans have been praying for a while will come. It's gathered by Rechko. But 114 points is the difference, and that is Richmond's heaviest ever defeat at the SCG. Sydney rampant against the hapless Tigers.
By day and by night, lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky.
Richmond kicked just the 1 goal in that second half. Meanwhile, for the Swans, 8 goals for Charlie Kerno, 5 for Isaac Heaney, 4 for Hayden McLean, 3 for Chad Warner, 2 for McDonald, singles for Jordan Laddams and Amati, while for the Tigers, 3 goals in the end for Jasper Olga, singles to Sam Cumming, Noel Roberts-Thompson, Tyler Sonsie, McCody Lafau and Oliver Hayes-Brown. The Swans by 114 points. It's the second biggest loss in the Adam Uze era at the Tigers.
The red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to
So from MCG Dreamtime to SCG Nightmare, the Tigers beaten by 114 points here. The Swans, as Garvey described as rampant, take their place back on top of the AFL ladder, at least on percentage. Of course, Fremantle play next at the Gabba up against the Brisbane Lions. Before we head there, the thoughts of our experts on ABC Sport, Jason Saddington and Alicia Eva.
Well, apart from the first 20 minutes of the game, it was the Swans pretty comfortably all day. They were dominant all parts of the ground, mid, forward, back, in the midfield. Laddams set him up. We had a terrific first half. He was winning the hit-outs, as you would expect with the experience. But he was getting the ball down to players like Heaney, who just cashed in all day, and Warner, who was also fantastic. In the front half, obviously, Curnow was an unbelievable target with his 8 goals, but McLean with 4. And they just ran rampant up in the front half. Plenty of shots on goal. Probably should have kicked a higher score, to be perfectly honest. But even when Richmond tried to win the ball and get out of the back half, players like McCartan, especially, and Malikan kept intercepting, getting the ball going again. Bice, Wicks and Blakey were strong off half-back, and it was really the Swans that were quite comfortable in all parts of the ground. To be perfectly honest, the longer the game went, the easier it got for them. A well-deserved, massive win from the Swans, who just showed the experience and class in all parts of the ground to just beat what was an early plucky Tigers, but then they really dropped off as the game went on.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think the first quarter was a good contest. And we spoke about youthful energy, and that's what we wanted to see Richmond bring today. But the Swans, by the end of it, we knew that they'd break the game open. It was looking like that was going to happen in the second quarter, and it probably just blew open in the third. Heaney really got going. Chad Warner, you already mentioned. McCartan was monstrous down back all day. Any time Richmond tried to get the ball out of their defensive 50, it was just repelled, and McCartan had a lot to do with that. I think he had something like 13 marks for the day. Outside of the contest, Richmond just could not get their hands on the ball. And we know that Sydney score so well off turnover. They're clinical on turnover, and they just move the ball from end to end in uncontested chains so easily. And they do it against really good sides, and today they did it against a really undermanned, inexperienced side, and that's why the margin is what it is. To put it into perspective, the Swans had 9 players who had over 20 disposals. 9. Richmond only had 3. And those players, Hopper, Taranto and Prestia, well, Hopper and Taranto are getting a lot of those possessions and disposals in traffic, in the junk, essentially, not in the open field. So what I'm trying to paint is a picture of just how dominant the Swans were across the ground. Richmond were getting their hands on it in the contest, but as soon as the Swans broke that first layer and got it down to space, it was the Richmond Tigers just had no way to defend it, and that's why Sydney kicked 25 goals, 20 for the day. And you would say, that margin could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Could have been a lot worse today.
I think the positives when you do look for Richmond, though, is some of these young players, inexperienced players, they show some moments, don't they? Even the goal kickers, Elgar kicked 3. He's only in his 7th game of footy. Fawcett took a couple of strong marks. He looks like he's got a bit of a future. And then some of the other sort of in their second, third year players, Tresize, Trainer, Lafau, they show moments where, they've got a future. I guess they all just, Cumming and Grill, they all just need more time, more footy under their belt. And it would help if there wasn't so many injuries, that there's a bit more experience that comes around them. So, I don't think we expected Richmond to come here and win. We probably thought they might compete a little bit harder off the back of their win last week, but perhaps that's what made it difficult for them. A lot of energy came out of the game last week, travel up against the red-hot Swans, and, it just turns into a bit of a blowout.
13th heaviest defeat in their history, Richmond.
Yeah, it wasn't a pretty one. Sato and I are probably looking at each other going, it wasn't a team that didn't show up. We saw a premiership side last weekend have 89 points kicked against them in a quarter. Yep. And it looked like at times some of those very, very experienced players just didn't want to, just weren't moving. That wasn't Richmond today. I think they ran out of gas well and truly in the second half. I think work rate and Sydney just showed that they were a level above, but I wouldn't say it was an issue of effort or attitude or anything like that. I think it's just footy smarts, footy experience and footy tanks that need to be developed.
10 of their past 11 at the SCG. They've got the bye next week, which is something at least them just have a bit of a breather. And then they actually, in round 14, host Brisbane in Hobart. So they're the new sort of Hobart tenants with North Steel having expired, and they'll host the Bellary Oval in a couple of weeks' time for their next game in round 14. The Swans, of course, back here at home against the Saints in the Sunday afternoon slot.
Did we say Richmond haven't been here for 4 years and only the second time in 10 years?
6 years.
Yeah, so they won't want to come back.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why some things just sort of get worked out that way, don't they? That some clubs don't travel to some grounds. I don't know. People say, "Oh, Collingwood never travel to," but it's weird how sort of some clubs avoid the.
Might go in their fixture request again next year. No game at the SCG.
No game at the
please.
SCG. Yeah, winners just once here in 20 years. The Richmond Tigers. So 114 points to the good of Sydney today. Here you can keep your texts coming 0437 774 774. We'll hand you across to the Gabba. With Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Matty Primus, Jason Ackermanis and Zane Bojack for Brisbane and Fremantle all up next very, very shortly. We'll get the song in the rooms and we might get some reaction from the Swans rooms after most of you leave at 4:10 and bring that to you at some stage through the evening.
The injury list we have to mention. 6 first-round draft picks are on the injury list, including the number 1 pick in Sam Lawler. And then important players like Nankervis, of course, and Ron Mansell, who's been so good for them for a while now. I mean, there is so much quality that is just not out there for Richmond. And a number of the players they would not have wanted to put out in the AFL arena just yet, but they've got no choice.
That's almost a whole team. I've got the list there in front of me, so it is quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, the Swans head down to sing the song here. Phil Pryor is there to greet them. Phil.
Yes, here they come, heading in now, led by Logan McDonald, aside with plenty of faces that look reasonably satisfied. There's ice on the right ankle of Justin McInerney, a minor rolled ankle, as we reported on that earlier on in the game, but still very positive body language from him and all of his teammates. Pretty much everyone's veered over to go and get a sports drink, which speaks to the sunny conditions perhaps that were out there in Sydney this afternoon on the SCG, but a scorching performance from this Sydney side. Harry Kyle gets an absolute sports drink shower, you could say. But he's not in the middle. He's going to huddle around with his teammates. We're still just trying to form like herding cats down here. Here we go.
So the 10th win this year for the Sydney Swans. Thank you, Phil. Back to you shortly for some reaction from the winners' rooms there. 114-point victors here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Of course, I mentioned a few times, that puts the Swans on top. So their percentage boost of now 152 percentage. So that's obviously superior of every team below them, including Fremantle, who play next. Of course, if Freo beats the Lions, they'll take back top spot again on the ladder. And Richmond remains in second last, squeezed between West Coast and Essendon. So that's the situation here. I mentioned next week the Tigers have the bye, then they'll host Brisbane in Hobart in round 14. The Swans at home against St Kilda in the summer here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. While we wait for the Swans rooms and our network farewell at 10 past the hour, should we do some votes? Sado, have you got those votes ready for us, or is it Alicia? Has there been coagulation on this? What do we...
We didn't actually work it out this week.
I'll give you a few more minutes anyway. Give us some numbers, Garby, just sort of finish off.
This is eye-watering stuff. Warner, 32 disposals, 15 score involvements, 3 goals. Isaac Heaney, 32 as well, 13 score involvements, 5 goals. I mean, that is just freakish stuff from midfielders, but the kind of stuff that happens in a 114-point win. You know, Sheldrick had 30 disposals, 23 handballs, so was really busy in the middle of the ground linking things up. Blakey had 28 off half-back with 10 score involvements. Tom McCartan was superb, 26 disposals, 13 marks and 10 score involvements. Pete Laddams coming in for his first game of the season was really good in the ruck. He had 24 disposals and 9 clearances, so he led the way across all players on the ground for clearances, Pete Laddams, and kicked a goal as well. And, of course, Charlie Curnow with 8 majors for the Swans. And Hayden McLean in game 100 kicked 4 straight. For Richmond, Hopper at 25, Taranto 24, Prestia 20. So the veterans tried to get things going. Ross had 18, Banks with 17, Short 17, and then Cumming and Grill, 2 of the first-round pick midfielders that are in the team today, and had 16 each. But to be honest, it fell away pretty severely from Richmond from there, apart from Jasper Elgar, who kicked 3 goals, and Lafau, who presented all afternoon as a target up forward.
All right, so all that being said, who are your 3 best, Sado and Alicia?
Well, Sato's thrown me this one this week. Look, I think Isaac Heaney gets the 3. We'll start with the 3 because I thought he was the absolute standout performer on the ground today. Even when the game was, it was still competitive in the first half. So he gets the 3. 2 for mine is going to go to McCartan, which could be, I think the backs don't always win out, but I thought he was brilliant today. When the game was, again, a contest in the first half, he was the reason Sydney just had repeat inside 50 entries and were kicking goals. He just kept repelling everything. So 2 votes to McCartan and the 1 to Charlie Curnow today. 8 goals. I don't think you can ignore that. And, bad luck, Chad Warner.
Chad Warner has 32.
Hear me out.
15 score involvements, 3 goals, and doesn't get a vote.
Hear me out. Well, Sato's throwing me under the bus here. But Chad Warner, I thought he got busy at the very late stages of that last quarter. Look, I think he found there's no doubt he had a huge impact on the game.
Great. He had 13 marks. That's fair.
But we did speak during the game around Warner in terms of finishing inside 50 and. Look, he's stiff not to get
No wrong answers here. Let's be honest. Dreamtime game last week, there were some Richmond players who didn't make the actual votes, and they were still so. You got 3 Heaney, 2 to McCartan, 1 to Curnow on the ABC Player of the Year. That's fine.
So some weeks it's hard to find the votes. I reckon this week was one of them weeks. It was like you could give it to 4 players.
McCartan deserves it. McCartan deserves some votes.
I agree.
Yeah.
I was ready to wind someone up who was doing it because I knew there'd be a star that would be left out.
You're spot on. Heaney was the clear 3. I do agree with that. The other one, it was you could go anyway.
Sheldrick 30, Blakey 28. They were both standouts as well. It's only 3 votes, not 5, 10 votes. So I think pretty well.
13 intercept marks. I'm going to call them all intercept marks. That might not have been. But, he was a brick wall down there. So I'm going to stick by it. And Chad Warner, I'm sure, will be giving you votes later in the season, that's for sure.
Heading off to the Gabba in about a minute's time with Quentin Hull and the team for Brisbane and Fremantle. You can keep listening to us here on ABC Listen, our app. Just look for us on AFL Extra. And indeed via the AFL app and also on News Radio here in Sydney and Canberra. We'll finish things off with some reaction from the Swans rooms. If you miss it on the network coverage, we'll bring it to you later on at some stage, I'm sure. Brisbane v Freo coming up next and the Bulldogs and Collingwood at Docklands to finish off your Saturday slate in round 12. So 114-point winners here, the Sydney Swans over Richmond. Their second worst defeat under Adam Uze, but of course coming off the win last week as well. Gave a good account of themselves in the first 15 minutes of the game, the Tigers, and of course overrun by the class of Sydney despite the 4 changes made by Dean Cox this week. We'll stick tight here for the time being. As I said, you can find our post-game wrap-up on AFL Extra or on News Radio locally here in Sydney, while the rest of us head off to the Gabba for Brisbane and Fremantle with Quentin Hull on the team to see if the Dockers can take that top spot as well. That's all coming up at the Gabba right here on ABC Sport.